Bonjour à tous, merci d'être avec nous aujourd'hui. Mon nom est Ficilia et je co-dirige WoSec Montréal avec Véronique.
Hi, I'm Véronique. Welcome to our conference today. And as Ficilia mentioned, we co-created WoSec Montreal together, and I work for the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity.
On voudrait tout d'abord remercier nos conférencières qui ont accepté de présenter ce matin, Angela, Marsha, Marthe et Deidre, ainsi que nos conférencières qui vont faire les ateliers cet après-midi, Kavuri, Lisandre, Gabrielle et Nadine. On voudrait aussi remercier toutes nos modératrices qui vont faire la modération pour les présentations de ce matin, Jax, Gabrielle, Marsha, Gabrielle et Manon. Et je voudrais aussi remercier tout spécialement Nancy qui m'a aidée techniquement toute la semaine. Donc, un gros merci à elle.
We'd like to thank everybody for joining us today and contributing to growing our community of women in cybersecurity. Ficilia and I created We Are Cyber, now WoSec Montreal, with some colleagues, with the goal of creating a local community of women interested in cybersecurity, and with the goal of creating a platform which we can use to help and support one another.
À travers nos événements, nous visons à créer des opportunités d'expertise, des opportunités de partage d'expérience et d'expertise, et nous espérons que certaines d'entre nous pourront trouver des mentors. Nous organisons des panels dans lesquels des femmes viennent nous parler de leur expertise dans différents domaines liés à la cybersécurité. Nos ateliers techniques permettent à nos membres également de pouvoir mettre en pratique leurs connaissances et apprendre de nouveaux savoir-faire.
So through our panels and technical events, we witnessed a phenomenon that we thought was interesting, and we intend on continuing exploring it over the next year. Indeed, we noticed that in women-only settings, a real atmosphere of sharing and mutual support gets created. Our exchanges become deeper and more personal, and each time we had a women-only event, the outcomes of our event were greater than those we expected. So because women are still a minority within the cybersecurity field, we'll continue using our platform to create a safe space through which we can empower our members through their journey.
Sabrine, Gabrielle, Jacqueline, Manon et Jax se sont jointes à nous pour former le comité organisateur de WoSec Montréal, et ce, avec l'implication de nombreuses autres contributrices. C'est à travers l'interaction avec des femmes au niveau local et national que nous avons créé Nous sommes cyber. Nous avions discuté avec des femmes qui démarraient des projets similaires dans d'autres villes canadiennes, et nous nous sommes joints à elles sous Women of Security, un regroupement de femmes intéressées par la cybersécurité qui a plus d'une trentaine de chapitres dans le monde. Nous avons également décidé cette année de renforcer notre association à WoSec en devenant WoSec Montréal.
It's amazing to see that since its creation less than 2 years ago, WoSec has now so many chapters around the world. You can find other WoSec chapters on LinkedIn, via Twitter, on meetups.com. And given the fact that most of our events are now online, you can probably participate to events of other chapters. And check out WoSec Singapore. They're very active.
Bien que la pandémie ait ralenti nos activités, nous sommes déterminés à offrir à nos participantes des événements de qualité. À partir de cet automne, nous continuerons d'offrir des ateliers techniques pour débutantes et plus avancées.
So in addition to continuing holding regular technical workshops, we aim to organize lunchtime panels on a variety of topics related to cybersecurity, but also to social phenomenon we encounter in the field. We'll also be working on launching a mentoring program to be led by Manon and Jacqueline.
Nous avons désormais un site web, alors consultez-le pour rester informé de nos prochaines activités. Vous pouvez également nous suivre sur Twitter et LinkedIn. Alors n'hésitez pas à aller nous suivre. Et mesdames, nous avons un groupe fermé sur LinkedIn. N'hésitez pas à vous joindre à nous.
Note that our LinkedIn business and closed group pages were just renamed from We Are Cyber to WoSec Montreal. So you'll find us under WoSec Montreal. We hope that today's conference will inspire you and be an opportunity to learn and meet more people. Our presenters have diverse expertise and will cover very different topics that we hope will meet your interests. We're very thankful that Angela agreed to do our keynote and that Deidre agreed to share her expertise with us. Both of these ladies have very busy schedules and are solicited regularly. We're therefore super thrilled that they accepted to participate in our event.
Nous sommes également très heureuses d'avoir avec nous Marsha Bazile, dont le parcours va en inspirer plus d'une, notamment celles qui souhaitent transitionner de carrière. Nous sommes également reconnaissantes à Marthe qui nous parlera de comment elle a transformé sa passion pour la cybersécurité en une occasion d'affaires.
Our afternoon workshops will introduce you to some tools and techniques for pen testing and vulnerability assessment, as well as elements of cryptography. Our presenters have different backgrounds, and we know that each of them has something unique to contribute to your knowledge.
N'oubliez pas d'aller sur notre chaîne Discord, dont le lien est dans la description de cette vidéo, pour soumettre vos questions à nos conférencières. Nous vous souhaitons à tous une bonne journée en notre compagnie.
Wait till I tell you everything.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the annual WoSec Montreal conference. And for those of you in Ottawa, happy Pride. I'm honored to introduce our keynote speaker here, Angela Marafino. Angela is a a program manager at Microsoft, working on the Office 365 Advanced Threat Protection Customer Experience Engineering team. But that's not all. She is also the COO of Women of Security, acting co-organizer of WoSec Seattle, CFO of We Are Hackers, and a moderator of the Hacker Book Club on Google Reads. She holds 2 bachelor's degrees, one in fine arts and one in legal assistant studies. So how'd she end up here? All it took was a want for a career in tech and a good article for Angela to catch the cybersecurity bug. Within 6 months, Angela had completed a cybersecurity boot camp, obtained CompTIA's Network Plus and Security Plus certifications, and landed her first role as a vulnerability assessment specialist. But she's not a robot. When she's not rocking the cybersecurity world, Angela enjoys reading, photography, boxing, and is also a huge foodie. So as I pass it over to you, Angela, I have just one question. Given your self-defined foodie status, what are your thoughts on the combination of French fries, cheese curds, and gravy? Or as we call it here in Canada, poutine.
Oh, no. Okay. I don't think I've had all 3. So I would say, I don't know yet. I need to come to Canada.
Yes, you do. And try your poutine in Montreal for sure. That's where the real stuff comes from.
I'm sure the French will agree with you on that one. Thanks, Jax. Good morning, everyone. I'm so glad to be here. It's a bit earlier for me, but that's great. I'm super excited, and it's an honor to present to you today. As Jax mentioned, I did take quite a circuitous route to get here, and it has been quite the journey. So, I'm no 20-year-old anymore, but I have no regrets on my path and all the decisions I made to get here. Obviously, it would have been much easier if I knew that cybersecurity existed when I was 18 and how amazing it would be. I would have chosen that to begin with, but you know how life is. So here we are. So what I wanted to cover today is some of those atypical journeys into cybersecurity, expand on mine, and kind of give you some advice and facts and a little bit of examples on how others have done that and how to do that as well if you're starting out or if you want to mentor someone else, which is also very important. And we'll cover that as well. So thank you for being here, and I'll get started now. So what's in a path? Atypical journeys into cybersecurity. As you know, I am Angela. So hi again. Here's more pictures of my face. The picture on the right, which you may or may not know, depending on your age, is a picture of me on a hoverboard next to the DeLorean, which is from Back to the Future, which is an excellent movie. If you haven't seen it, please watch it. Having a good time. And that was in February at RSA before 2020 turned into a disaster. So lots of fun going on there. And then, the fun kind of ended pretty abruptly. Picture on the left was about a month ago. As you can see, I'm wearing my company branded sweatshirt there, which all of my opinions today are my own, not my company's. But I went from being, as Jack said, a vulnerability assessment specialist who then ended up on a pen testing route, and then kind of decided that that's not the way I wanted to go. And I did quite a few interviews to get to Microsoft, and it's been a whirlwind and a blast. And if you have any questions about how that happened, I only have 30 minutes, so we would be here all day. But there's more to that story as well. And then a little bit more about what we talked about in the beginning. I am the COO of WoSec starting this year, as well as the co-organizer of the Seattle chapter. I also started our Denver chapter last year and then relocated here to Seattle. So it's been really fun. This time there's 3 of us organizing the Seattle chapter, so it's a little bit easier and a lot more fun, in my opinion. We would love to work with you all and other chapters as well in Canada, so I'm really excited to be here. We Are Hackers, if you aren't familiar with We Are Hackers, we're formerly Women Hackers, so that's more of a virtual, well, had started out as an only virtual group, so that organization is there as well for anyone who's into cybersecurity or wants to work on hacking or pen testing or get advice similar to WoSec, but more focused around that virtual global aspect. The Hacker Book Club, we discuss books by hackers or about hacking, and that's a real blast. It is every Tuesday at 8 o'clock your time, so 8 o'clock Eastern. If anyone's interested in that, it's a lot of fun, and these are just some of the organizations you can get involved with if you're not already, aside from WoSec. As we mentioned already, I am a program manager now, so that's quite a different role than hacking, and I'm so glad Jax didn't say I was a programmer, because then we would have a very different conversation today. And there's nothing wrong with being a programmer, but it's not what I do. So I work more with customers and engineers, so I'm kind of that middleman, and it's been really nice to see both sides of how a team works and be helpful and kind of manage some of the projects that go on. So it's really an interesting role. If you have any questions about program management, feel free to reach out about that too. I've also kind of emerged as a mentor and, as I'm sure you can tell, somewhat of a leader, which is pretty strange considering that when I was, 18 through probably 23, I feel a completely different person, and I, not in a bad way, just, more shy. I would, I would definitely call in sick to classes where we had to get up and give a presentation in front of anyone, and it was like my biggest fear is like public speaking, right? So obviously this is virtual, so it's a little bit easier, but there's no way I would have been caught dead doing this 10, 15 years ago. So I've come a long way, but I've also been really focused on mentoring others who are interested in cybersecurity now, because I had a lot of mentorship. I've only been doing this since 2018, when I took that 6-month boot camp. And so it hasn't been that long, but it also feels like a long time, I guess, because I like it so much and there's so much to learn. So I'm trying to give back and help others as much as I've been helped to get where I am. And outside of work, I also have some pets. So I have 2 dogs and a cat, so it's kind of a zoo. And as you can tell, I'm like in my room, right? So not the ideal keynote background and setting that I would wish for, but this is real life. So here in my room, and there's usually some animals running around, and it's a whole thing. Typically you would find me traveling quite frequently. Obviously we can't do that right now, but hopefully again soon in the future I will be able to not only come to Canada, but to go wherever this picture is. I don't know where it is, but it's beautiful. Maybe Morocco or something, that would be excellent. And I obviously need to try the cheese curds, fries, and poutine. So I'm on my way as soon as possible. All right, so I wanted to start off with just some facts, which I'm sure a lot of you are aware of, but I'm going to give it to you again. So the percentage of women in cybersecurity today is only 20. And it depends on how you look at it, right? Like that's not that much, obviously, but it's also not terrible. It could be lower, and it has been lower in the past. So, we're improving. More of us are getting interested, and I think that everything that's going on with ransomware attacks and some of the serious cybersecurity attacks that have been happening are really causing the need, obviously, to be there for these roles to be open. So we're taking them, but not enough. So one of the things that I wanted to leave you with is, if you don't take the opportunity, you have no chance of, if you don't apply for the opportunity, you have no chance of getting it. So I just want to emphasize the fact that applying is important. Even if you don't think you can do the job, or, have some of that imposter syndrome where maybe you think, you're not good enough. Double think that. Talk to some people that are in the field. Do your research, and obviously don't jump in, without knowing what you're getting into. It is a very busy field, and you'll be learning forever, but you never know until you try. And I have a lot of people reach out and say, should I apply for jobs that I don't qualify for, or don't have every single skill listed on the job recommendation? Yes, of course, apply to every job. If you don't get the job, at least you got the experience on interviewing, and you made a connection, likely. Sometimes those aren't the best if your interview didn't go too well, but hopefully your interviews will go well. So practice makes perfect, right? So definitely go for the roles that you're interested in, learn about what you're interested in, and talk to as many people as you can. I know this looks crazy, but I kind of wanted it that way. Also, don't get caught up on comparing yourself to others. So, yes, there may be other women, or just people in general, who have done tons of things and had different backgrounds, such as taking, computer science classes at a university, and always knowing that they wanted to work, in security or do something like this. And it seemed very easy. That's similar to, right, people who knew that they wanted to be doctors or lawyers when they grew up, and just went and did that and went to school and got a job. It seems very simple, but maybe they're not even happy, right? So don't compare yourself to others. Your background is unique to only you, and just because it doesn't have a computer science or IT aspect to it doesn't mean you don't have any unique skills and strengths that can benefit the role that you're interested in applying to. I know personally, I have gotten feedback that my experience in the legal field and a small stint working with doctors and nurses really, gave me that just different aspect of not only customer service, but unique customer service, because those are very specific individuals that may not be easy to deal with on a regular basis, just due to, their stress levels and how much work they're doing, and the importance of their jobs, right? Like, it's not easy being an attorney. It's not easy being a doctor. As you know now, right? Many doctors and nurses are working many, many hours, and it's unreal. And I know I couldn't do it. So I had a lot of empathy for those people, but also it wasn't the easiest thing to do, right? And I mean, customer service isn't easy in general. It's not about the fact that it's easy. I think that anyone does it. It's either because you have to, or because you really have an interest in working with people. And I think it really shows when you do have that, that like kind of love for, and maybe not always having customer service experiences, but the love for wanting to help others and just, talk to people and listen. And listening is a big part of that. And that's something that is very important in this field. If you can't listen to what the customer needs, regardless of your role, it's not going to go very well. And I think that's kind of the difference between, just being like a developer or a background programmer, right? Like, you don't really have to listen to the needs. You just know what you need to do and you accomplish that goal. And that's fine. And that's awesome. And some people are made for that. And I'm not one of those people. I want to listen to what others need, help them, and just try to do my best at working with others to get that goal accomplished for that customer, right? If we can't do that, then, I wouldn't have a job. So again, right? Your skills are valuable. Don't let anybody tell you you can't do it. because you can. I did it. Many other people have done it. Some of the best people in cybersecurity that I've met didn't even graduate from high school. So don't think that it can't be accomplished. With so many virtual learnings and classes and all the research and things that have been done up till now in 2020, you can do this stuff. You can teach yourself, you can get advice from others, and your background will help regardless of what it is, I promise. Okay, so I want to back up 1 second. So pretend you didn't see that. Jax, can you throw up that poll? Let's see if it works. I would like to ask you all a few questions really quickly, and I'm not sure if I'll be able to see the answer, so bear with me a second. So hopefully you can see the poll, and please post your answers to that, and Jax will relay them to me, and then I can kind of speak on those. But I really just kind of wanted to see what your background was prior to where you are now. 2 computer science backgrounds, 4 developer backgrounds, 3 with no backgrounds in computer science or IT. Somebody knew they wanted to work in cybersecurity immediately. All right, this is really great. Thanks for that. So interestingly enough, right, all of those are excellent backgrounds to have to get here. And I'm sure you already know that now if you didn't, a while ago, but I'm just going to show you examples of other people who have done the same thing, right? And not necessarily from those computer science or developer backgrounds, which even if you have those, it may not be a piece of cake, right? They definitely have their own strengths. And I know sometimes it makes it a lot easier if you do have a degree in computer science or programming, but other backgrounds help as well. So here's a few. Okay, and if you don't know any of these 4 women, I'm not trying to say they're the best or they're the only ones you should look into. But these are just 4 examples of women that I know that have had remarkable backgrounds and are now cybersecurity professionals with unique backgrounds and just amazing. And this goes for any other woman in security. Just when you get that opportunity to talk to them, and obviously you think that's important because you're here right now, talk to them, find out where they're from. Even if you're already set and you know what you want to do and you're working that ideal role and you want to stay there forever, talk to some of these other ladies just because it's so interesting, and you may have someone you mentor in the future that has like a similar background who may think that they can't do it. So, if nothing else, at least use this as a reference for a conversation you may have. Because just like you and I, these women probably went through some of those same thoughts of, I don't know if I can do this, or is this the right thing? Like, I'm going down a complete different path than I was before. And with that, 20% or so of women in security now, we need to help each other and we need to raise that number dramatically. And I don't, other than like mentorship, referrals, and supporting each other through these talks, I don't know how we're going to do it if we don't become allies with each other. I know that there are times when women don't fight for other women, and I don't know why that would be, but it doesn't help. So definitely always support others, even if you don't know them. It just makes everyone's lives easier, and it helps get more women into security. So a little bit about these 4 women, and I won't read it word for word. I'll let you read it a little bit. But for example, Tony is now a security consultant in New Zealand, and she was previously a professional snowboarder. So to me, that's about as far as you can get from anything computer related as possible. So when I met Tony, I was immediately like, I have to know your story. Please tell me, this is amazing. As someone who didn't grow up around snow and envied like everyone who got to play any type of winter sport like snowboarding or skiing, I thought it was the coolest thing growing up. So I can't imagine like what that would be like after, I can't imagine what it would be like to go into a computer role after being a professional athlete. And it's amazing. And she's fantastic. And she's also a speaker. And if you ever get a chance to watch Tony talk, please do. It's amazing. Chantel is a security analyst in Chicago, does a lot of red team work and focuses on ethical hacking and is really trying to build the community around hacking in Chicago. She has a background in education and psychology, which I do hear a lot of liberal arts backgrounds all the time. And so I'm not the only one. Coming up with a fine arts degree was really quite interesting. When you're growing up, sometimes people just say, do what you love. And, about 5 years later, you don't realize, or you start to realize that doing what you love may not give you a living wage. So, it's always something to second guess, right? What do I love? What am I good at? What can I make a difference doing? So those are definitely different things. Diana is a security assessment specialist at CDW. And while some of you may be familiar with CDW, based out of Chicago, Diana is actually in California. So all over the place, virtual jobs, and obviously working virtually has really opened everyone's eyes this year. But it is, a huge opportunity. Don't think that you're stuck to the city that you're in. There's a lot of remote work as well. And I know sometimes that holds people back. But definitely look in other cities if you're open to remote work outside of 2020. Diana was previously a graphic designer and has degrees in English and Asian American studies. So again, right, nothing computer related at all. And she's one of the quickest learners I've ever met. Very customer centric, and just jumped into learning cybersecurity. Similar to myself, I actually helped as a TA, a teacher's assistant, in Diana's boot camp. She took the same boot camp I did about a year later. So it was really great to be able to see my students in my own role, even just a year later, and helping out, because I learned so much from them. And then Jessica Chang, who is now a senior technical program manager, which is, similar to what I do, but right, again, not another one of those, not a pen testing role or, ethical hacking. So again, there's so many different roles you could do in cybersecurity. And she does one of the more managerial roles. Also based in California, Jessica was previously a professional musician. So she plays the viola, and that was her, whole life before deciding that she wanted to get into cybersecurity and work in tech. So again, pretty far from anything like a computer science or developer degree. These women have remarkable stories. And it's like that with almost everyone I meet in cybersecurity. So, take these examples, tell others about them. And if you needed that extra push to say, maybe I can't do this, yes, you can. These women did it. So did I. And I wanted to add Tony to one of those 4 women examples, because she told me something, and it may have been even just the beginning of this year, if not early last year, and that was say yes to everything until you physically can't anymore. And what that's going to get you is a million opportunities. That's why I'm here right now. Gabrielle reached out to me and asked if I wanted to do this keynote, and it's my first one. So thank you so much for being here. But I could have said no. I'm very busy. I'm in the midst of starting a new career, basically. I'm on these boards. I'm like raising a puppy, and it's 2020, and all these things are going on. And I could have just been like, no way. But of course, I said yes because I could. It's a good idea. I'm happy to be here. And I hope that you all take this quote and use it, because I've legitimately said yes to every single thing I could until I said, okay, I don't think I can do one more thing, or I'm going to start falling behind. So as soon as you hit that mark of, I think I've got too much on my plate and something's going to start lacking, right? If I don't put all my efforts into the right spot, don't say yes to anything else there. But when you have those opportunities, say yes to them. You will get interviews. You will meet other people. You will get opportunities within your current role that you may not have otherwise. And obviously make good decisions. Like, don't say yes to something that isn't a good idea, right? That will hurt, your job or something. But any opportunity that you can take that may benefit you or others, definitely take it. If that's helping with a conference, mentoring someone else, all of those things that you can say yes to will only help you, your career, and possibly another woman get into cybersecurity. And that's what we're here, right? We're here to learn more about cybersecurity. You're here to watch these other presenters today, and they're going to be phenomenal, and you're going to learn so much. And even if you didn't physically say, yes, I'll attend this conference out loud to someone today, you told yourself that, yes, I'm going to do this on a Saturday, and you made that choice. And so I'm proud of you. You should be proud of yourself. And anytime you voluntarily do something like this, you're making a difference. So thank you so much for being here. I think that's my last slide. So I'll go ahead and turn it back over to Jax. If we have any questions, I definitely have time to answer some.
Okay, well, we'll give them a few minutes. There's someone typing now. I have a question.
Yeah.
You did a lot in a short period of time, and not coming from a technical background, did you ever feel overwhelmed during that period? And if so, what helped you get over that?
100%. I, especially in the boot camp, right? Like it's kind of different, I think, when you're going to college and you have those, I guess, quarters or semester breaks, and you get to go home for Christmas. You go on spring break. Like when you do the boot camp, there's no break. You don't even really have like a weekend break. It's like you're living, eating, breathing cybersecurity. And I loved every minute of it, and it was insane. And at some point I may have cried, or at least thought about crying a lot.
Understood.
I did it anyway because it was so interesting, and it still is. And one of the biggest things that I recommend is getting like a buddy, like having a buddy system, and at least one other person who's in your class or has gone through the same thing that you can talk to about it is going to make the world of difference, because you don't sit there in your head thinking, wow, I can't do this, or I can't figure this out. You can brainstorm off of each other and bounce ideas back and forth, and definitely make sure, like, it helps you make sure that you're not alone,
That's awesome. It's very true. Having even just a rubber duck,
right? Somebody,
yeah.
not the malicious rubber duck, right? Like the actual,
no, the physical rubber duck that you talk to. A question from the audience: do you have any best practices or do's and don'ts that would help to support the mentor mentoring someone?
Absolutely. That's such a good question, and it's so important. Not everyone is, I think, made to be a mentor necessarily, right? And I think not everyone meshes with maybe the person that asks to be mentored. So if you are the person asking, Make sure that the person that you want mentorship from, one, has time, right? Because if you were to ask, for example, a CEO of a business, they're probably not going to have much time to give you. So depending on where you are in that career, if it's 5 minutes of advice, sure, a month, right? Like that's fine. But try to determine, where this person's at. It's always a good idea to kind of meet someone casually, like at a conference, or whether it's virtual or in person, and then kind of build that relationship before asking for mentorship. Like I wouldn't suggest just going out and saying, hi, I need mentors, like someone mentor me, which is okay. People have done it, but it's easier if you've already kind of built up that relationship and you know that that would be someone good to work with.
Okay. Do you have imposter syndrome, and how do you handle it if you do?
Who asked that?
That was Pedro.
You know what? This is something that I don't want to talk about because I feel very strongly about imposter syndrome, and I haven't talked about this publicly at all. And I wanted to do a whole talk on it because I have this whole thing behind imposter syndrome where I think that people are going to get mad at me. It's fine. That I think that it's relied on too much. And I know that it exists and I know that it's real, but I feel as though if we just supported each other more and gave each other more resources on how to get past some of the, humps and just like given experiences instead of just saying, well, you might have imposter syndrome. I think people would just have more confidence in themselves. And I think it's more of we need to build our own confidence from the beginning, right? Like we're all awesome. We can all do this. You can do it. And I feel like I don't have it. I feel like anytime I've thought about something like that, it's been, I'm not ready for this because I haven't done the work and I need to study more and I need to find the answers and I need to feel confident about it because I know the material and I know how to do this job. So that's tricky. I don't know if that answered your question, but I don't want to dwell on that too long.
Speaking of needing to study more and learn more, do you have a favorite InfoSec book?
Mm-hmm. And I have it. Oh my gosh. I didn't. Oh, it's not here. The Tribe of Hackers series. It's not a book, it's a series. So there's 4 of them. And the first one is, so they're like called by colors, right? The first one's like the yellow book, unless you have the original cover. And then it goes like red, green, blue. So there's a yellow one, which is just the generic Tribe of Hackers book. And it's like great advice from professionals in the industry and how they got to where they are. And they answer specific questions in the book. The red team one is red, and it's all about pen testing and ethical hacking. And that one's really awesome. They're starting with a blue team one that's, I think, coming out in September. So that'll be defense, right? And nice. Blue team skills. And then there's also a Tribe of Hackers leaders books, and I may or may not be in that, but that's not the point. They're really good books. And Marcus, Carey, and Jennifer Jen did an amazing job selecting the people that are in it. But also the idea behind it is phenomenal. I think Marcus got inspired by another book that was like Tribe of Mentors. I haven't read that, but I really want to. But it's just like different advice. So if you have like one topic, you don't even have to read the book like front to back. You can pick a question and say that really resonates with me. Read everyone's answer, right? And just kind of get different views. And that's a really quick way to like not have to reach out to people via email or phone or whatever and just get advice. And they're excellent. I highly recommend those books. Even if you're not in pen testing or blue teaming, those ones are awesome too.
Awesome. I will totally check those out.
Yeah, they're really great. And there's also a podcast about that book. So if you want to check that out, there's like a Tribe of Hackers podcast, which expands on the people that are in the book.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah,
we'll try and find links for the podcast and throw that in the Discord. Well, thank you very much for coming out and talking to us today. I really enjoyed your talk and can definitely relate to some of your experiences and stuff like this. So hopefully we'll have you out again at another one of these events. And yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Jax. Thank you, everyone. And I hope you have a phenomenal day and enjoy all of the talks and presentations. If anyone has questions for me, please do reach out on Twitter or LinkedIn. I am always up for answering and helping as much as I can.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you very much.
Have a great day.
You too.
Bye.
Bonjour, donc on va recommencer si tout le monde est prêt. Alors, je pense que quand on parle de cybersécurité et d'emploi en cybersécurité, tout le monde a une idée assez précise et assez carrée de ce que ça représente. On imagine tous un jeune garçon dans la fin vingtaine avec un goût qui aime beaucoup la bière et qui aime jouer au jeu de table. Et notre conférencière, notre conférencière, Marsha Bazile, est là pour démontrer un peu les préjugés et l'image toute faite qu'on a de ce que représente travailler en cybersécurité avec son parcours assez éclaté, assez passionnant. Donc, Marsha a étudié en comptabilité, en sciences comptables, et elle termine maintenant sa maîtrise en gouvernance, audit et en gouvernance. Elle travaille depuis peu chez Desjardins. En fait, elle travaille depuis longtemps chez Desjardins, mais elle y occupe depuis peu des responsabilités de conseillère en sécurité informatique, en plus de concilier ses responsabilités familiales et ses responsabilités étudiantes. Donc, c'est un parcours assez unique et tout à fait inspirant pour certains d'entre nous qui voyons la cybersécurité comme un domaine inaccessible et un peu ésotérique. Donc, sans plus attendre, je vais laisser la parole à Marsha. Si vous avez des questions, n'hésitez pas, on va faire le suivi pour la conférence. Merci beaucoup. À toi, Marsha.
Bonjour Gabrielle, et bonjour à tout le monde. Je suis contente d'être là. Je viens d'écouter justement la conférence avec Angela avant nous. C'était vraiment inspirant, puis ça mettait bien la table justement quand elle parlait de tout ce qui est les conférences, excusez-moi, c'est la première fois aussi que je fais ça comme Angela. Donc, tout ce qui mettait en fait tous les parcours qui sont atypiques qui arrivent en cybersécurité, donc j'en suis un. Et puis, c'est très intéressant les points qu'elle a emmenés justement, c'est qu'il n'y a pas de profil typique en fait en cybersécurité, puis je m'en rends compte aussi avec mes nouvelles responsabilités chez Desjardins, avec les gens avec qui que je côtoie. Oui, il y a des gens qui sont très techniques, mais il y a aussi le fait qu'on travaille en collaboration avec différentes personnes en équipe, donc c'est sûr qu'on se retrouve sur la table avec différentes personnes qui ont différents backgrounds, différents cheminements, différentes expériences, et c'est ça qui fait un tout en fait en sécurité, en cybersécurité. Fait que je pourrais commencer pour peut-être justement expliquer un peu mon profil, comment je suis un peu arrivée en cybersécurité. J'ai un parcours assez atypique, pas juste au niveau de la cybersécurité, mais mon profil d'études, si on veut, parce que j'ai fait le choix courageux de retourner aux études adultes en commençant un peu mon projet familial aussi, disons. Donc, je suis retournée, j'ai fait un cheminement assez, genre impressionnant, qui a demandé beaucoup d'efforts, mais je suis retournée d'abord faire un DEC en sciences de la nature. Donc, j'avais déjà, je ne t'en pas mon âge, je suis un peu un âge avancé, si on veut, qui prouve aussi que peu importe l'âge, on peut justement faire des changements de carrière, puis embrasser, prendre nos chemins. Donc, j'ai commencé, je suis allée faire un DEC en sciences de la nature, en fait, au cégep. Et par la suite, j'ai commencé un bac en comptabilité à l'époque. Et quand j'ai fait mon bac en comptabilité, j'étais toujours intéressée par les TI. Un des premiers jobs que j'avais eu quand j'étais plus jeune, c'est que je travaillais en centre d'appel pour ceux qui se souviennent de l'ADSL puis du dial-up en Internet. Donc, j'ai trouvé ça tellement passionnant et intéressant que je m'étais dit, je me voyais dans le futur faire quelque chose qui concernait le TI. Alors, quand j'ai débuté mon bac en sciences comptables en 2008, et j'ai fait une bonne partie de mes études aussi à temps partiel parce que je conciliais la vie familiale et le travail en même temps. J'avais choisi à l'époque en comptabilité parce qu'il y avait beaucoup, à cette époque, c'était pas comme maintenant toutes les panoplies d'opportunités dont je parlerai plus tard qui nous sont offertes maintenant. À l'époque, on avait vraiment, tu avais un bac en génie, puis tu avais des bacs plus administratifs, ça se mélangeait moins. Mais j'avais trouvé qu'en sciences comptables, il y avait le profil CMA à l'époque qui faisait en sorte que on pouvait beaucoup les CMA s'occupaient beaucoup de tout ce qui était implantation de système et tout ça, on dit. Donc, moi, j'avais pris ce profil-là parce que mon but ultime, c'était de m'occuper de tout ce qui était TI, de prendre cette tangente-là. Donc, finalement, en faisant mon bac à temps partiel, puis comme vous avez vu dans les dernières années, je dirais les 20 dernières années, le monde de la technologie a explosé. Je veux dire, tout ce qui nous est offert et rattaché à ça, toutes les carrières qui s'y rattachent, a complètement changé. Donc, d'ici le temps que je finisse mon bac en comptabilité, j'ai travaillé un peu en comptabilité et tout ça, mais tout ce qui était par la partie des TI, maintenant, faisait partie intégrante de tous nos travaux. Puis, pour ceux qui connaissent un peu le domaine de la comptabilité, il y a toujours le côté audit. On est audité pour les rapports annuels, les états financiers. Et il y a toujours cette composante qui est vérifiée, c'est l'utilisation des systèmes. Puis là-dedans rentre dans la gestion des accès et toutes sortes d'éléments qui se rattachent beaucoup au TI. Donc, pour moi, je voyais ça de façon naturelle de me diriger vers mon desk en gouvernance parce que bon, le domaine comptable avait un peu changé aussi, puis je me voyais moins contre la comptabilité, mais plus toujours avec l'idée d'aller vers les TI. Donc, je me suis dirigée vers justement ma maîtrise qui est en gouvernance, audit, sécurité des TI, que je suis à même de compléter. Et pour moi, je me disais, bon, au début, originalement, je me dis, ben, je vais aller en audit. Parce que ça faisait du sens pour moi, c'était dans la lignée aussi, puis dans le cadre de mon programme, il y avait ces cours-là aussi. Donc, et finalement, ben, écoute, les choses ont évolué, puis c'est sûr que quand on commence un nouveau programme, on rencontre diverses personnes, différentes études, puis moi, je fais beaucoup de réseautage, donc je me suis rencontré beaucoup de gens et j'ai eu vent justement des carrières qui s'imposaient en cyber, ben, autant en audit, autant en conformité TI aussi que j'ai découvert en sécurité TI. Et finalement, petit à petit, ben, j'ai fait un peu mon chemin. Mais, et je suis arrivée, en fait, chez Desjardins en comptabilité. Donc, je travaillais en comptabilité. Desjardins, j'ai fait très peu de temps aussi au niveau des risques, la gestion des risques. Mais majoritaire en comptabilité. Donc, quand je suis arrivée chez Desjardins, ben, j'ai commencé à voir quelles opportunités pouvaient s'offrir à moi, autant à l'interne qu'à l'externe. Je n'étais pas fermée à voir si jamais ça me ferait changer justement d'un rôle que je pourrais travailler. Donc, finalement, ce que j'ai décidé de faire, et à cause de ça, puis j'en parlais peut-être un peu plus tard, là, mais tout ce qui est réseautage, pour moi, c'est quelque chose qui est très important. Et autant de réseautage interne quand tu travailles dans les entreprises qu'à l'externe. Et en plus de rencontrer des gens extraordinaires, mais aussi des fois, ça nous met en contact avec des gens. Donc, une opportunité s'est présentée justement à moi, se prêtant juste avant la crise. Et je l'ai accepté, puis je suis extrêmement contente. Donc, j'ai commencé mon poste au mois de mai de cette année, en pleine crise. Et donc, c'est ça. Ça a peut-être résumé un peu qu'a été ben, mon parcours jusqu'à maintenant, puis qu'est-ce qui m'a amené un peu à la cybersécurité. Donc, ben, un peu pour peut-être revenir sur ce qu'Angela avait dit, ben, c'était vraiment, c'est ça en effet. Et c'est ce que je me rends compte, c'est que les parcours en cybersécurité ne sont pas définis. Je profiterai peut-être pour parler justement d'une initiative sur laquelle je travaille en ce moment avec Global Shapers Montreal. Je pourrais vous mettre un lien. C'est d'essayer en fait de prendre de plutôt définir toutes les compétences qui seraient transférables à la cybersécurité, peu importe d'où vient ton background. Donc, on travaille là-dessus parce que justement, en effet, en cybersécurité, il y a toutes sortes de gens qui ont un background. Et aussi, avec mon arrivée en cybersécurité, moi-même, même dans mon processus à moi, j'ai dû abattre le mythe aussi qu'en cybersécurité, on ne demande pas que des gens qui ont des compétences techniques. Parce que moi, j'arrive, oui, j'ai toute cette notion, tout ce bagage académique, mais j'ai pas une formation, j'ai pas une formation technique en tant que telle. Donc, mais c'est ça. Mais en cybersécurité, il y a toutes sortes de rôles. Certains qui demandent d'être plus techniques, c'est d'autres qui sont moins. Mais en même temps, on travaille, comme j'ai dit, en équipe avec toutes sortes de personnes. On apprend énormément. Moi, ça nourrit ça nourrit énormément ma curiosité, que je trouve intéressant. J'ai l'impression d'apprendre des nouvelles choses tous les jours. Mais c'est ça. Fait qu'on n'a pas vraiment besoin d'avoir un background technique, pas besoin de correction. Il y a toute une foule de formations aussi en ligne qui sont offertes ou à travers des formations ponctuelles, des formations. Puis ce que je pense qu'il faudrait garder aussi en tête, c'est que la cybersécurité, ça évolue énormément. Ça évolue littéralement presque tous les jours. Donc, tous les jours, il y a de nouvelles opportunités, il y a de nouvelles choses qui se présentent, qu'il faut apprendre. Donc, si vous êtes une personne qui est vraiment curieuse, si vous êtes une personne qui aime apprendre de nouvelles choses, qui a pas peur du changement, qui a pas peur de s'impliquer, je pense que la cybersécurité, c'est définitivement quelque chose qui est pour vous. Donc, ça résume pas mal. Je ne sais pas si tu vas peut-être commencer à poser des questions à Gabrielle ou peut-être prendre des questions des personnes. Comme j'ai dit, moi, j'étais vraiment de façon interactive, de me poser des questions et tout ça. J'ai pas de PowerPoint à vous présenter, donc c'est ça. Je t'entends pas, Gabrielle. Je pense que ton micro est fermé.
On reprend. Donc, on a déjà reçu plusieurs questions du public. C'est super. Je vais commencer par une question qui nous vient justement du public. Qu'est-ce qui a été le plus difficile dans ta transition de domaine?
Je pense que c'est peut-être de trouver les bonnes personnes qui recherchaient, de trouver ce profil qui était peut-être moins technique. Je trouvais que quand je cherchais, ça demandait beaucoup de ça, c'est ce que je voyais en tout cas. Puis je me souviens que dans le cadre de mon programme, on avait accès à des conférences des professionnels qui viennent présenter. Et je me souviens d'avoir posé la question à une professionnelle et je lui avais dit, mais tu sais, j'ai les connaissances, mais j'ai pas un côté technique. Est-ce que c'est possible quand même pour moi une carrière en cybersécurité? Et ce qu'il m'avait répondu, c'est qu'il m'avait dit tout à fait que même lui, dans sa perception dans sa façon de gestionnaire, qu'il y avait deux rôles qui étaient importants. Il appréciait le fait que moi, vu mon background en comptabilité, je comprenais bien la business, l'entreprise, l'organisation quand elle travaille. Puis ça, c'est crucial dans n'importe quel domaine dans lequel elle travaille, autant la cybersécurité. Pour lui, il trouvait que c'était beaucoup plus facile quelqu'un d'apprendre des notions techniques ou des notions technologiques que vice-versa, quelqu'un qui a uniquement un profil très technique et de lui comprendre les notions technologiques. Fait que je dirais que les personnes qui ne sont pas techniques arrivent avec cette notion-là, de comprendre l'organisation au niveau de peu importe le domaine dans lequel, la façon de s'organiser, la façon de, comme Angela a parlé plus tôt, cette notion de service à la clientèle, cette notion de parler avec les gens, cette notion de collaboration, de travailler ensemble, c'est crucial en cybersécurité, beaucoup plus qu'on le pense. C'est très, très, très important parce que dans le cadre de mon travail, je travaille, oui, avec une partie des TI, mais majoritairement, je travaille avec des gens qui sont dans les secteurs d'affaires. Donc, il y a la partie aussi très importante d'être capable de vulgariser ce qu'on fait, de faire comprendre aux gens, aux affaires, de non seulement comprendre ce qu'eux ils font, mais de comprendre aussi qu'est-ce que nous on fait, puis comment se retrouver au milieu du chemin pour pouvoir les aider justement à arriver, puis nous aussi arriver à notre objectif de sécurité aussi, parce qu'on est là pour faire ça.
Et puis, écoute, tu viens de parler de vulgarisation. C'est un domaine qui me touche particulièrement à cœur, donc je vais prendre une question de mon côté. Est-ce que tu aurais des conseils pour, comme tu dis, on travaille en cybersécurité autant avec des experts en TI très techniques qu'avec des gens de l'ensemble des départements de l'organisation. Et c'est des personnes qui ne parlent pas du tout le même langage, qui n'ont pas les mêmes préoccupations et qui n'ont pas du tout les mêmes perceptions. Est-ce que tu aurais des conseils pour aider à réduire un peu ce gap-là qu'on observe, je pense, un peu partout?
Mais je pense qu'il y a une des choses qu'il faut prendre, c'est que, puis une chose qu'il faut, si on peut dire dans mon expérience, accepter, c'est que tout le monde n'est pas à l'aise avec la technologie et n'est pas au même niveau par rapport à la technologie. On va rencontrer des gens qui, même s'ils ne viennent pas de profil technologique, sont super à l'aise, puis sont prêts à accepter, puis il n'y a pas de problème, puis on leur offre un changement, un peu comme moi. Tu me donnes un nouveau système que je dois faire, je vais essayer de l'utiliser à fond pour déjà comprendre c'est quoi ses limites, c'est quoi, qu'est-ce que ça peut faire pour moi, puis commencer à l'intégrer dans mes tâches. Mais il y a des gens pour qui c'est beaucoup plus difficile. Il y a des gens pour qui ça a l'air justement impossible. Je pense que la première chose, c'est d'essayer un peu de comprendre avec qui on parle, de comprendre un peu c'est quoi leur réticence, ces choses aussi, d'un autre côté, ils sont super à l'aise aussi. Je trouve que déjà, ça commence bien pour ça. Puis aussi, peut-être essayer de le présenter. En tout cas, moi, ce que j'essaie de faire, c'est toujours de présenter ça comme une chose, comme, c'est pas quelque chose qu'on a peur d'avoir. Puis j'essaie de toujours, tu sais, j'aime bien quand les gens me disent, moi, j'aime pas la technologie, puis là, je leur dis tout le temps, ton téléphone. Souvent, je trouve que ça, des gens, c'est comme, je dis, oui, tu ton téléphone, puis toutes les applications que tu utilises. Ah bon, là, finalement, ils se rendent compte que la technologie est beaucoup, beaucoup, beaucoup plus près d'eux qu'ils le pensaient. Donc, toute chose aussi que j'aime faire aussi. Puis aussi, de mettre les personnes à l'aise pour dire, écoute, si tu as des questions, tu sais pas, n'hésite pas à venir me voir, pose-moi des questions. Et même moi, de dire, tu sais, tu me poses une question, celle-là, je ne sais pas. Parce que je ne sais pas tout. Donc, je vais aller voir à quelqu'un qui sait. Puis, à ce moment-là, fait que je pense que ces points-là très importants, mais je n'ai jamais sous-estimé, par exemple, les personnes, parce que je me souviens, dans une autre période de ma vie, t'appelles un technicien, quelque chose qui ne marche pas, puis il dit, là, t'as-tu fait telle affaire? Tu sais, je pense que c'est là-dessus de ne jamais avoir. Ça ne marche pas, on s'entend que c'est clair, là. Mais c'est un peu de comprendre d'où vient la personne, puis essayer de la rejoindre à mi-chemin, puis de travailler avec elle. Comme je dis, en collaboration, c'est la meilleure façon pour vulgariser, puis faire comprendre, puis de leur dire, écoute, posez-moi des questions. Moi, je pose beaucoup de questions. J'ai pas peur de dire ça, je ne sais pas, je ne comprends pas. Peux-tu me l'expliquer? Puis je pense déjà mettre la personne à l'aise pour dire, écoute, si tu comprends pas ou j'utilise un terme, quelque chose, arrête-moi, je vais me faire un plaisir de l'expliquer, il n'y a pas de problème.
Super. Puis, comme tu disais tout à l'heure, ça évolue tellement vite que il n'y a personne qui peut avoir la science infuse, encore moins en cybersécurité.
En effet.
Donc, est-ce que tu avais des trucs, ta vie, écoute, on parle beaucoup de l'aspect professionnel, mais c'est pas la seule chose qui est dans la vie. Donc, on nous a demandé, est-ce que tu aurais des trucs pour gérer famille, travail, études et loisirs, tout ça en parallèle, parce que ça représente tout un défi quand même.
Oui, c'est tout à fait. Écoute, je dirais que dans la vie, il faut faire des choix. Puis, tu sais, un choix que moi, j'ai fait souvent, la maison, des fois, c'était un vrai bordel, point. C'est comme, je veux dire, une fois que j'ai nourri les enfants, on a fait les devoirs, j'ai fait mes devoirs, ben écoute, on va se coucher. Je pense que, encore malheureusement, en 2020, beaucoup reposent sur nos épaules en tant que femmes, tu sais, on se le cachera pas. Puis, d'un autre côté, j'ai vraiment la chance d'avoir un partenaire de vie qui m'a accompagnée dès le début de ma folle aventure au niveau des études. C'est sûr que ça aide beaucoup, en effet, lorsqu'on est entouré, mais je sais que c'est pas le cas de tout le monde, donc c'est certain que tu as point. Mais je pense que des fois, c'est de faire des choix aussi, puis se dire aussi que, tu sais, il y a des moments où dans l'année, où il y a des moments, il va y avoir que ben, je vais être plus, peut-être plus études, plus travail. D'autres moments, ça sera plus famille, loisirs. Tu sais, dire que c'est pas quelque chose de constant, puis c'est pas aussi, écoute, c'est pas une course à la perfection. On va laisser faire, là, comme j'avais déjà entendu quelqu'un qui parlait de perfectionnisme, là. On va laisser faire la perfection. Tu sais, à un moment donné, l'objectif, c'est que certaines choses soient faites. Point à la ligne, ça doit être fait à ce moment-là. Puis tu sais, des fois, des petits trucs, écoute, je pense à beaucoup de choses. Une chose que je faisais, par exemple, moi, j'aime cuisiner, faire la pâtisserie. Mais des fois, c'était accepté que je ne pourrais pas faire un repas, puis il fallait acheter quelque chose. Fait que des fois, bon, mes enfants mangeaient des choses qui n'avaient pas de sens, mais écoute, c'était ça qu'on pouvait faire ce soir-là aussi. Ou quand j'avais plus de temps, ben écoute, je cuisinais le dimanche, donc je faisais mon sac de bouffe pour toute la semaine. Donc ça a été aussi, puis les lunchs. Des choses comme ça. Mais tu sais, je veux dire, tu sais, mais comme je dis, c'était mon programme le dimanche, mais le dimanche, ça ne marchait pas, là. Donc tu sais, c'est toujours, tu sais, s'ajuster, puis c'est pas grave. Tu sais, c'est pas... je veux dire, nos enfants sont corrects, là, je dirais. En tout cas, j'espère que les miens vont bien, là. J'en ai un qui rentre à l'université, justement, là, qui a 18 ans, donc c'est correct. Puis d'un autre côté aussi, nos enfants nous regardent aller aussi. Puis quand ils voient qu'on accomplit des choses, je veux dire, ils sont hyper fiers aussi. Fait que c'est certain que ça vient comme ça aussi. Puis on montre aussi, on donne un exemple pour leur dire, mais tu sais, de la vie, c'est pas simple comme ça. Il faut travailler, il faut s'y mettre, faire des choses. Ça m'est déjà arrivé de m'asseoir. À un moment donné, je m'assoyais à table, puis je faisais mes devoirs en même temps que je travaillais sur une chose en même temps que mes enfants faisaient leurs devoirs, ou même avec mon plus grand. Et des fois, on se faisait un genre de samedi où on allait nager, puis on allait étudier ensemble après. Donc, tu sais, c'est de trouver des petits moments aussi. Puis je trouve que les petits moments, c'est très important, comme quand je vais chercher à l'école, puis on a ce 10-15 minutes, là, tout le trajet en transport en commun pour juste parler, comment sa journée, tout. C'est ces petits moments-là auxquels moi, je me suis beaucoup rattachée, ou quand je suis en cours le soir, puis j'appelle à la pause pour leur dire bonne nuit, des trucs comme ça. Fait que je pense que c'est vraiment de faire ce qu'on peut faire, s'organiser comme on peut. Puis si ça marche pas, ben écoute, c'est pas grave, ça ira mieux demain. Puis je te dirais que c'est peut-être ça. Il y a une chose que je trouve que moi, qui m'a beaucoup simplifié la vie, c'est lorsqu'on a commencé à avoir accès à Office 365. Écoute, Teams est devenu pour moi une panacée. Dans mon programme d'études, on est pas mal tous des parents, en fait. Donc, ça, là, ça a été vraiment là, les rencontres. Puis, on a déterminé des choses comme très efficaces, justement, pour travailler en équipe. Par exemple, je finissais de travailler à 5 heures, puis mon cours à l'université était 19 heures. Fait qu'on était 3-4. On se rencontrait à 18 heures, en 18 heures, 19 heures avant le cours. On faisait des rencontres pour faire des rencontres de suivi. Puis le dimanche, à 8 heures le soir, Teams, on se connectait. Puis quand on a découvert Teams, là, qu'on pouvait collaborer en même temps sur le même document, là, c'était fantastique. Il y avait Google Drive un peu avant, mais ce qu'on faisait avant que l'université officialise ça, on utilisait d'autres plateformes parce que dans mon programme, il y avait beaucoup de gens qui étaient beaucoup techniques, puis ils avaient déjà accès à d'autres plateformes. Mais là, quand ça est arrivé accessible à tout le monde, ça a beaucoup simplifié la vie. Puis comme toutes les histoires qu'on parle en télétravail, tu as toujours un enfant qui arrive derrière, puis qui dit bonne nuit ou salut et tout ça. qui avait ça aussi. Fait que je dirais que, tu sais, c'est de pas se mettre de pression, c'est vraiment d'y aller comme avec les priorités du moment, de pas être trop dur avec nous-mêmes, puis tout va finir par se faire d'une façon ou d'une autre. Peut-être pas au moment où on voudrait, mais écoute, des fois, le besoin, c'est vraiment de dormir, donc tu prends le temps de dormir, de te reposer. D'autres fois, c'est simplement d'être avec les enfants parce qu'ils nous manquent et tout ça. Donc, tu sais, je dirais que ce serait un peu ça. J'ai pas de truc particulier. Je tiens à penser que en fonction de nos vies, bon, on s'organise un peu avec ce qu'on a, puis on fait toujours pas quelque chose. Puis, mais c'est une chose qui est super importante, c'est d'être entouré puis d'avoir des gens à qui parler, justement, comme c'est bon, qu'on est découragé, écœuré, qu'on veut pas ou qu'on pense qu'on est en train de traumatiser nos enfants à vie. Ça, c'est toujours bon aussi d'avoir quelqu'un ou des personnes autour de nous à qui on peut juste parler de toute pression, parce que oui, en effet, c'est demandant de faire ça en même temps ou même deux, parce qu'il y a des périodes que j'étais juste aux études. Ben juste, je dis juste, je trouve ça vraiment, mais j'avais la famille, puis j'étais aux études, puis après ça, arrêté la boucle du travail, études. Donc, ça, tu sais, pour les loisirs, combien de fois je suis allée à une activation avec les enfants, puis j'emmenais mes cahiers sur les estrades pendant qu'ils faisaient leur activité. Fait que, oui, des fois, je dirais qu'il y a des moments, ça demande des moments d'ingéniosité, puis on est tellement fiers qu'on a trouvé quelque chose, puis qu'on l'a fait. Mais fait que c'est un peu ça, ce sera un peu ça, mes trucs. J'espère que j'ai pu répondre à la question.
Ben, je pense que oui. Puis écoute, félicitations à ton plus vieux. On voit que les résultats sont là, que tout le travail, les efforts que vous avez fait comme parents et le modèle qu'il y a eu ont porté fruit. Puis que j'espère qu'il a trouvé la voie qui va lui convenir et que ça va bien se passer pour la suite.
Oui, puis j'avoue que je suis un peu, puis avec justement la COVID, mon conjoint et moi, on travaille de la maison, on a un plus jeune, donc nous aussi, on est un peu dans la boucle, comment qu'on gère ça, là, l'école a recommencé, l'école a été... Ouais, c'est tout un défi, en effet.
Cette année, c'est particulièrement spécial, comme ça.
Ouais.
Ce serait quoi, selon toi, la compétence la plus importante à avoir?
D'être capable de travailler en équipe, en collaboration. Moi, c'est la chose. Puis que en comptabilité aussi, c'est la même chose. Parce que, je veux dire, selon moi, il y a très peu d'emplois. Je sais de penser à quoi, peut-être où est-ce qu'on travaille tout seul. Dans tous les domaines, tu travailles en entreprise, tu travailles en collaboration avec des personnes d'une façon ou d'une autre, que ce soit, je parlais de service à la clientèle, on peut appeler ça service à la clientèle interne. Je me souviens même quand j'étais en comptabilité, je touchais les TI, je faisais la gestion d'accès, par exemple. Donc, gestion des accès, ça vient avec des rôles, des règles à respecter et tout ça. Donc, tu avais le côté des personnes qui demandaient accès pour avoir accès à la plateforme qu'il fallait que tu gères, que tu respectes. Puis d'un autre côté, à la fin d'année, ou lors des trimestres, tu avais les audits avec les vérificateurs qui devaient vérifier que la gestion d'accès était bien faite, attribuée aux bonnes personnes, et ainsi de suite. Donc, tu travailles toujours avec des gens qui sont des gens externes ou de l'interne. Tu es toujours en mode où il faut que tu travailles. Puis, dans mon rôle en ce moment, ce sont littéralement des collaborateurs avec qui je travaille pour pouvoir arriver aux résultats dont on veut, dont on a besoin. Donc, je pense que c'est la compétence la plus importante à avoir, parce que si on n'est pas capable de travailler en équipe, en collaboration, on n'arrive pas à grand-chose, en fait.
Tout à fait. Comme tu dis, je pense que c'est une compétence transférable, puis même universelle, dont on a besoin dans tous les secteurs, dans tous les postes, et même dans notre vie personnelle, c'est quelque chose de fondamental.
Oui. Je rajouterai aux études aussi, d'ailleurs, parce que tous les travaux d'équipe.
Écoute, une autre question. On a énormément besoin de communiquer. On a parlé des différents départements, mais il y a aussi une différence entre le niveau management et le niveau technique, où est-ce que les besoins, les attentes et le langage sont différents. Et ça pose des questions, on pense aussi différentes des défis que ça représente de travailler entre des collègues de différents départements. Est-ce que tu aurais des commentaires un peu à ce sujet-là, s'il y avait des choses en particulier entre les différences entre le management et le côté technique?
Bien, je te dirais qu'il y a quelque chose dont on parle de plus en plus, c'est l'alignement TI à faire. C'est qu'on s'est rendu compte, justement, ce problème-là, comme il n'est pas nouveau, que il y a beaucoup de... Les gens techniques, souvent, arrivaient dans l'ancienne façon de faire. On a un système, voici le système que vous utilisez. Puis c'est ça. Puis il n'y a pas d'autre chose. Fait que les gens se retrouvaient avec quelque chose qui ne répondait pas à leurs besoins, qui ne veut pas la faire. Ce qui m'amène justement à le sujet de... pour terminer ma maîtrise, c'est ce moment où je suis en train de faire, je dois faire un essai intervention, donc je suis en mode rédaction en ce moment, et mon sujet, c'est le Shadow IT. Puis pour ceux qui ne connaissent pas c'est quoi le Shadow IT, c'est grosso modo l'utilisation de différentes plateformes ou d'outils technologiques qui ne sont pas homologués par les TI. Donc les TI ne connaissent pas son existence ou le connaissent très peu. Ça peut poser toutes sortes de problèmes de sécurité. Problèmes de conformité et j'en passe. Donc, et le Shadow IT, ça vient beaucoup de ça, en fait. C'est des gens qui se retrouvent avec un outil qui ne correspond pas à leurs besoins, fait qu'ils vont se trouver littéralement une alternative à utiliser pour répondre à ce besoin-là. Puis bon, je ne rentrerai pas avec mes recherches toutes les raisons qui expliqueraient pourquoi, mais grosso modo, c'est ça. Fait que, puis toutes les entreprises, soit les grandes entreprises, sont prises aux choses. Puis je travaille dans ce domaine-là exactement. C'est mon mandat présentement chez Desjardins. Donc, c'est ce que, disons, la vision vers où on peut aller. Mais c'est sûr que je constate qu'on n'est pas encore arrivé là. Puis d'essayer d'établir justement cette relation avec les TI et les secteurs d'affaires, c'est encore difficile. Puis c'est... Disons que c'est un work in progress, si on veut. Mais c'est vers là qu'on veut aller aussi. Puis je trouve que des gens comme moi qui arrivent avec ce profil non technique, on amène ce point-là aussi parce qu'on essaie d'être une courroie, puis de plus en plus, entre justement le nouveau manager, le niveau technique, pour essayer de le trouver comme à mi-chemin. D'un côté, on peut dire, nous, on a besoin de ça. Est-ce que ça peut se faire de façon technique? Non, mais ça serait quoi l'alternative? Est-ce que tu peux proposer quelque chose, etc.? De comme un peu engager ce dialogue, puis un peu de briser les silos. Mais j'avoue que c'est une entreprise qui est propre à toutes les entreprises en ce moment, avec tous les changements sur lesquels qui est adressé. Donc, je dirais que c'est quelque chose qui est connu, mais je dirais que c'est quelque chose qui se développe de plus à petit. Puis je pense que c'est aussi... je dirais que si on est du côté non technique, de peut-être communiquer par façon technique, leur dire, écoute, je comprends pas trop ce que tu veux dire, est-ce que tu peux le mettre? Voici c'est quoi mon besoin, c'est où est-ce que je vais aller. Puis du côté technique aussi, de peut-être mieux comprendre, puis poser des questions pour se faire expliquer justement comment il fonctionne, parce que ça éclaire tellement de comprendre, même littéralement de s'asseoir avec des gens pour leur dire, qu'est-ce que tu fais? Un peu comme, dans mon profil... comptabilité, les gens qui font on nous dit, il y a des activités qu'ils font, c'est vraiment de s'asseoir avec les gens, puis les regarder faire comment ils cheminent, puis ça les aide à comprendre. Puis je te dis qu'en tant qu'individu, il ne faut pas avoir peur de le faire, puis souvent, si quelqu'un veut voir le faire, ça le démocratise, puis ça peut donner une idée d'autres personnes aussi de le faire. Donc, c'est ce que je dirais par rapport à ça.
Super, écoute, c'est vrai que je pense que dans toutes les organisations, il va falloir sortir de la mentalité où est-ce que TI dit non, c'est la règle, vous ne pouvez pas faire ceci, et tout le monde dit comment est-ce que subtilement je vais pouvoir le faire plutôt que d'essayer de régler la problématique. C'est vraiment super intéressant comme domaine. Je pense qu'effectivement, un peu partout dans l'entreprise, poser des questions, c'est perçu comme normal. Par contre, il y a quelque chose d'un peu spécial quand on parle de TI, où est-ce que tout d'un coup, c'est un monde totalement qui appartient à une équipe de héros.
Ça me fait penser un peu les gens, les mathématiques versus les mathématiques. Moi, je suis une fille, j'adorais ça les cours de mathématiques. J'ai trippé les cours de mathématiques. Mais il y a des gens que tu leur disais maths, puis moi, j'aime pas les maths. Mais je pense que c'est un peu comme ça, comme moi, j'aime pas les TI. Mais pourtant, tu sais, dans notre vie quotidienne, maintenant, on touche aux TI tous les jours. Il n'y a pas une journée, je veux dire, écoute, en ce moment, on est la preuve, là. Mais, tu sais, on y touche tous les jours, ça fait partie de nos vies. Puis, écoute, avec toutes les solutions qui s'en viennent, puis écoute, j'essaie de rechercher, là, mais je pensais que je me suis envoyé une étude, puis peut-être je me trompe sur le chiffre, là, mais j'exagère pas, mais on disait que dans quelques années, écoute, je pense que c'est environ 26 milliards d'objets connectés, en fait. Tu sais, puis ça, les objets connectés, ça, c'est une autre partie TI, là. Fait que tout le monde sort une Apple Watch ou, tu sais, ton cellulaire, tablette, et j'en passe, parce que bientôt ton four, ton réfrigérateur. Donc, oui, fait que ça fait partie vraiment de tous les jours. Fait que je pense que c'est ce que j'essaie toujours de mettre pour que les gens disent, écoute, c'est pas quelque chose de super mystérieux qui nous est pas accessible, c'est là tous les jours.
Effectivement, c'est C'est pas aussi sorcier qu'on le pense. Et puis, je vais terminer justement sur une dernière question qui nous vient du public et puis qui touche à cet aspect-là. Comment ça se passe ton expérience de travailler, notamment en matière de TI, avec des personnes de différentes générations et puis avec une différente expérience avec les technologies, disons?
Ça se passe bien, mais souvent, je suis pas tellement. Peut-être que c'est quelque chose qui me rejoint peut-être un peu moins parce que quand je suis retournée aux études, ben c'est sûr que je suis retournée avec des gens qui étaient beaucoup plus jeunes que moi, puis beaucoup d'entre eux n'étaient pas même pas des parents. Donc, tu sais, c'est pas quelque chose que j'ai jamais trouvé comme étant comme étant un défi, etc. Je trouve que, tu sais, les gens, peu importe où ils sont rendus dans la vie, on apprend des autres, puis les autres apprennent de nous. Donc, je trouve que c'est toujours intéressant aussi. Parce que l'avantage de travailler avec différentes personnes, puis peu importe la composition de l'équipe avec qui on est, c'est que ça... Puis là, je parle, comme je parle au niveau de diversité de genre et tout, là. C'est que les gens arrivent avec leurs expériences, leurs perceptions, puis ça devient vraiment très enrichissant aussi. Fait que tout arrive avec un angle, la personne avec son expérience avec un autre angle, etc. Puis je trouve ça... moi, je trouve ça intéressant. Moi, je trouve ça comme stimulant. Fait que moi, je trouve que c'est fun. Je trouve que de travailler dans une équipe diversifiée à tous les niveaux, c'est super, super, super intéressant. Fait que j'ai pas de... Pour moi, c'est mon expérience de travail. Je trouve que plus on est, puis plus on travaille en équipe, en collaboration, mais écoute, c'est le fun. We have a lot of fun. Puis des fois, c'est drôle quand quelqu'un m'avait sorti une expression l'autre fois, puis je savais pas. Puis genre, que j'ai demandé à mon ado, c'est quoi? Tu sais, des affaires comme ça, là. Mais non, je trouve que c'est vraiment le fun, puis on apprend, puis c'est hyper stimulant. Puis c'est comme ça que moi, je vois ça.
Super. Puis de toute façon, la vérité, c'est que les end-users vont être de toutes les générations, vont être de tous les backgrounds, vont être de toutes les diversités. Donc, il faut que ce soit une réalité qu'on adresse aussi. Hein,
définitivement, oui.
Ben, écoute, je te remercie beaucoup. C'était vraiment super éclairant et puis inspirant comme présentation.
Ben, merci, Gabrielle. Ça a vraiment été un plaisir de participer. C'était la première fois, mais je suis très contente de l'avoir fait. Puis bon, écoute, je suis en effet disponible sur LinkedIn. Si il y a des gens qui ont des questions ou d'autres choses, n'hésitez pas, ça va vraiment me faire plaisir.
Super. Merci encore.
Merci. Bonne journée à vous tous.
Au revoir.
Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Mon nom c'est Jacqueline. Je suis très contente de participer encore à cet événement. Je trouve qu'on a une très belle expérience de vous présenter des très belles, inspirantes formes pour parler de leur parcours dans le domaine de la cybersécurité. Et là, à ce moment, on a Marthe Kambou. Je vous dirais que Marthe, même, c'est une collègue. Je suis contente de la rencontrer lors de cet événement. En effet, on a eu l'expérience de travailler ensemble à Québec, chez CGI. C'était vraiment bien. Donc, je connais un peu Martha. Je reconnais ses compétences, ses capacités. Et je pense qu'elle va vraiment vous partager beaucoup de choses très intéressantes. Donc, le parcours de Martha. Donc, Martha, elle travaille, fait quelques années déjà dans le domaine de la cybersécurité. Elle a même des certifications CISP et les SISA pour la partie d'audit. Elle a fait des interventions principalement au domaine du gouvernement, soit le ministère de la Santé, de la Justice. Martha a aussi une expérience avec les bonnes pratiques d'IT, donc elle est capable de supporter les entreprises pour l'amélioration des processus de production informatique. Martha aussi a eu le courage d'ouvrir sa propre compagnie. Fait qu'elle, un bout de temps, donc elle se dédie à la partie de la consultation en cybersécurité. Et Marthe, je te remercie pour cette opportunité et l'espace c'est à toi. Tu peux l'ouvrir.
Parfait. Merci Jacqueline. Bonjour à tout le monde. Est-ce que vous m'entendez bien? Ok, j'entends plus personne. Je suppose que ça fonctionne. Jacqueline, est-ce que tu peux juste m'indiquer si ça fonctionne?
Fonctionne. Je pense pas que les autres vont nécessairement pouvoir parler. On t'écoute plutôt.
Ok, tu m'entends? Ok, parfait, c'est beau. Donc, merci Jacqueline, merci aux différentes organisatrices de WoSec Montréal de m'avoir invitée. Je suis vraiment très contente d'être avec vous ce matin pour justement partager mon expérience, mon parcours dans le domaine de la sécurité. Donc, j'ai accepté de vous parler ce matin justement de mon parcours pour justement en inspirer d'autres ou encourager vous toutes qui êtes là à poursuivre ou s'il y a des personnes qui se questionnent à embraser une carrière en cybersécurité. Donc, j'ai intitulé ma présentation « Experte en sécurité, un choix de cœur » parce que c'est vraiment de cela qu'il s'agit dans mon cas. Pour les questions, vous pourrez les poser au fur et à mesure dans le chat, mais c'est à la fin, au fait, j'aurai un petit échange avec Jacqueline qui va me relayer vos différentes questions. D'abord, qui suis-je? Donc, qui est Marthe Anaïs Kambou? Donc, je suis originaire du Burkina Faso, qui est un pays en Afrique occidentale. Je suis fondatrice et présidente de cybersécurité, donc une compagnie qui offre des services professionnels dans le domaine de la cybersécurité. Tout simplement, ce qu'on fait, c'est qu'on accompagne les entreprises à sécuriser leur système d'information, donc notamment les données, le réseau, les applications. Donc, on les accompagne à établir des stratégies gagnantes justement pour implanter des solutions qui permettent justement à ces entreprises-là d'atteindre leurs objectifs d'affaires. On a aussi pour vocation de pouvoir donner de l'information et sensibiliser les particuliers, donc le public justement aux notions de cybersécurité et comment mieux se protéger justement dans cet univers qu'est Internet et l'utilisation de l'informatique. Je suis également vice-présidente d'Isaka Chapitre de Québec, qui est une association professionnelle dans le domaine de la gouvernance, de l'audit, de la gestion des risques et de la cybersécurité. J'ai environ 15 années d'expérience, comme le disait Jacqueline, dans le domaine, avec des certifications en sécurité telles que le CISSP et le CISA. Moi, personnellement, avec ma compagnie, j'exécute des mandats en gouvernance et architecture de sécurité, donc plus au niveau stratégique. Je suis passionnée de voyage, de cuisine et de pâtisserie, mais j'ai pas de chien, j'ai pas de chat comme Angela l'avait mentionné tantôt. Donc, ce que je suis aujourd'hui, donc ce que je suis devenue, donc mon profil est vraiment le résultat d'une série de choix que j'ai eu à effectuer pendant les 20 dernières années. Donc, des choix au niveau des études, de la carrière, les choix de partir de mon pays pour découvrir d'autres horizons, le choix de me perfectionner, de m'impliquer dans la communauté sécurité et le choix aussi de me partir en affaires. Donc, je vais vous partager mon expérience de choix dans tous ces domaines-là. Donc, en lien avec ma personnalité, donc comme je vous disais, j'aime voyager, j'aime découvrir, j'aime voir qu'est-ce qui se trouve de l'autre côté de la planète. Donc, mon parcours m'a amené justement d'un continent à un autre, donc du Burkina Faso jusqu'au Canada, en passant par la France, tantôt pour les études, tantôt pour le travail. Et ce fut vraiment enrichissant justement de pouvoir voyager comme ça et découvrir d'autres cultures, d'autres façons de faire et de pouvoir travailler justement dans le domaine que j'aime, qui est la cybersécurité. Au niveau des études, j'ai effectué mon premier cycle universitaire au Burkina Faso et après le lycée, lorsqu'il est venu, le moment de pouvoir justement choisir qu'est-ce que j'allais faire plus tard. Deux choix s'imposaient à moi, si je peux m'exprimer ici, soit de faire la médecine ou l'informatique. Donc la médecine parce que mon papa était médecin, donc je le voyais aller, donc c'est quelque chose qui potentiellement pouvait m'intéresser. Puis l'informatique, on avait un ordinateur à la maison, puis j'étais tout le temps là-dessus en train de pitonner, puis j'aimais bien jouer avec les applications qui étaient là-dedans, puis je me disais, ça serait cool que moi aussi je puisse créer des logiciels, des applications qui vont justement faciliter la vie du commun des mortels, donc un peu de tout le monde. Donc j'avais comme pour vocation de travailler dans le génie logiciel. Ce qui m'a aussi entraîné en informatique, c'est vraiment mon aîné de 3 ans plus vieux que moi, qui m'avait précédé dans cette voie et justement qui m'a inspiré à aller en informatique. Après mon parcours, mon cursus de génie informatique, j'avais la possibilité de travailler en informatique. Par contre, j'ai décidé justement de poursuivre mes études. Toujours en informatique, donc j'ai décidé d'aller en Europe pour me former et j'ai choisi au fait de me spécialiser en cybersécurité. Pourquoi justement avoir choisi ce parcours-là? Il faut dire que pendant mes cours de génie informatique, j'ai eu à avoir 2 cours d'introduction à la sécurité qui m'ont vraiment beaucoup intéressée. Parce que le prof était dynamique et il savait comment apporter justement la matière. Donc j'ai un peu oublié, si je peux m'exprimer ainsi, mon envie de créer des logiciels. Puis je me suis dit, pourquoi pas la cybersécurité? Parce que j'aimais aussi ce que j'aimais, j'aime aussi dans le domaine, c'est cette dualité entre le bon et le méchant, donc le yin et le yang, donc le fait de travailler justement à protéger une entreprise, donc son information, mais aussi son business. Et donc j'aimais aussi au fait cette dualité de pouvoir justement analyser des problématiques, de pouvoir être vigilant afin de détecter justement des comportements qui sont malveillants ou qui sont pas communs afin d'apporter des solutions. Donc ça m'a beaucoup intéressée. Le fait aussi que je me disais que en cybersécurité, je pouvais faire la différence justement dans la vie des personnes qui utilisent l'informatique. Donc, c'est ce qui m'a amené à choisir ce parcours-là. Et la dernière chose aussi qui m'avait intéressée, c'est que je trouvais que en cybersécurité, on pouvait toucher à plein de domaines d'activité parce que par exemple, dans le domaine de la santé, dans le domaine de la justice, bancaire, donc partout, il y a des données à protéger. Donc, je me disais que dans ce type d'emploi-là, on peut pas s'ennuyer dans le sens que on aura toujours des choses à apprendre et de nouveaux contextes aussi à explorer. Donc après, j'ai fait mes études en cybersécurité. J'avais la possibilité de travailler, mais je me suis dit tiens donc, qu'est-ce que je peux explorer comme connaissances encore qui vont me permettre d'avancer. Donc j'ai décidé de m'inscrire en un MBA en gestion des entreprises parce que j'ai toujours voulu avoir une entreprise, ma propre entreprise, donc travailler pour moi. Puis donner du service à mon prochain. Donc, je suis une go de service. J'aime donner du service. Donc, c'est comme ça on me qualifie, on identifie. Donc, c'est une femme de service qui aime donner du service. Donc, je trouvais que c'était intéressant de pouvoir avoir sa propre business pour justement rendre service. Faut dire aussi que plus jeune, j'avais tout le temps des petits business, soit en pâtisserie ou autres, qui me permettaient justement d'exercer justement ma passion pour la gestion. Puis de temps à autre aussi, j'ai aidé ma mère à faire sa comptabilité aussi au niveau du business qu'elle avait. Donc ça c'était pour les études. Au niveau de la carrière. Donc, je voulais vous parler un peu du pourquoi de la cybersécurité comme carrière. Donc, en 2024, au moment des études de maîtrise, c'était l'avenir. Je l'avais détecté et aujourd'hui encore, c'est toujours l'avenir et c'est même devenu incontournable dans les organisations dû au fait que la société se digitalise de plus en plus. Donc, l'informatique est omniprésente. Mais aussi le fait que ceux qui cherchent à frauder sont toujours omniprésents. Ils ont été là sous d'autres formes, en informatique, ils sont encore plus présents et ils s'organisent de plus en plus. Donc, ça prend du monde justement de l'autre côté de la barrière pour pouvoir protéger les entreprises et les particuliers. Aussi, pourquoi c'est un métier d'avenir? Parce que il y a de moins d'experts. De plus en plus, des gens s'y intéressent. C'est bien parce qu'on a besoin de renforts, mais c'est toujours un métier d'avenir. Et ceux qui se questionnent encore aujourd'hui si est-ce que je dois y aller ou pas, je pense que il n'y a pas d'inquiétude à se faire à ce niveau-là. Excusez. Pour le deuxième pourquoi de la cybersécurité, c'est que c'est un domaine en constante évolution parce que les nouvelles technologies, on en voit tous les jours, donc de nouvelles technologies. Donc en matière de sécurité, il faut se réinventer aussi. Puis l'exemple que je peux donner, c'est que depuis que je me suis intéressée à la cybersécurité, déjà au niveau de notion, au niveau de portée de qu'est-ce qu'on couvre, de comment on aborde les questions, les problèmes, j'ai vu déjà qu'il y a eu un changement dans le sens que dans les années 2000, on parlait beaucoup plus de sécurité informatique qui référait plus à le côté plus technique, comment je protège un système informatique. Puis ça a évolué de plus en plus vers la notion de sécurité des systèmes d'information où on voit plus uniquement le système d'information, mais on voit aussi tout ce qui se trouve autour, donc les processus, l'humain qui travaille avec l'informatique. Donc, la manière de gérer l'informatique a changé au fil du temps. On a parlé aussi de sécurité de l'information pour dire, c'est bien beau de parler de l'information numérique, mais l'information aussi se retrouve dans d'autres, sur d'autres supports, sous d'autres formes. Si on veut protéger l'information de l'entreprise, c'est tout ça qu'il faut prendre en considération. Donc, ça évolue à ce niveau. Et de plus en plus, on parle beaucoup depuis 2013-2015 de cybersécurité dans le sens de protéger tout ce qui se connecte plutôt, tout ce qui est en lien avec la connexion avec un réseau quelconque, donc avec Internet, par exemple. Donc, on voit même que les notions, les façons de faire, comment aborder le sujet ont évolué. Et ça, c'est juste un exemple. Mais pour quelqu'un qui travaille depuis plusieurs années dans le domaine, même au niveau des techniques de défense, d'attaque, il y a eu beaucoup de changements depuis. Donc, c'est vraiment un domaine dans lequel on peut pas s'ennuyer. Le troisième pourquoi, c'est en lien avec la diversité de sujets qu'on peut aborder dans ce domaine-là. Donc, comme on le dit en bon québécois, il y a du bois et à manger aussi, dans le sens que il y a plusieurs profils qu'on peut avoir dans le domaine et plusieurs sujets d'intérêt. Donc, je veux dire, on peut facilement faire sa place dans ce domaine-là. Donc, je vous les citerai pas tous ici, ils sont à l'écran, mais on peut les classer en deux grands groupes. Donc, il y a toutes les notions, les sujets, les profils en lien avec la gouvernance, risque et conformité. Et après, il y a tout le volet opérationnel, donc ceux qui sont plus techniques puis qui aiment ça, gérer les incidents, les vulnérabilités, chasser les menaces, regarder au niveau des logiciels malveillants qu'est-ce qui se passe. Donc, il y a vraiment la diversité dans ce domaine-là et il y a vraiment un choix de carrière possible dans tout cela. Donc, au niveau de ma carrière, comme je disais, après plusieurs années, donc beaucoup d'expérience en sécurité, plusieurs certifications, j'ai eu comme je dis, à être sur plusieurs postes, tant dans le public comme dans le privé. J'ai plusieurs domaines de prédilection et j'ai eu à travailler dans plusieurs équipes différentes, intéressantes. Tantôt dans le domaine de la santé, tantôt dans le domaine de la justice, dans le domaine bancaire, de services financiers. Donc, j'ai quand même eu beaucoup de plaisir à travailler avec tout ce monde-là. Au niveau du parcours professionnel, donc, comme l'indique mon assistante actuellement, j'ai vraiment navigué dans plusieurs profils, donc notamment d'abord en tant qu'analyste en sécurité, donc c'est plus en ce moment, c'est plus analyser et résoudre des problèmes en sécurité de façon proactive, donc émettre des avis de sécurité, accompagner, participer à la conception et à la mise en œuvre de solutions techniques donc de sécurité. Et de conseiller l'organisation sur divers sujets en lien avec la sécurité. Donc, quand il arrive un problème où on veut utiliser une nouvelle technologie, on peut poser la question à un analyste en sécurité. Est-ce que tu peux nous faire un avis de sécurité là-dessus? Identifier c'est quoi les risques, puis qu'est-ce qu'on peut mettre en place comme solution. Après ça, j'ai travaillé aussi comme conseillère en gouvernance. Donc, un conseiller en gouvernance, c'est plus au niveau plus encadrement normatif, donc d'accompagner l'organisation justement à définir les différentes règles d'encadrement à mettre en place, donc des politiques, des directives. Mais un conseiller en gouvernance aussi, ça accompagne le responsable de la sécurité de l'information à définir et à mettre en place un système de gestion de la sécurité. Donc, grosso modo, c'est d'analyser les risques de sécurité qui en lien avec le domaine d'affaires de l'organisation et de proposer justement des outils, des façons de faire pour gérer de façon, comme je dis, formelle la sécurité dans l'organisation. Aussi, j'ai le profil d'architecte en sécurité. Donc, un architecte en sécurité, qu'est-ce que ça fait? C'est que il y a deux volets, puisque c'est un architecte au niveau entreprise, donc qui accompagne l'entreprise à se donner une vision au niveau de la sécurité, des orientations et des objectifs stratégiques, de dire, OK, moi, mon organisation, son domaine d'affaires, admettons, c'est de pouvoir, je sais pas moi, vendre ses produits sur Internet, donc le e-commerce. Et l'architecte de sécurité va voir dans tous les processus d'affaires de cette business-là, c'est quoi les besoins de sécurité qu'ils peuvent avoir, puis comment on peut mettre en place des solutions uniformes dans tout cet écosystème-là. L'architecte en sécurité aussi, ce qui peut être amené à faire, c'est que quand il y a un projet d'informatisation dans l'entreprise, c'est la personne qui va réfléchir aux différents enjeux de sécurité par rapport à la mise en place de cette solution d'affaires-là et de proposer justement, on appelle ça une architecture de sécurité, donc l'ensemble de contrôles de sécurité qui permettent de que justement la solution d'affaires puisse être sécuritaire. Donc, dans tout ce parcours-là, comme je disais tantôt, j'ai eu à travailler avec des équipes intéressantes. Mais comme vous pouvez le deviner, il y avait pas, on n'était pas nombreuses comme femmes dans les équipes. Mais honnêtement, ça s'est très bien passé avec mes différents collègues. Tantôt, généralement, j'étais pratiquement la seule fille de l'équipe. Sauf à mon passage à la justice où j'ai eu à rencontrer justement une autre femme merveilleuse en cybersécurité qui est plus dans le domaine technique, sécurité opérationnelle. Puis on s'entendait bien aussi à ce niveau-là et puis on a réussi justement à deux à amener l'équipe à un certain niveau justement de maturité par rapport à la sécurité. Et même dans les équipes où j'étais seule comme femme, moi je voyais pas la différence dans le sens que on a tous une compétence, on a tous les compétences, on a tous les connaissances et on a tous à apporter au sein de l'organisation. Donc, syndrome d'imposteur, je connais pas ça. Donc, ça a toujours bien été avec mes collègues masculins, dans le sens que on avait le même niveau de connaissances ou de compétences, et parfois même j'avais une position plus d'expert dans le sens que en matière d'expérience en sécurité, je me trouvais souvent à être plus expérimentée que même mes autres collègues masculins. Donc ça a fait que ça a bien été à ce niveau-là. Donc tout dernièrement, j'ai eu aussi le goût de transformer ma passion, pas de transformer parce que c'est vraiment un aboutissement ou un accomplissement de quelque chose que je me voyais faire depuis longtemps, donc diriger une entreprise. Donc, mon parcours m'a amené justement à créer ma compagnie. Donc, oui, je donne du conseil. Je suis toujours conseiller en gouvernance, en architecture de sécurité, mais aussi en tant qu'entrepreneur, j'ai à m'occuper du développement de l'offre de services, du développement des affaires, et puis aussi d'aller chercher des partenariats pour justement permettre que mon entreprise se fasse la place dans l'écosystème québécois. Donc, au niveau de mes domaines de prédilection, je ne vais pas le répéter là, mais je suis vraiment, mes centres d'intérêt, c'est principalement au niveau de la gouvernance, les risques, la conformité. Donc, je navigue vraiment dans cette sphère-là et ça me permet justement d'être proche des affaires, donc de pouvoir assurer justement cet alignement stratégique dont Marsha parlait tantôt entre les affaires et le TI. Moi, c'est vraiment là que je me positionne. C'est ce qui me passionne aussi dans mon métier. Peut-être que certains se poseraient la question en cybersécurité, est-ce que c'est mieux d'être consultant, donc de donner du conseil d'une entreprise à une autre, ou d'être un employé permanent dans une entreprise pour gérer des projets de sécurité? Moi, je vous dirais que pour ma part, je pense qu'il n'y a pas de bon ou de mauvais choix, dans le sens que ça dépend de votre personnalité et de vos aspirations. C'est sûr qu'il y a des avantages et des défis d'un bord comme dans l'autre. Donc, admettons, si on est consultant et puis qu'on se balade, entre guillemets, pour donner du conseil d'une entreprise à une autre, c'est sûr qu'il y a moins entre guillemets, de stabilité, mais aussi l'avantage qu'il y a dedans, c'est de pouvoir travailler sur une diversité de projets, voir plusieurs contextes différents, voir plusieurs experts aussi différents, donc travailler avec des experts différents dans plusieurs domaines aussi. En tant qu'employé permanent aussi, généralement, on a peut-être plus des projets de plus envergure, dans le sens qu'on a une certaine pérennité dans l'organisation, on a un sentiment d'appartenance. Donc, pour des gens que ça prend ça, d'avoir un sentiment d'appartenance à une entité, d'avoir un salaire fixe, une sécurité d'emploi, vous pourrez choisir cette voie-là. Puis il y a la voie aussi de l'entrepreneuriat, où dans ce cas-là, on a plus une liberté d'expression, une flexibilité dans les choix des projets qu'on veut mener, dans les choix avec qui on veut travailler ou pas. Mais vous comprenez qu'il y a des défis supplémentaires dans le sens que on n'est pas juste concentré à donner des conseils, mais on a une business à gérer aussi là. Donc, comme je vous disais, ça dépend votre choix dépendra justement de de votre personnalité, de vos aspirations et où vous en êtes rendu. Et moi, dans mon cas, ben, je vous laisse deviner qu'est-ce que qu'est-ce que je préfère. Donc pour continuer, donc au niveau de mon parcours, donc j'ai eu l'occasion de faire un choix justement de me perfectionner, donc continuer toujours à être performante en cybersécurité, avoir plus de connaissances. Et donc ce que je peux dire, c'est que les certifications en sécurité revêtent une sacrée importance dans le sens que ça se permet de se faire perfectionner, certes, mais ça permet aussi de démontrer ses connaissances et ses compétences dans un domaine en particulier. Et ça permet aussi de faire la différence auprès des recruteurs, parce que pour quelqu'un qui a un CISSP ou un CISA versus quelqu'un qui n'a aucune certification, ben, le choix est très vite fait à ce niveau-là, à compétences égales, par exemple. À profil égal, par exemple. Ça permet aussi les certifications d'être reconnues par ses pairs, donc de savoir ben, qu'est-ce qu'on est capable d'offrir ou d'accomplir. Donc, je vous dirais que au niveau des certifications, le choix aussi ici, ben, ça dépend de vos intérêts et de vos domaines de prédilection que vous préférez. Donc, il y a des certifications tantôt plus plutôt gouvernance et gestion, donc c'est ceux qui se trouvent à gauche de ma présentation, et il y a certains qui sont plus techniques. Donc, au niveau sécurité opérationnelle, donc c'est ceux qu'on va retrouver à droite. Donc, pour vous, je voudrais que ça dépend vraiment de vos intérêts, mais c'est important de moi, en tout cas, dans mon parcours, ça a été important de continuer à se former puis d'avoir des certifications. Puis, j'en ai pas fini. J'en ai d'autres en préparation aussi parce que de plus en plus on parle de l'info nuagique, donc du cloud. Il y a des certifications en sécurité dans le domaine. Dans le domaine ISO, de plus en plus, à part la famille ISO 27000, elle continue à s'agrandir, cette famille de normes en sécurité. Et même au niveau de la protection des renseignements personnels, ben, il y a des certifications aussi à ce niveau-là. Donc, c'est bon de rester up-to-date par rapport à ça. Donc, au niveau de mon parcours aussi, ben, j'ai eu l'occasion de choisir de m'impliquer dans la communauté cybersécurité au niveau ben, de Québec ou même au niveau international. Donc, je pense que la clé de réussite aussi dans notre domaine, c'est de rester proche de nos pairs en s'impliquant justement dans les différentes associations professionnelles qui existent. Donc, Women in Security, c'est sûr que c'est intéressant. Je trouve que c'est une bonne initiative à encourager, puis à rester proche aussi et de cette initiative-là. Mais il y a d'autres associations dont moi je fais partie et que je trouve que c'est intéressant parce que c'est des associations qui offrent des conférences, des webinaires, de la formation continue, des occasions de réseautage. Donc, c'est vraiment important de ne pas se sentir seul dans cette bulle cybersécurité, surtout ben, quand on est femme aussi. Ça permet justement d'aller voir d'autres mondes dans le domaine. Et aussi dans ces associations, là, on peut prendre des décisions de prendre part aux décisions dans le sens que ben fait partie du groupe de comité organisateur ou du conseil d'administration pour pouvoir justement à ce niveau-là comment je veux dire ça permettre de pouvoir justement redonner à la communauté. Donc moi pour mon cas ben ISACA chapitre de Québec, je suis très impliquée au niveau du chapitre de Québec, puis WoSec aussi ben quand c'était Nous sommes cyber, ben, je participais de temps en temps à des conférences, puis ça me fait plaisir aussi d'agir en tant que conférencière. Donc, le dernier choix que j'ai eu à faire, ben, justement, je vous en ai parlé beaucoup, c'est de partir en affaires, donc de créer cybersécurité. Même si j'ai commencé à donner du conseil de façon en tant qu'entrepreneur depuis 2018, ben cybersécurité a vu le jour en 2020 où j'ai décidé vraiment de me consacrer à créer justement un nouvel outil dans le domaine de la cybersécurité parce que comme on le sait, on manque d'expertise, de personnel et tout. Donc, je me suis dit, je pouvais faire la différence aussi avec mon bagage, avec les expériences que j'ai eues à faire. Donc, notre mission, c'est vraiment de créer de la valeur pour les entreprises en déployant des meilleures stratégies de cybersécurité, mais aussi on veut aider les particuliers à mieux se protéger dans l'utilisation des TI parce que c'est de plus en plus important. On a comme vision d'être un partenaire incontournable de façon mondiale dans le domaine de la cybersécurité, dans le sens que on n'a pas pour vocation d'être juste à Québec ou au Canada, mais aussi on explore aussi les autres pays ou les autres continents. Donc, au niveau des services, c'est principalement du conseil stratégique en cybersécurité. Par contre, on a aussi, on développe aussi des solutions de sécurité pour justement faciliter la vie aux experts. On donne de la formation et de la sensibilisation en cybersécurité. On a un programme de mentorat aussi. Et de plus en plus aussi, on a un recrutement pour des projets en cours ou à venir. Donc, je ne pourrais terminer mon propos sans vous parler de est-ce qu'il faut se faire sa place, nous, en tant que femmes, en cybersécurité? Donc, je vais vous décevoir peut-être certaines par ce que je vais dire, mais moi, je pense pas qu'on doit forcer pour faire sa place. Donc, pas vraiment. Dans le sens que, en faisant les bons choix, en allant chercher les bonnes ressources, que ce soit au niveau connaissances, au niveau compétences, que ce soit au niveau mentorat, donc en faisant les bons choix, en acquérant les bonnes connaissances, les bonnes compétences, en se faisant accompagner, comme je disais tantôt, en ayant une once de passion dans le domaine et en rêvant et en allant chercher ce qu'on mérite, je pense qu'on s'impose de nous-mêmes. Donc, notre place est faite. On n'a pas besoin de batailler pour faire notre place. Notre place est faite. Et donc, je vous invite tous à rêver et à aller chercher ce que vous méritez. Donc, je vous remercie de votre attention. Puis, si vous avez des questions, je suis encore là pour y répondre. Merci.
C'est très bien, Marthe, je te dirais que on a bien appris à te connaître, ton parcours professionnel. C'est vraiment quelque chose de très inspirant. Et là, j'ai une question pour toi. Au début, tu as parlé beaucoup des études. Donc, ma perception, je pense que de plusieurs aussi, on la même partage cette vision, c'est que tu as beaucoup investi dans ta formation, dans ton éducation. Donc, c'est quelque chose qui semble que tu crois beaucoup. Mais vois-tu d'autres moyens d'arriver, par exemple, où tu es? Tu penses que les études, c'est une seule façon d'y arriver, ou tu vois d'autres choses que tu penses que tu as faites, peut-être moindres quand même que les études?
Ouais, ben je vous dirais que les études c'est important, mais c'est pas que, dans le sens que lorsqu'on va dans un domaine, même admettons s'il y a certaines qui étaient pas en cybersécurité, on a vu l'exemple d'Angela tantôt, ça prend quand même d'acquérir de la connaissance dans le domaine, donc ça prend quand même de se former. Oui, moi j'ai comme entre guillemets fait beaucoup d'études parce que ben dans ma culture, entre guillemets, les études c'est très important. Mais c'est comme je disais, ben, les connaissances, c'est important d'acquérir les connaissances. Donc, que ça soit via des études, via de la lecture, via de l'auto-formation. Je pense que lorsqu'on est dans un domaine qu'on aime, donc on est passionné ou qu'on veut explorer, il faut passer du temps à s'informer dans le domaine, à se former. Il y a des plateformes qui existent dans le domaine, ne serait-ce que s'informer, qu'est-ce qui se passe en cybersécurité dans le monde, qu'est-ce qui est arrivé où, essayer de comprendre plus. Je pense que déjà montrer de l'intérêt puis aller chercher l'information, je pense que c'est vraiment important. Et puis aussi, les autres l'ont dit aussi, hein, si on a la possibilité de connaître d'autres personnes, ça peut être des femmes, mais ça peut aussi être des hommes. Dans le domaine de la cybersécurité, on peut se faire accompagner aussi par ces gens-là. Donc, je pense que ça prend de la passion, de l'intérêt, mais aussi d'acquérir des connaissances là-dessus.
Oui, je suis totalement d'accord avec toi. Et là, on voit aussi que tu es une femme qui a beaucoup de courage. Donc, tu as eu le courage de quitter le Burkina Faso, s'en aller en France pour faire compléter tes études et après s'en venir au Canada. Et en plus, là, le courage de créer ton entreprise. Donc, je pense que ça prend ça aussi pour y arriver. Avoir de courage. Je ne dirais pas nécessairement foncer, mais avoir de courage d'y aller. Mais c'est très intéressant.
Ben, c'est ça, il faut, si je peux rajouter quelque chose, tu me permets, Jacqueline, il faut savoir ce qu'on veut Puis,
Tout à fait.
comme je disais à la fin, aller chercher qu'est-ce qu'on veut. Ne pas s'apitoyer sur son sort, même si, admettons, je veux travailler en cybersécurité, je connais rien, j'ai jamais fait de TI. Non, ne pas s'apitoyer sur son sort, mais aller chercher, c'est-à-dire se donner les moyens d'y arriver. Puis, je pense que on n'a rien à perdre au fait. On n'a rien à perdre.
Oui, effectivement, effectivement. Il y a une question du public pour toi, Marthe. Dans les différentes régions, la pandémie a modifié beaucoup de façons de faire. Le monde connecté est de plus en plus important, effectivement. Et on a besoin de plus en plus de talents en cybersécurité. Pouvez-vous commenter sur les effets de la pandémie sur la cybersécurité et comment intéresser plus de femmes dans ce monde?
Ça, c'est une très bonne question.
Effectivement.
Ben, effectivement, avec la pandémie, nous a amené un boost au niveau de la cybersécurité, si je peux m'exprimer ainsi. Mais il n'y a pas que la pandémie. Si on se rappelle aussi l'année passée, avec tous les événements qui a eu lieu au Québec ou dans le monde au niveau des différentes cyberattaques, ça a donné quand même une certaine prise de conscience. Dans le sens que, ben, ça fait 15 ans que je travaille en cybersécurité. On était plus dans le sens que on devait chaque fois justifier que c'était important, on devait comme amener l'organisation à se questionner puis à savoir que c'est important. Mais depuis les événements de l'été dernier plutôt, c'est comme si les gens ont pris il y a une certaine conscientisation, même au
Un
niveau du
réveil,
public.
même, on pourrait dire. C'est comme si les gens se réveillaient
C'était comme un réveil, c'est ça. Donc, je vous dirais que oui, la pandémie est comme venue faire en sorte que vu que tout le monde est en télétravail, ça fait que tout le monde utilise l'outil informatique, ben ça fait que la sécurité est d'autant plus importante. Mais je dirais que Dieu merci, on a eu l'été dernier qui a permis de conscientiser le commun des mortels par rapport à la cybersécurité. Donc, dans ce cas de pandémie aussi, ben les gens sont très conscientisés à la cybersécurité. Et ça nous montre aussi avec cette pandémie-là que l'informatique est omniprésente et elle va continuer à être omniprésente. Donc, va falloir mettre en place justement des façons de faire, des mesures, que ce soit techniques ou humaines, pour pouvoir justement protéger les informations qui circulent justement via Internet. Donc, la pandémie est venue comme accélérer. Donc, effectivement, même avant la pandémie, on disait que dans les 20 prochaines années, on va toujours avoir besoin d'experts en sécurité. Et c'est d'autant plus vrai avec ce que cette pandémie nous a démontré. Là.
Oui, effectivement. Je pense que oui, les événements à quelques places étaient tristes pour certaines entreprises et même pour
Non, je n'entends plus. Es-tu toujours là, Jacqueline?
OK, excuse-moi, je sais pas.
OK.
Mon microphone a fermé seul. Mais donc, comme je disais, oui, la pandémie a aidé dans le sens que là, les personnes sont plus dépendantes de la technologie. Donc, ils savent faire de quoi que les entreprises ont besoin. À mon avis, elles ont aussi appris qu'elles ont besoin de protéger au-delà de leur périmètre quand même. Donc, c'est vraiment intéressant ça. Et une autre question pour toi, Marthe. Étant donné que toi, ta propre entreprise, donc tu as beaucoup de choses à gérer, tu fais encore des études pour tes certifications. Comment tu gères ton temps? Donc, ta vie personnelle, ta vie familiale?
Oui, c'est une très bonne question. C'est sûr que je suis en mute. Non, je suis pas en mute.
Non, on ne t'entend pas.
Non, je suis pas en mute pourtant. Est-ce que c'est mieux?
Non, on ne t'entend pas non plus.
Bon, je sais pas parce que mon casque est ouvert. Il est bien branché. J'ai rien changé. Bon, je vais aller voir.
Est-ce
que tu m'entends?
Parce que le mien aussi, à un moment donné, Il est tombé en mute automatiquement. Je n'ai même pas touché sur l'écran. Ah, vous entendez? Moi, je t'entends pas.
OK, ben si OK, si les autres entendent, je pense que je vais y aller. Donc, ce que je disais, c'était une très bonne question. C'est sûr que
Marthe, tu peux continuer parce que les
oui.
gens t'entendent, mais moi, personnellement, je ne t'entends pas. Je regarde mon...
C'est pas effectivement facile
ordinateur.
de gérer son temps. Je vous dirais que moi, pour l'instant, comme j'ai pas de chien, j'ai pas de chat, puis j'ai pas encore d'enfant. Donc, ça fait qu'au niveau familial, puis j'ai un conjoint très compréhensif. Lui aussi travaille beaucoup, donc il est en entreprise aussi, mais en affaires plutôt. Donc, on travaille tous deux ensemble, dans le fond, même si chacun a son domaine de prédilection. Donc, on est capable quand même de conseiller vie de famille, vie de couple et puis le travail. Mais le fait de ne pas avoir d'enfants pour l'instant, ben c'est sûr que ça fait que ben ce côté vie familiale, j'ai pas vraiment à jongler avec. Mais c'est ça, gérer son temps, c'est très important. Donc, ben, il faut se faire un planning, puis respecter son planning aussi, mais aussi savoir quand est-ce s'arrêter pour pouvoir justement profiter de la vie de couple et aussi avec les amis aussi. Là. Donc, c'est ce que je peux dire.
Ouais, je pense que la clé pour ça, ça va l'équilibre, aller chercher l'équilibre. Des fois, c'est un peu plus difficile. Il y a des moments que peut-être c'est le travail qui demande un peu plus, après c'est la vie personnelle, mais c'est important d'aller chercher un équilibre. Ouais.
Effectivement.
Ouais. Quels sont les derniers conseils que tu pourras donner basés sur ton expérience inspirante à toutes les femmes qui nous écoutent?
Bon, je pense que je l'ai déjà dit dans ma présentation, hein, c'est vraiment, comment je vais dire ça, oser dans le sens que on le mérite là, dans le fond, on mérite de travailler dans qu'est-ce qui nous passionne. Donc, c'est pas un domaine juste pour les gars, c'est pas un domaine réservé à un type de personne. Tout le monde peut y travailler là. Il suffit de, comme je disais, d'aller chercher les bonnes ressources pour le faire. Donc, le conseil que je peux donner, c'est vraiment d'aller chercher, de ne pas avoir peur ou quoi que ce soit, parce qu'on mérite tous de pouvoir travailler dans ce domaine qui est passionnant plutôt.
C'est super. Mais merci beaucoup, Marthe, pour ta participation, pour partager ton expérience. Je suis sûre que ça enrichit, ça inspire toutes les femmes qui nous écoutent. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Merci à tout le monde. Bye bye.
Bonne journée à tous. Bye bye.
So I hope that everyone can hear us at this point.
Hello.
Hello, Deidre. Thank you, everyone, for watching and engaging on the Discord channel of WoSec Montreal on this Saturday. The organizers of WoSec Montreal can certainly take credit for inviting the next speaker, Mrs. Deidre Diamond. Talent and technology veteran, Ms. Diamond founded and CEO of Cyber SN and Security Diversity, a non-for-profit, has created the largest cybersecurity talent acquisition service and technology firm in the US, while focusing on the cybersecurity talent shortage, especially the shortage of women. Deidre's mission is to remove the pain from job searching and matching for everyone. Deidre cares tremendously about people loving where they work and has been working to create cultures that have high emotional intelligence called EQ skills. These skills focus on words and behavior. She is known in the DI community as someone who works hard at making sure words and behaviors are all inclusive, and inclusive environment can also be diverse environment. So in today's presentation, Deidre will focus on how cybersecurity is a people-centric discipline. We work in teams, communicate in a broad audience, with a broad audience, making decisions during high-pressure events, and attackers depend on people's emotion to initiate compromises. Cybersecurity professionals can enhance their cyber defenses as well as advance their careers, becoming strong leaders and influencers with their organization, within their organization, by increasing their emotional intelligence. So this talk will cover the basic framework of strong EQ skills and how these skills will enhance your professional career and overall approach to cyber resiliency. So Deidre, you have the floor or the window for that.
I haven't heard that yet. In all these months of Zoom and video, I haven't heard you have the window yet. That's awesome. I'm going to use that. Happy Saturday to everybody around the world and certainly internationally here. It's a pleasure to be with you all. I'm a big fan of WoSec and the attention that is being given to giving education for free, which is a big part of what I'm about too. So it's a pleasure to be here. I'm speaking to you all from New Hampshire, United States, and it's a rainy, chilly day, believe it or not, but it is certainly green and beautiful outside. I'm going to share my screen here, and we will jump into some slide sharing. You get to see how many tabs I have open. All right. So great intro into my topic today as somebody who's been around jobs for as long as I have in the tech community, and then certainly in the last 7 years of my life, or excuse me, 17, focused in cybersecurity. And it's a message that I feel obligated to get out to everybody. We are extremely challenged with workforce happiness. We're challenged extremely in the marketplace with workforce retention. An average chief information security officer in the United States is staying in their job about 18 months. Internationally, we're seeing 22 months. And those are statistics from many very reputable organizations. And I look at that as somebody who worked for the same founders for 21 years across 3 different companies before founding my own organization. I'm profoundly, just saddened about thinking about what that feels like to need to move a job every 18 months at the C-level. I can tell you that a C-level person, it takes about a year to find a role. The job searching is broken, and that's a whole nother conversation. And it's also typically one person per company of that skill set. And you put those 2 things together, and it's about a year. You talk to lots of practitioners, hands-on cyber practitioners, and they'll say, "How is there a job shortage? I'm not finding what I'm looking for." And the reality is that people are just not happy, and so everybody's interviewing and not really taking the time on the company side to figure out what people need. And so I'm out here saying, okay, emotional intelligence is a skill. We're in the era of everybody's working in teams. We must take this seriously. And hey, by the way, it's a national security issue that as cyber professionals, we're unhappy at our jobs at a high level, or that we need to move jobs in order to be staying educated. And I'm also saying, and our psychology is struggling. Our ability to be happy is all within that. And so let's look at EQ. Let's look at emotional intelligence. Let's take it seriously as a skill and work that skill as much as we work the skill of IQ. Some great fun facts here is that IQ actually, quits developing as the brain reaches full maturity, somewhere in the early 20s. And emotional intelligence never stops. It can grow. It can achieve new thought and clarity. And so with that, I say it's never too late. It's never too late. It's never too late. This is a great study, and thank goodness for this study, and thank goodness for other studies like this study, because as we all know, money controls action. And this study actually says to the world that emotional intelligence skills are achieving more productivity in organizations that have the higher level of EQ than IQ. It doesn't mean that IQ is not important. It actually doesn't even mean that EQ is more important than IQ. What this means is that organizations, and this is where Google got together with Harvard and really studied the soft skills, if you will, of equality, generosity, curiosity, empathy of leaders to their teammates, and which ultimately creates emotional safety. And so they wanted to measure, sort of the results of that in performance. And what they found is that the leaders that had high EQ skills had higher performance than the leaders that had higher IQ skills than EQ skills. And so why I say this, thank goodness for this study, is that when money, because this hits the stock market, right? This affects the dollars. When organizations are constantly looking at how to improve productivity, and studies like this show them that you want to improve productivity, make sure that your managers, your leaders, whatever you call them, are skilled at equality behavior, generosity behavior, curiosity behavior, empathy, and ultimately understanding that when that occurs, emotional safety can occur, and then therefore people are willing to think out loud, to feel out loud, to be themselves. And when humans are themselves, they're most productive. So when money comes behind things, we see change. Therefore, we're hearing about this topic now a lot. I've been talking about it at cyber conferences now for the last 5 years. We're just now starting to see it in sort of more regular content conversations, and thank goodness. And we need to see it more, because if we look at, the facts, I call it the perfect storm. And the only reason I call it the perfect storm is that if you're an employer and you want to care about people, and you know how to care about people, which is paying attention to their skill set and growing it, making sure that there's equal pay, making sure that you're giving the flexibility of life circumstances, and there's respect in the environment, and you bring those things, you can look at these statistics, and you can go recruit people to come work for you, and you'll get them. It doesn't mean the recruiting's easy, but you can do it. Because look at these statistics. It is literally heartbreaking to see these statistics. This is people, saying I'm not happy, or I'm voting with my feet, and it shall not be, and is really how I like to think. Meaning, we spend more time working, and we're going to have this level of dissatisfaction. It's silly. And as I said earlier, thank goodness the stock market's going to be behind us now, which, by the way, in public companies, C-level executives are now being held accountable through compensation for retention statistics. I mean, how wonderful is that? Around the dot-com boom, we really lost the value of staying at an organization for both the individual and the organization, because of the dot-com era bringing the stock market to a whole new class of people. It really became a game of moving jobs. And so while there's prosperity in that in many ways, there's also, a negative impact in that humans aren't being cared for in other ways other than money, i.e. training and just respectful environments. And so when we look at, the core skill set here, and we've got 20 minutes together, so we're going to rock and roll the framework, as was mentioned when I first started, of personal competence and social competence. So our ability to understand and be self-aware of ourselves. How do we come across? How do I come across? How do I think, feel, and perceive? To really understand how I think, feel, and perceive, I can self-manage. It's the old saying of, you only have a problem if you're unaware of the problem. I really believe this statement. And so while problems, when I use them, it doesn't mean it's a bad thing. It means I will have more control over whether or not I want to act that way or interact that way. It's less about judging myself and more about being aware of myself so that I can show up in the best possible way to impact others positively. And I choose to self-manage my behavior, my words in that manner. And through that, I can still perform at a high level of success and the traditional verbiage of success, and so can the people that I work with. And that's personal competency. And then there's social competence, which is, being aware of how others feel, think, and perceive. That is super important. We must all understand that we all think, feel, and perceive based on our own experiences. And therefore, it's not about being right or wrong about how anyone thinks, feels, and perceives. It's about understanding and sharing and discussing. And of course, if anybody produces harm, great harm to another for the way that they're thinking and perceiving, which can be done, that's held in the legal system. And yet for us as individuals, we really can make a difference to society if we pay attention to less judging and more seeking to understand why society or another individual is thinking and feeling and perceiving the way they are, and really staying in the conversation such that greatness can be had, meaning relationships can be had, relationship management. Breaking up is the worst result, from the perspective of being able to get teams and people to work together for a greater good. And so, the only way to stay in the relationship really is to understand one's social competence and to really work at that. And to work at that skill set really requires as much attention as does, our IQ skills. And so I want to next talk about how to take what is an EQ skill and bring it into your current work situation to manage agreements, because it's the number one thing I see when I see upset, when I see emotional upset within organizations, and to include my own. It always comes back to the upset is created because there was no measurable agreement that was kept current to applied to a task or a project. And so when I think about our emotional intelligence of our own self-awareness and our emotional intelligence of being self-aware for society, and I think about in the workforce, what can I give you as a good nugget to take from today, is to say that almost all, and I mean almost all, the only other time there's breakdown is when people are intentionally disrespectful, unkind, use language, or do things that are completely inappropriate. Otherwise, it really comes down to this, meaning we all have job responsibilities. Let's look at it from that perspective. And yet, if we look at our job responsibilities, you might say, I actually don't know what done is, or, if I am on track to done. My responsibilities with my employer are not measurable. If when you see this graph or you hear this conversation, you think that, you have the risk of breakdown, meaning a certain day comes, a project's due, something happens and the organization isn't doing so well. It's really easy to point fingers when we don't have measurable agreements. And so I encourage you all to recognize that while it would be nice that our employers were able to create this for us, we can't wait for them to create it for us. And so you can, what I call, manage up by bringing these, measurable agreements up, use them in engaging your direct manager to say, hey, I think it'd be really good for us all to have measurable agreements so we know how, for myself to have measurable agreements so I know how I'm performing, and would you mind going through this exercise with me? I jotted down all my roles and responsibilities, and I'd like to make some measurable agreements to them, and would really love your input. And I'd say do as much of it on your own as you can. It will save you a lot of time and a lot of heartache. And for those of you that are managing other people, please do this. Humans feel good. If we're going to care about how others feel, think, and perceive, well, I can tell you that humans feel good when they know that they're accomplishing, they're getting things done. I mean, I love to check things off my checklist and scratch things off my to-do list because it feels good to have a measurable agreement. All right, so from an EQ perspective, measurable agreements is a huge piece of being able to lower the risk factor of breakdown, the risk factor of emotional breakdown, the risk factor of humans not working well together. It will reduce significantly. Another skill that will reduce risk significantly is choosing words that are empowering to ourselves and empowering to others, and then eliminating the words that have no value. And so I've chosen these 5 words. I've been talking about them for a while. They're the 5 words that I find the least valuable of the vocabulary that I was given. And so I've worked diligently to exclude them from my vocabulary, so much so that when I do say the word, I verbally correct myself out loud, and my organization does the same thing. It does take time to retrain the brain on things at times. And so I'm pretty good at most of these words being gone. Here and there, they come in, even after all my years of practicing, which it's over 10 at this point for transformational mind dynamics work. Anyhow, here they are: try, should, but, obviously, fine. I bet you hear all these words and you think, oh my gosh, some of them trigger you maybe more than others. But just to talk to them briefly, because we're about to run out of time, the word try literally means different things to different people. So that being said, when I hear the word try, if I'm in a discussion of, can you do this tonight, or can you get this done today, and somebody says the word try, what I see happens is that the next day somebody else thinks that was going to be done. It's not done. And then the person says, well, I said I would try. And so you can almost bring it back to measurable agreements, right? Try means nothing. It doesn't communicate anything. So, try and pick up the pen that I just dropped on the floor. You can't try. You either pick it up or you don't pick it up. So it's a word that really brings lots of chaos. I eliminate it. The word but is my number one. Number one. The word but in the middle of a sentence actually negates the prior part of the sentence. So, hey, Deidre, thanks for that presentation. But what happened to the piece about human resources time management? As soon as I said the word but, I never heard the praise in the beginning. So how about all of us just saying, hey, Deidre, great presentation. pause, smile, let the person know that you actually thought it was a great presentation, and then say, I was hoping to hear more about the human resources time management discussion. You know, that's the way that we can use our language to truly make sure that the person that it's landing on is hearing it in the way that we want them to hear it. So for instance, if I really did like their presentation, the minute I put the word but in the middle, that's not what I'm communicating. And so, you know, and if I didn't like their presentation and I'm doing that, well, you know what? We have no room for passive aggressive behavior in business. We're all, you know, working so hard. It's a waste of time. All right. You know, look, in cyber, there's times, and in life, there's times where you tell people exactly what they should do, or life's depending on it, and things like that, of course. The rest of the time, it really limits another human's ability to think of all the options that and really process all the options they could have. So let's not should on people, if you will, meaning show people the 360-degree view of all their options and let them choose. Fine doesn't really tell me much. When somebody says I'm fine, it's usually an alarm in my mind that they're not really engaging. There's no emotional connection. They're either something's going on and something's wrong, or they're super disinterested. Fine is a word that really just says, hey, you know, I'm not interested in engaging. And for me, in business and in life, it doesn't serve any purpose of communication. And obviously, we all know what happens when we hear the word. Obviously, when we're in a meeting, everybody perks up. Who thinks they're better than? A lot of people use it for a filler word. So I would recommend getting rid of it, in that it turns people off, and filler words in general we want to get rid of. All right, this is my last slide for you all. Here's some more examples of EQ skills. They are skills: listening skills, lean language, working a calendar, win-win communication, decision-making, accountability, positive attitude, leading by example, empathy, networking, loyalty, love. Love is an EQ skill. Truth, focus, decision-making, trusting and verifying, or trust and verify, transparency. These are EQ skills, and they need education and they need practice. And I encourage you all to give yourself the self-care of these skills and give it to others. We will have greater loving experiences at work, along with productivity, and the world will be a better place. So on that note, I've got a couple of slides here for organizations really supporting diversity and inclusion in cybersecurity. And I've got a slide here at the end for those of you out looking for jobs, particularly our entry-level folks, but certainly everybody. I feel like people don't think about government jobs, and there's a lot of them. And so here's a slide of how you can find them in cyber. And on that note, I will give back the screen, or the video. How did you say it? Oh no, I already forgot.
That's a window.
Window.
Thank you so much, Deidre. So one of the questions that I would have for you is, often when I think of a person and social skills and competences in communication, I think about behavior, and we're living into a translation. We're living a translation, a transfer into the virtual world, notably these windows. How does this impact, and how can we make it so that we can still work this out, make this work into our professional attitude and posture?
Yeah, it's a great question. You know, from the perspective of just daily interactions, there's a new skill set. Everything as simple as make sure you're looking in the camera versus your monitor, you know, like that, right? And what's behind you, and what other sounds, you know, that simple stuff. And then there's the, wow, how do we mitigate conflict? Because as you just said, behaviors is what we're talking about. And behaviors always result into conflict. And usually in my skill set, I use lunches and dinners to really handle conflict, meaning if, you know, something could be happening
Absolutely.
good and I'm going to take somebody to dinner, or something could be happening bad and I'm going to go take somebody to dinner, because it's that relaxed environment. And so we're missing that.
Yes.
We're missing that ability to just go for a walk. It might not be a dinner or a lunch that I would do, but I would take somebody and we'd go for a walk and talk around the building in the park or what have you. And so we now have to do that over video. And I think that the number one thing is just people planning the time, you know, to do that, meaning like being willing to sit on a video for 2.5, 3 hours, just like a dinner would be 2.5, 3 hours.
Yes.
And heck, have some food while you're there, you know, like recreate it. But that's one of the biggest things that people are struggling with right now, is the conflict resolution that will occur from behavior.
Yes. Yes, and at the same time, people, like, my understanding is that people are becoming, I would say, video fatigue, and so we need to learn all these new skills, which would be part of the EQ. So my next question would be red, blue EQ.
Yeah.
Do we have a purple EQ?
We have everything. You know, I know WoSec is a lot of red bluers. So that's what made me think of it back when I first applied. But yeah, you know, empathy is now becoming its own acronym. You know, empathy EQ, meaning it's actually being completely separated from the EQ conversation into its own, because it is, you know, and it does seem to be what people are forgetting the most, of what it's like to be the person that is reporting to you, or the junior person on the team, or the person that doesn't come from your background, and what have you, you know, and that seems to be what we're missing most. And it makes sense in that, you know, an economic or a capitalistic system, you know, sort of didn't need empathy, you know, until now, because of the size.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have a question. How can EQ help in a hostile environment?
Yeah. So EQ is about staying calm, cool, collected. Right. So in a hostile environment, that it's very easy to get super, you know, anxious and upset ourselves. It's sort of contagious. So we must practice staying calm, cool, collected, and we must practice using soothing words to others, like, I understand, I feel, your pain. You know, meaning de-escalate others. Right. It's a de-escalation skill, which a lot of people in incident response have. You know, didn't actually have a security team working for me until about 5 years ago. And our first incident with my chief security officer, I was just so, you know, excited to have experienced the calmness. Yes. And the thought, detailedness, and the inquisitiveness to really figure out what happened versus just saying this happened. And once I experienced that, I realized, wow, you know, of course, this is why I love security people. I come from a sales background, all about that, you know, like stay calm, make it, you know, and then to meet this, it was phenomenal. So it is a skill set in security operations that is the most valuable too.
So what can you, as one person, influence a hostile environment? How can you?
Well, you know,
as a one person.
If a hostile environment means, you know, you're outnumbered significantly, you know, to me, it's no different than if it's a one-on-one. You know, it's the same, calm, cool, collected, and be willing to help, people understand that you don't dislike them. You don't think they're disgusting. You don't, you know, you're not turned off by them. You're staying in a loving state of, is really the only way. It's that or get out of the conversation, because hostile in general is not, you know, that says danger.
Yes, absolutely. Well, I think we are at the end of the session. So thank you so much, Deidre, for all this performance and presentation. Really interesting question. Oh, which resources help us identify our EQ as a last question?
There's a slide in my deck that has a tree, and I put it all over a tree.
Yes.
Trees can keep growing.
Yes. And it's a green tree. I noticed that. It's not a fall or a winter. It's a green tree, so that's good. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Have a great weekend, everybody, and a great
Absolutely. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Wait till I tell you everything.
He wanted to take her in his arms and smother her with kisses and drown himself in the beauty of her soul, but what's going to happen to me?
You'll make this rather snappy, won't you? I have some very heavy thinking to do before 10 o'clock.
Hello everyone, this is Snehitha Kavuri. I'm glad to be here with you all today. And I'm honored to present you with the workshop, Vulnerability Assessment with Nessus. So first, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Snehitha Kavuri and I'm a recent Concordia University graduate. And I'm a master's. I have completed my master's in information system security, and I have completed my bachelor's in electronics and telematics engineering, and at G. Naranama Institute of Technology and Science. And I worked as an software developer at Accenture. I have good working experience as a developer and also working with information security concepts. So now I am here to explain you first with what is and vulnerability assessment. So basically, vulnerability assessment is a systematic review of security weaknesses in a system, and it's basically a process of identifying, quantifying, and prioritizing the vulnerabilities in a system. So it became important nowadays. We are going online everywhere, so it's important to have to maintain security, and in order to secure our IT assets in companies, like we have many web applications too. So it's very important to maintain security at each and every point, and to have an awareness about vulnerabilities in our environment, and also to come up with the patches quickly if there are any vulnerabilities. It's important to do the vulnerability assessment. So I would like to explain you the process first. There are 4 parts wherein we take the vulnerability assessment with. So the first thing is the network discovery, like it's like information gathering phase. So where here we just get to know about like we get to know about the live host, and also the ports which are open, and also it's important to do the vulnerability scanning to know the vulnerabilities, And the result analysis part, once you do the vulnerability scan, we just come up with what are the vulnerabilities, and it's important to analyze them if there are any false positives with them. So after that, we have to report them in order to find some patch and to maintain our network and application secure. And so basically nowadays, we know that even the web application vulnerabilities are one of the biggest attack vectors in the present world. So it's important to address them before an attacker exploits them. So for in order to do the vulnerability assessment, we need some installations to do a vulnerability assessment with Nessus. The first thing is the VirtualBox and Kali Linux and Metasploitable. I'm considering this as a target and Nessus tool. So I'll just explain you how to install these in your system. I'll just give a walkthrough. So first, I'll just explain you how to install VirtualBox. So you can directly download VirtualBox from Oracle VM VirtualBox. Based on whatever the requirements, you can download the VirtualBox, and once you download it, you can maintain any number of virtual machines in it. So first, I have downloaded the VirtualBox, and next I have installed Kali Linux. So after downloading the VirtualBox, you will see it like this, and you can open it, and you can download Kali Linux Metasploitable in that. So here to download the Kali Linux, you can get it from kalilinux.org. It's an official site to download Kali Linux. So you can download it from this blog. To download, you can get the disk images from this. Once you download it, you can get so go to the VirtualBox and just click on import appliance. Just click on this folder. So once you download, you just go to the folder, and you can get it directly from the disk images. You can download the Kali Linux. You can get it the Kali Linux from here. Once you import, it starts downloading, and it takes the time. So I have already downloaded it, and it's just a normal process, and I'll explain you in steps. So these are the steps. So once you click on that yellow folder and navigate to the image of Kali, you can download it where you have downloaded, select it and click on open. So once you click on that, you can import it, and you can just start the Kali Linux with the username root and password as tool. So you can just start Kali Linux here. So just give the username as root and just give the password as store, COR. Just check your IP address. So basically here I have configured my network code to here it's important to configure the network card. I'll just show you how to configure the network card. So basically, you can configure it to NAT or host-only adapter. Because of some connectivity issues, I have configured it to the bridged adapter, but it works with anything like NAT or else the host-only adapter. So after configuring it, you will see the IP address of your machine here. And then I installed Metasploitable. So here Metasploitable, you have to unzip the downloaded file in the folder of your choice. So you can download even Metasploitable from your browser. So you can get it directly, which is offered by Rapid7. It's basically an vulnerable operating system that has been distributed as a virtual machine by Rapid7. So it's easy to download it, and you can just get it as a virtual machine. So once you download the Metasploitable, choose the type Linux and the version Ubuntu. I'll just give a walkthrough for that too. So file, just click on machine and new. So here you can just name it as you wanted. Since it is a Metasploitable, I'm just giving it as Metasploit. I have already downloaded it. So here you can configure it to Linux. And it depends on your operating system, whether it is 32-bit or 64-bit. So I chose Ubuntu 64-bit. Once you have configured that, just shows the memory size, whichever enough for you. Like it depends based on your sufficient memory in your system and all. So basically 1 GB will be sufficient for that. And I have already downloaded the disk image. So just choose the existing hard disk. So I'll just choose the Metasploitable disk image. So once you did that, you can just start over with that. So I have already downloaded that, and I have configured this also to the network adapter of bridge adapter. Since in order to have Nessus work, we have to have since I'm considering Metasploitable as my target, we have to maintain each of these machines in the same network. So either whether it is in the network card, if you have configured the network card to the host only adapter, you can just configure both the machines like Kali and Metasploitable both in as a host only adapter, or else both in NAT network. So you will be having connectivity to those both machines. So I'll just start this to Metasploitable. So basically, the login and password for Metasploitable is MSF admin. So you have got logged into Metasploitable. You can just check check the IP address of Metasploitable 2. So here the IP address of Metasploitable is 192.168.2.57. So you can just check the Kali Linux IP address too. So here it is 192.168.2.58. So here both are on the same network card, and I'll try to ping if we are connected to the Metasploitable. So the IP address of Metasploitable, since I have already shown you that it is 192.168.2.57. This we are getting the response. We are connected to the Metasploitable. In the same way, I'll just show you the connectivity from the Metasploitable to the Kali Linux. So here my IP address of Kali Linux is 192.168.2.58. So I'll just ping that. So here we have connectivity to here we are getting the response from Metasploitable 2. So we are clear that we have connectivity with Kali Linux. So now I'll just show you how to download, install Nessus in Kali Linux. So here I'm using the operating system Kali Linux, and I'm installing Nessus in Kali Linux. Basically, Nessus is a vulnerability assessment tool. It's basically a scanner used to do vulnerability assessment on network connected hosts. So I'm using Nessus on Kali Linux. Basically, it is supported on both Windows and Linux, and also Kali Linux, and many other operating systems too, Mac. So it's up to you where you download, and I'm using here the Kali Linux. So you can get the Nessus package from this link, wherein you can get the activation code and everything from here. Based on your operating system, you can download the Nessus package. So since it's the Kali Linux which I'm using, I have downloaded the Kali Linux package of Nessus. So it supports Debian 6789, and it supports 64-bit operating system. Since my operating system is 64-bit, I'm using 64-bit operating system Kali Linux. I have downloaded Nessus with 64-bit supporting system. So once you download that, just install the package by going into the command line using this command sudo dpackage -i Nessus. So using this command, you can just install it, and you can just start the service. Once you install it, your plugins get readied in the browser. So you can start Nessus using this command. So here I'm in Kali Linux, and I'm just going into the directory etc and init.d. Basically init.d contains a number of start and stop scripts for various services on your system. So I'm using this. Start. So here you can see that Nessus has been starting Nessus. And just go to your browser. And just gave it the link as so here the Nessus is initializing, so it is basically compiling the plugins. So actually when you download the Nessus, you will be landing with this page, the Nessus. So here we have the Nessus Essentials and Nessus Professional and Nessus Manager, Manage Scanner. So basically it's sufficient to have the Nessus Essentials to practice with. It has some restricted functionalities, like we are not upgraded with different functionalities, but it's just sufficient to practice with. So once you click on continue, you will be asked for the information you need to enter, and you can get the activation code on your mail. So once you get the activation code, and once you get ready with your username and password, this is the default landing page of Nessus, and you can just give the username and password. So here it's my Nessus, it has started. So just enter your credentials. So once you enter the credentials, you will just land up with this page. This is basically the Nessus of Essentials page, wherein you can just scan the vulnerabilities and everything. So here, these are all scans which I have performed previously, and this is the new scan where you can scan anything. Like I have told you that we have some restrictions with the functionalities. So the one with upgrade banner are the one which we cannot access. In order to access them, we have to switch to the professional. But for students, it's sufficient to practice with, and most of the functionalities are available with Nessus Essential 2. And so basically you can start creating a scan directly with the new scan, or by creating a policy template. So basically what is the use of a policy template is we usually have general configurations to perform a scan or run. So with the help of the policy template, you can just directly create different policy templates with general configurations, and you can access these policy templates in order to scan the run. So I'll just show you how to create a policy. As I told you in vulnerability assessment, the first phase is the discovery phase. So here I'm just looking for the hosts which are live and the ports which are open. So here the host discovery, I have considered the host discovery first. and you can just name it based on your requirement. So I'm just giving it as metasploitable policy template, and you can describe it. I'm just describing it as the same. So once you describe it as the metasploitable host discovery, and you can go to the discovery phase. Here, this phase of host enumeration, wherein we ping with the TCP, ARP, and ICMP ping host using these protocols. So this is an host enumeration phase. So I have selected the host enumeration phase. Either you can, if it is the port discovery, we'll go for the port scan, or port scan with common ports, or port scan with all ports. And you can have the customized version 2 or of creating a policy. So it depends on how you create a policy. So I have selected the host enumeration. You can configure even the report how you want the output with, like you can allow users to edit scan results and all. And the advanced version is to have more customized details, to enter more customization. So here I have given the metasploitable host discovery policy template. So I'm just saving this policy, and I'll just create for port discovery 2. So I'll just go to the discovery phase here. Since I'm doing the port scan, like I can do either the port scan with common ports, or else I can do the port scan of all ports. It depends, like based on your requirement, you can just select the port scan with common ports or port scan with all ports. So since it takes time to scan all the ports, I'm just giving the port scan with common ports. And the report, based on your requirement, you can edit it. And the advanced, you can save this policy too. And to do the vulnerability assessment, I'm selecting the basic network scan. Here, basically, I'm performing the vulnerability assessment of network. So the basic network scan. So in the discovery phase here, I'm giving the port scan. So here, basically, we are scanning the ports, and then we are doing the assessment. So it depends. Like actually, we will be having the Nmap tool to scan the ports, but one advantage with Nessus is we can do everything here itself, or else you can just scan the ports from Nmap and see that file to vulnerability assessment part of Nessus. So here I'm going to the assessment, and you can just scan for known web vulnerabilities, or scan for all web vulnerabilities, and scan for which are quick, and scan for all web vulnerabilities which are complex, or else you can customize it to what you can scan. So the customized part is actually useful when like we have many zero day attacks. So we doesn't know, like it's not even implemented, like it's and 0 day attacks. At that point, the customized scan is more useful. So I'm selecting here the default, and it's the same. The scan type, it depends. Like you can select the custom, or else scan low bandwidth links, or a default. So here I'm just saving this policy. And here I previously I have created the vulnerability assessment without credentials. Now I'm showing you the vulnerability assessment with credentials. So what's the difference between the both is if the number of vulnerabilities get listed with the both. Once you have get logged into the framework, you can or else in web application, you can have you can just scroll across more application pages, and also you can just get into the configuration files. You can assess them by crawling into the configuration files and everything. So I'm just creating the metasploitable authenticated vulnerability assessment tool. So this is the discovery phase. I have selected the same, the port scan, common ports, and the assessment. It's the default, and the report, and the advanced, and when we go into the credentials, I'm choosing SSH credentials. Here, the type of authentication method I'm using is password. So as I shown you that for the metasploitable, the username is MSF admin. Admin, and password is MSF admin. I'm just giving the credentials of the metasploitable, and elevation of privileges is not necessary because MSF metasploitable itself is the root, so that's not necessary here to elevate the privileges. And the preferred port, since it is an SSH, it's 22. And just save the credentials. So here I have created the 4 policies, and I'll just create one more policy for the web application test. In test, and this is the discovery phase, and the scan for the web vulnerabilities. So either you can check it for the complex or quick, or for the known web vulnerabilities. So this is the report, and this is the advanced, and here comes the most complex part. So here I'll just show you like how to configure the credentials part for the web application test. So here now I'll just open Metasploitable in Kali Linux. Just give the IP address of the Metasploitable to open the Metasploitable in Kali Linux. So these are the applications which are already present in Metasploitable. So I'm considering DVWA. Here we know that the admin, username is admin, and password so this is the page we have for the DBWA web app. So let's configure by going into the policy. So here I consider the HTTP login form. Since we are going into the login page, either you can choose HTTP cookies import or HTTP login form or anything according to your requirement. So I'm choosing the HTTP login form, and I'll just give the username and the password, and this is the login page. So basically, before logging into it, this is the login page basically. So I'll just give here, they asked for the login page, so I'm giving the login page URL, and here the submission page is also the same, so I'm just giving the same. And you can get the login parameters by logging in to this web app. So just right click on this and go to the inspect element. You can just inspect like how it is going on and everything. Just go to the network. So this is the login page. So just click on this. So once you scroll down, like you will get this information in the parameters. So these are the parameters asking for in this configuration, the login parameters. Just go to the form data, right click, copy it and paste it. So it gets copied and pasted. So the form data, I have given the form data of our DBWA web app, and check the authentication on page. So when you just log in, you will be authenticated with this page. So I'm just giving this URL. So regex to verify successful authentication. So for us to verify whether it is authenticated, I'm just giving this title as regex. So and also we can check the time delay between authentication attempts. So I'm giving it as 30 seconds. And redirections, like it depends, like it can be given as 1 or it can be given as 2. So I'm just giving it as 2. So that's it. Like we can just save that policy too. So now I have metasploitable authenticated vulnerability assessment, metasploitable host discovery policy template, and metasploitable port discovery policy template, and metasploitable vulnerability assessment policy template, and metasploitable web applications policy template. So using this template, I just now scan our metasploitable, which is our target. So just go to new scan, and here you can just access your template which you have created from here, from the user defined, and these are the policies which I have created, and metasploitable host discovery. So I'll just change it to scan, host discovery scan. So basically all these will save to the my scans. So here, like if you are not sure about your network, you can just give it based on the IP address which you have for the Kali Linux. I'm just giving it 192.168.2.0 24. Since it is in the subnet of 24, I'm giving it the subnet 24. Here we are sure that the target has the IP address of 192.168.2.57. But in reality, like we are not sure, like what is the IP address of our target, and we are just searching for the live host and also the open ports. In that case, you can just search with the network IP address. So once you give the IP address as a target, go to schedule. Here you can enable the schedule, like whether to launch it directly, like after you configure everything, or else you can just enable based on the time. But for this, I need to upgrade to the Nessus Professional. So I can't schedule it with the Nessus Essential. So that doesn't matter, in order to practice with. So this is the notification, like in reality, like when you are in a company and you want to scan some network, and you want to do, like you just start the scan, and in order to get notified, you can just give your mail ID here. So once completed, you'll be notified with your mail. I'm not just giving my mail ID since we are here and we can see the results. So this is ready, and we can launch this scan, metasploitable web app scan. So here, so it started. See, so when I have scanned it, like I have so there are so this is our IP address. Like I have given the network as 192.168.2.0. So this is the live host which we have on the network. So I'll just open it. So this is the host actually which we considered as the target, that is 192.168.2.57. And so once it scans, there are it shows that after it has found 25 open ports. You can just check it, like which are all the open ports. So these are all the open ports. You can just see the port 21 TCP was found to be open, and you can just check it like with different things. I'm sorry. I have launched the web app scan. See, since we have given that the IP address of our target as 192.168.2.0, and we have all these on our network, and these are all the ports which we have which are open on the network. So it basically runs everything, and it just gives you the results. So it's going to take time. So I'll just show you the results from my previous scans. So see here, you can just see all the live hosts on my network, and also the open ports for all these. Since this is a target, I have opened it. And this is the Nessus scan information. So these are all the open ports which I found on the target. So based on that, we can go for the next scan. So I'll just go with the port scan. Since we found that our target is 192.168.2.57, I'm just saving this scan to till the host discovery is running. I think it's taking time. It's a bit laggy because of my network. So I'll just show you the report. So for the web app scan, when I performed, you can see that my target is 192.168.2.57, and I have found the vulnerabilities. So meanwhile, like if you have any questions, like you can just go to the Discord, and you can ping me through Discord. So basically, you can find like once you have done the vulnerability assessment scan and all, you can find the vulnerabilities in this way, like in the report. So basically, which are marked in red are the most critical vulnerabilities. You have to patch immediately, and you can see the information here, the IP and the MAC address and the OS and everything. So once you go into the one of the vulnerabilities, see here, so Nessus logged in using a password of password. So when it logged in using just the normal password, that is just, it doesn't even need to exploit it. So it directly they can remotely log in and perform some shell, so perform some attacks remotely. And here you can see the risk factors and everything, the score of this vulnerability, and also the vulnerability information. So this is the exploit, and this is how you can exploit with. Here you can exploit this vulnerability with metasploitable, that is backdoor command execution. I'll just check whether my, I think it's taking time, guys. I'm sorry for that. So here I scanned for the Drupal web application previously. Like these are all the vulnerabilities which I found for Drupal. You can see the information. So the following directives, Drupal is one of the open source content management platform. So it like we conduct many businesses with those content management platforms, and all these web applications which we are using to conduct the businesses are vulnerable nowadays. So so the vulnerability assessment and web application scans are important, and also we have to know if there are any false positives with this, and we have to drop it, and we have to get the reports. So it's a bit laggy, guys. So I'm unable to show you the reports which I'm performing now. But I have scanned for the same thing previously. So I'll just explain you like how I have found the vulnerabilities and all. So when I have scanned for the vulnerability assessment of Drupal, so these are the this is the information which I have collected when I have scanned for the Drupal. So similarly, like you can scan for any number of applications. So this is the authenticated vulnerability scan which I have performed earlier. These are all the issues which I found with the authenticated vulnerability assessment scan. So you can just see these are all the vulnerabilities. So package random number generator weaknesses and OpenSSL package random number generator weakness. So same thing with server password, which has been logged in with just a normal password with of password. And this is a scan, web app scan for the vulnerability. So this is the result of web app scan when I have performed for the Drupal. So it just comes the same. We have to perform the same scan for the Metasploitable too, by just changing the credentials information of DVWA or else anything like any app. It depends on app how you give the credentials, and this is how the results will be. So that's it, guys. Hope you enjoyed. Like if you have any questions, you can just uh, send me through Discord.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here today. We are going to talk to you about SQL injection and cross-site scripting. But first of all, we are going to present ourselves. So I'm going to let Lisandre present herself first.
Hi, my name is Lisandre Cadotte. I work as a penetration tester at Videotron. But before that, I worked as a cybersecurity risk analyst for 4 years and also as a database administrator for 7 years. I am certified on Oracle databases and I am a CISSP. I have my own website where I share all my notes on ethical hacking and penetration testing. So if you're curious, go take a look. Outside of my work, I like playing the flute in an orchestra, and I also participate in Capture the Flag challenges with my colleagues.
So I am Gabrielle Botbol, and I work as a pen tester at WoSec in Montreal. I am also a blogger and a podcaster. I am the leader of WoSec Paris and co-organizer of WoSec Montreal. I was recently honored for my career and contribution to the cyber community by being named of the top 20 women in cybersecurity in Canada. And you can follow me on LinkedIn, on Twitter, and have a look at my blog. So our agenda today, we are going to talk about SQL injection. Lisandre will present this vulnerability, and I will explain cross-site scripting. After this, we will take some time to answer the question that you might have about our presentation. And finally, we will let you practice with some challenges on RootMe. So, Lisandre, you can go ahead.
Okay. For SQL injection attacks, we first need to understand some database concepts. A database is a container that stores data in an organized manner. It's just files on disk, like data files, control files, and transaction logs. And in order to access, create, modify, or delete this data, and to control who has access to it, we need a database management system, also called a DBMS. There are different types of databases, the most popular currently being relational and NoSQL. There are many vendors that provide their own DBMS, like Oracle with Oracle Database and MySQL. MySQL was bought by Sun Microsystems, which was later bought by Oracle. And after that, the co-founder of MySQL started a new open source project from the code of MySQL, and it's called MariaDB. Another big vendor is Microsoft with Microsoft SQL Server, which started in 1989 from Sybase Data Server. And there's also Postgres or PostgreSQL, which is free and open source. This is not an exhaustive list of vendors, but these are often used by companies. SQL injections apply to relational databases only. NoSQL databases are not vulnerable because they don't use the SQL language, which we will talk later in a few slides. However, they are vulnerable to a very similar attack that is still based on bad input validation, and it's called the NoSQL injection. And once you understand the concept for SQL injections, it's very easy to apply the same concept for NoSQL injections. Popular NoSQL databases are MongoDB, which is open source and stores documents in a format very close to JSON. Cassandra was developed by Facebook for an inbox search and is known for handling very large amounts of structured data. Redis is also very popular. It's written in C. And finally, Apache HBase is designed for the big table database by Google. So here we have a database schema, which is part of the logical structure of a database. We will use WordPress, a very popular CMS, as an example. On the right, we have the full schema and a subset of two tables on the left. This is the table definition with all fields and their types. For example, we have the WP users table, which has a field called ID, which has a type of big int. It's a number that is used to uniquely identify the user. It's the table's primary key, which means that it must be unique, it must contain a value, and it can be used for relational constraints. If we look at the WP post table, we can see that the post author is also a big int and is what we call a foreign key. This means that the post author value must be an existing value from WP users ID field. If we take the example of data on the right, the post author can only have a value of 1 or 2 for Lisandre or Gabrielle. And if we try to insert, let's say, a value of 3 as post author, it would return an error and the data would not be created. This ensures the database integrity, and that's why we also call relational constraints integrity constraints. Tables are not the only types of objects in a database. There are also views, which are like stored queries, sequences, synonyms, indexes, database links, stored procedures, functions, and packages. For SQL injections, we will mostly work with tables and views. In order to work with data in relational databases, we use the SQL language. SQL or SQL stands for Structured Query Language. It's really close to the English language, so it's really easy to understand. Different vendors sometimes use their own flavor of SQL with modified syntax and added functions. There are also extensions of the SQL language, like Oracle PLSQL and Microsoft Transact SQL. They add the concept of conditions, loops, variables, procedures, and functions. So here on screen, we have a select statement to read data from a database. The most basic form of a select statement is select some fields from a table. That we can then add conditions, group some fields, and order the results. If we continue with our WordPress database example, we can select the author and the post title by joining our two tables, WP users and WP posts, using the constraint on the user ID. And then we can add conditions where the author is Lisandre and the post title starts with the letter D and only for published post. We can then order the results by post date, even if the post date was not selected. There are other statements like insert to create data, update to modify existing data, and delete to delete rows from a table. These are called DML for data manipulation language. There are other statements for defining the structure of the database, They are called DDL for data definition language. Statements like create, drop, alter, and truncate. Commit is a special statement used to make the changes permanent. This ends what we call a database transaction. Sometimes the database client has a setting auto-commit that can issue commit statements automatically after each SQL statement. If auto-commit is off, you need to manually issue commit or you would lose your changes. SQL injections happen when an application uses user-controlled input to create SQL queries without properly validating the input first. It's not a problem with the database, but it's a problem with input validation of the application. A successful SQL injection can read or modify data from a database, execute administration operations on the database, such as shutting it down, and in some cases, issue commands on the operating system. SQL injection attacks can be divided in 3 categories: in-band, out-of-band, and blind. In-band is when data is extracted using the same channel that is used to inject the SQL code. This is the most straightforward kind of attack, in which the retrieved data is presented directly in the application web page. Out-of-band is when data is retrieved using a different channel, like the query results are being sent by email to the tester. Inferential or blind is when there's no actual transfer of data, but the tester is able to reconstruct the information by sending specific requests and observing the resulting behavior of the database server. In the example on screen, we have a very simple in-band SQL injection vulnerability. We can see that the expected user input is a number, but without proper input validation, the user can add text that will be interpreted as being part of the query. By adding or1 equals 1, it will return all rows since this condition is always true. This is a common example of SQL injection to extract more data than what was planned. So when we talk about user input, it can be anything that the user has access to modify. It can be parameters in the URL, elements from the user interface, like a search box or a login form, hidden fields, or HTTP headers, including cookies. To detect SQL injection vulnerability in an application, we can try injecting characters that will cause the database management system to return an error. So try injecting the string delimiter single quote or the query terminator semicolon. We can also try other characters like comment delimiters, or try to enter a string when the application is expecting a number, just to see if input validation was done properly. Sometimes the application will return detailed error messages and even the SQL query. And some other times, it will only return a generic error message like internal server error or nothing at all. Once we have detected that the user input is vulnerable to SQL injection, there are common techniques to exploit the vulnerability. We can also combine some techniques together. The union technique can be used when the SQL query behind is a select statement. Oh, sorry, I think I'm on the wrong screen. Okay. The union technique can be used when the query behind is a select statement, making it possible to combine 2 queries and return the results for these 2 queries. In the example on screen, a union is added in the search box to extract users and passwords instead of just returning the search results. The Boolean technique is often used for blind injections when a generic error message is obtained. It uses Boolean conditions so that are true or false to reconstruct the data. Error-based technique is when we generate an error on purpose to obtain the data from the error message. In the example on screen, the Oracle function to get the host name is used, but the parameter provided is another query to get the current database user. It generates an error and returns the username in the error message. The out-of-band technique is used to retrieve data using a different channel, like by email. In the example, the Oracle function to create an HTTP request is used to send the query results to another web server. And the time delay technique uses database commands like sleep to delay answers in conditional queries. It's useful when the attacker doesn't have any output, results, or error from the application. In the example, if MySQL version starts with 5, like if it's 5.1, the DBMS will wait 10 seconds, so the application will also wait 10 seconds, and the tester will know that the condition was true. We can try the previous techniques by injecting payloads manually into the vulnerable input, or we can use automated tools. When working manually, we try to imagine what the SQL query looks like, and then we try to inject a payload that will not break the syntax of the query. We have some examples on screen of common payloads. They sometimes end with comment delimiters because it will comment the rest of the query that is generated by the application. We can also use tools like SQL Map to help detect and exploit SQL injections. SQL Map can enumerate users with their password hashes, list tables. It can even dump the entire database. So it's a very powerful tool. You need to provide the target URL and the parameters to test for injection. We can also detect SQL injections using Burp Suite Web Scanner or use a list for fuzzing within the intruder module. Here we have an example of a SQL query that could be used by an application to log in. The application expects a username and a password. If we add a condition that is always true within the username and within the password, it would bypass authentication. So this ends the theory on SQL injection. I will let Gabrielle talk about cross-site scripting. We will take some time for questions, and then we will be able to start practicing with exercises.
Thank you. So I'm going to share my screen. An XSS payload is based on JavaScript, which is a high-level programming language. And it is one of the core web technologies along with HTML and CSS. So we have many libraries and frameworks that are derived from JavaScript, such as jQuery, for example. So cross-site scripting, which is also known as XSS, is a security vulnerability typically found in web applications. It's a type of injection which can allow an attacker to execute malicious script and have it execute on a victim machine. So with XSS, you can try to steal the admin cookie, get complete control over a browser, exploit a vulnerable plugin, or perform keylogging, which would mean that you are able to record every input made on a keyboard. So we have three different main types of XSS. You have stored XSS. So this is when you are able to store your XSS payload in the database of the target. This way, the payload will be looking for every user who would access the page. Like, for instance, if you have a page on a web forum and you are able to leave a message that will be stored on the database for others to see. So this way, if your payload is interpreted, it will be stored in the database as well. You have reflected XSS, and this is when the vulnerability only works on the client side. So the attacker will need to trick a victim to click on the URL to execute a payload. And you have also DOM-based XSS, which is DOM stands for Document Object Model, and it is a programming interface for HTML and XML documents. And it represents the page so that programs can change the document structure, style, and content. So a DOM-based XSS will happen when the web application writes data to the DOM without properly sanitizing the input. So how do you find XSS? So to find XSS, you need to check where you can input data and see if it is showed on the screen after your input. So you will do some tests to see if the input is vulnerable by using the kind of input you can see here on my slide, the plain text and script tags. And you can also do some fuzzing, as Lisandre said, by using burp intruder. You also have wfuzz or other tools. So this will, with these tools, you can use a list of payloads, and it will rapidly inject everything, and you will, in the end, have a list of results that you will be able to analyze to see if you triggered something. So here is an example of a stored XSS on Mutiliday. So here we have like a form that keeps the user input because you can see it done on the screen. So you will put something and it will show here. And so this is the perfect place to try stored XSS. So we use the payload on the top here. And so now you can see on the screen that it worked, and everyone who will access the page will see that WoSec Montreal is awesome. So here you have other example of payload, because sometimes you will need to try multiple things, because it can happen that there are some sort of input validation that is made, but that would not work properly and that could be bypassed with some tricks or with your creativity. So it is really worth trying out different things. So this ends for the theory on XSS. You have here some useful resources like the OWASP testing guide for input validation, and you have an xsspayload.com, which is only about cross-site scripting. And so thank you for your attention. We are now going to take 5 minutes for your question about the presentation. So if you have any question, feel free to ask them. And after this, we will switch on the exercise and we will answer on Discord for the exercise. So no, please, if you have questions about the theory, please ask them away on Discord. Okay, so it seems like we don't have questions. So we are just going to switch on Discord, and we are going to post on Discord the links for the exercise so that you are able to access them, and we will stay available if you have questions about the exercise on Discord.
Let's get started. A great man indeed.
Well, it seems a man of many skills. A rare combination.
Wait till I tell you everything.
Hello, everyone. So I'm going to show you a little XSS with live demo. So I'm going to share my screen. This one, yeah. Okay, so here I launched burp proxy so that I could intercept every request. So the setup I have here is exactly like the one that was used on the Nessus demo earlier. This is Metasploitable 2, and we have a vulnerable web applications already installed on this VM. So we have Mutilidé. And to use Mutilidé, well, I really like Mutilidé because it's very cool to practice web vulnerabilities. So like, for instance, you have injection, so you could try SQL injection here. So for instance, I can show you how to log in, how to bypass maybe, hold on a sec. Oh yeah, it's not the proper, there you go. Yeah, so usually when you want to bypass, so this is exactly like the example that Lisandre showed on her presentation earlier. So you would basically put a condition here that is always true, so that, and after put little comments here so that everything after is ignored. So, and there you go. We're now logged in as admin. So this is a way to use SQL injection so that you can bypass authentication. Also, what we can do with Mutilidé, so you can practice SQL injection, you can use SQL map, you can practice tools also on it, so like SQL map or something like this. You can, so we can try to see, because I showed you the persistent one, so I can show you a reflected one. So like this one. So we will basically put I don't find my keys here. This is not the same keyboard I use. So just gonna copy paste something. There. Up. So I'm going to try this. So I'm going to show you a little more the payload. So this is exactly the one I used on my presentation, except the text is not the same, but I could still add it. WoSec Montreal is awesome, as you know all. And there you go. So, and we will have our XSS payload working here. So it's a little buggy because my VM is very slow today, because this is always how it happens with demo. But how I could see that this was an input field is because, for instance, if I had typed there something here, it would show here the result for the thing I just entered here. So this is very helpful. Also, what I can show you, I'm not sure I test everything here. Like, oh, this one is very cool. Okay, so you can basically view files here. So you can choose one. And you have here something that will use, no, I'm not sure I'm the proper one. Hold on a second. Yeah, is this it? What is this one? Okay, so you can see the log here. Okay, you have basically, so you can try many different things. You can also, with utility, you can change the difficulty of the challenges. So you would basically, and you can toggle hints as well. So let's see if we toggle the hints. Okay, we're a script kiddie now. So this way we can understand what we're doing, and I guess it's better for everyone. So for this script is going to show the source code of most of the PHP files in this site. So yeah, you can basically see what happens and how the application is coded. Anyway, we can try, I'm going to show you again the blog one, which is very nice as well. So I still have this pasted. And so as you saw here, there you can see the input. This is exactly the one I showed on my presentation before. And there you have it. Okay, so it's working. It's a little slow. So this is basically for cross-site scripting and SQL injection. I don't know what else I could show specifically for those vulnerabilities. So I'm going to try another SQL injection, maybe. I think you can, yeah, with this one you can try to view. So I'm going to just try this one here. I usually just copy and paste here, and you can view the details here. Okay. So I think my VM is a little broken because I'm not supposed to have this here. But what is cool here is that we see the request that is made to the database. So what we see is our payload here, which seems to be working. So this is basically it for SQL injection. And so, yeah, I guess you have a little overview of what is XSS and what is SQL injection. I could not really show you the example of rootme.org because the solutions are confidential, so we're not allowed to disclose them. But if you have like any questions, we can answer them on the Discord channel. So yeah, this would be it. Like, if you have special requests, I'd be glad to answer them. I'm going to have a look at the Discord to see if you have any special requests. Oh, what I can show you is an example of intruder. So to do this, I'm going to need Burp Suite because I'm going to use the Burp Suite intruder. So I'm going to use also DVWA, which is the other web application, vulnerable web application here. We can log in. Okay, so I'm just going to look at, I'm going to put low security because it's going to be easier. And we can try to brute force here. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to put my burp intruder, my burp proxy on intercept. And I'm going to put something to intercept the request. So this, and so we have this intercepted here. So I'm just going to send this to the intruder. I usually just have to right click. Okay, send to intruder. Okay. And okay. It's very slow for some reason. Okay, it did not take it. I don't think so. Okay, let's try again. Okay, it's very slow. So this is usually done for the target details, but I just don't need those now. Okay. Okay, let's try this. Just going to bear with me here. Okay. Okay, so I don't think it's going to work because my machine is very slow right now. And this is a demo, so this was this was to expect. Okay, so I'm just going to stop this. Okay. I think I'm going to reboot this and probably add no, probably add some more. I'm just gonna kill it here. Okay, probably add some more memory here. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. So I'm going to add some more memory on my, so yeah, I could share my screen to show you how you add some more memory in your virtual machine. So I'm going to share. I mean, we all have sometimes glitch like this when we are a little desperate for everything to work and it doesn't work as expected. So okay. No. Okay, I can't share the proper thing. I don't know why. So I'm just going to check. Okay, maybe this will help. No, I need to share my full screen. That's a pity because, okay. Okay, so you have my full screen. So here you go to settings and you just need to go to system. And yeah, I'm supposed to have enough of memory here, but I'm just going to add a little more. So let's say I'm going to put a 6 here. And I have enough CPU, strangely, so it should work. Okay. So let's try this. Okay. And I'm going to launch it again here. Should work. So I'm just going to see what we have here. Okay, so this is okay. Okay, let's pray together that this is going to work now, because this is a very cool way. Okay, I'm just going to restore the session because this is how it's going to work. I'm going to add burp now. And also, I don't know if you know of this little tool here, this little add-on in Firefox, which is very cool. Okay, I'm just going to show you this later. I don't want to do the update now. Next, and start burp. Okay, so this here is very helpful if you have if you are trying different proxies. You just have one click and you can change whatever proxy you want to use. So you can turn it off, but if you're using, for example, you want to use like Zap or another proxy, you can just change, set all the option, and in one click you can change the proxy you're using. So I find it very cool. So I'm going to stop the intercept for now because I want to add my test things here. And I'm going to relaunch it now because I added it and log in. Okay, so let's try to put it on the intruder now. Oh. Okay, if I go very slowly, it's bearing with me. Okay, so I'm going to see here, I'm going to show you live. So we have already some variables added here, but we are just going to clear them for now. And let's say for now, we are just going to try to find out the proper password. Because we already know that the username is admin and the password is password, which is very safe password. But let's pretend we don't know this. So we are going to try for admin here. And we are going to try some payloads here. I'm not going to put a lot of payloads because this is the community edition of Burp, so it's going to be slower than the Pro edition. So it could take a while if I put a lot of text in my list. So I just added a variable here. And I'm going to go to the payload tab, if it works. Okay. Yeah, it's very... Okay, it's very slow. Okay. Okay, it seems like it's not really working, so I'm sorry about this. So usually what this would do is we would have the payloads tab, which has the possibility to load a list, and then you will click on Start Attack, and it will try every payload, and until it works on the password, and you will have in the end a small window with all the payloads that have been tried and the answer and the request and the response and everything, and you would be able to see if something worked with this little window afterwards. So this is basically it for now, but I'm having a hard time to show you this, so I'm just going to stop this, just quit this again, and kill it as I did before. I guess I can just stop sharing my screen now. Like this. Okay, stop screen. Okay. So I'm sorry for the slow virtual machine. I hope you learned something from this. And please, if you have questions about the exercise, I could help you on Discord. So thank you very much for joining us.
wanted to take her in his arms and smother her with kisses and drown himself in the beauty of her soul, but oh, what's going to happen to me?
You'll make this rather snappy, won't you? I have some very heavy thinking to do before 10 o'clock.
Let's get started. A great man indeed.
Well, it seems a man of many skills. A rare combination.
you wanna tell me why I'm waiting for someone that couldn't give a fuck about me. No, you wanna tell me why I'm waiting for someone that couldn't give a fuck about me. No, you wanna tell me why I'm waiting for someone that couldn't give a fuck about me. No, you wanna tell me why I'm waiting for someone that couldn't give a fuck about me. No, you wanna tell me why I'm waiting for someone that couldn't give a fuck about me. No, you wanna tell me why I'm waiting for someone that couldn't give a fuck about me.
Thinking of her. That's why I hope sometimes fall way back when you know that I don't play. Streets not safe, but I never run away. Even when I'm away, OT, just never much love for OT. I pray, make your own kids. I pray. That's why I hope sometimes fall way back when you know that I don't play. Streets not safe, but I never run away. Even when I'm away, OT, just never much love for OT. I pray, make your own kids. I pray. That's why OT, just never much love for OT. I pray, make your own kids. I pray. That's why I hope sometimes eyes, fall right back when you know that I don't play. Streets not safe, but I never run away. Even when I know it, empty. There's never much love for routine. I pray, make a mountain. I pray. That's why I'm so bad. Fall right back when you know that I don't play. Streets not safe, but I never run away. Even when I know it, empty. There's never much love for routine. I pray, make a mountain. I pray. That's why empty. There's never much love for routine. I pray, make a mountain. I pray. That's why.
One, two, three. Yo.
Don't miss it. You're in for the treat of your life.
Introducing the incomparable, the great, the one, the only, the mighty Brock.
And he put on a mask. And just as she reached to take off his mask to find out who he was,
Yeah. I remember when I go to bed hurting. I was like 13, always coming home stressing from schools with the lessons. Not talking about the class, talking about the guys that beat my ass physically and mentally. Like a sordid entity, they pretend to be, acting like he's dead to me, to never be ever seen. Yeah, or notice like road dust is lowest. They rodents like locusts. They showed up, they throw punch. He crawls up, they go nuts. He hurls up his own guts. Won't tell any grown-ups. Afraid his opponents will take his last moments. Leaves it unnoticed. Now he's a grown-up, a poet. Can go in a bonus. He's getting some notice. Living on poet. Tells him his moments. How did he not go nuts? He wrote down his own notes. Fuck the opponents. Dropped his own single. Now look at them, notice. Hey. Let me catch you up. You ain't seen me yet. I'm just getting started. Yeah. Whoa. When I rap, I go in like ice caps, I'm frozen. Roll up, I like that, then I nap, I'm golden. Wake up, I fly back, I lie back, then I snack on my pack. You like that, I'm like that, we golden. You like me, I like that. Don't like me, then my bad. You fight me, I fight back. I'm on the right track. Got my own backpack, full of the right pack. Light it, I light it till I'm lit, ignited. How I live exciting. Wish you lived like me. Wish you had like me when like me was high key. You grind me, you slimy. Don't touch me, don't try me. You frontin' untimely. Quit whining and bitching. Wishing you didn't, just let me diminish. We live in this business, you wish you could witness. Bitch. Yeah.
Hello. Can everyone hear me? Hey guys, how's everyone doing? I know it's a really odd time. I'm gonna get this all set up so we can get to go. Awesome. Whew. So welcome to Crypto 101. I'm Nadine, just me right now presenting this. I don't have my face up. Been working on this, making sure it's all good to go, and that's about it. So welcome to Crypto 101. Before I dive in, I want to hear a bit about you guys. If anyone's on the Discord channel, maybe just drop me your name and your interest in the industry or what you do in the industry, and then you can give me, on a scale of 1 to 10, how familiar you are with cryptography. Yeah, and that can be whatever your interpretation is. Like if you're new to the cybersecurity industry, just say you're new, or if you're a pen tester, you can write pen tester. Just trying to get a sense of everyone who's on. And while I'm doing that, you guys are doing that, I'm gonna introduce myself. So, like I said before, my name is Nadine. I am an electrical engineer by trade. I went to Memorial University in Newfoundland and I graduated in 2017. The top right picture has been the one that's been on LinkedIn a bit. But I thought I'd put in another picture. That's me, Viv, and Jackie at WoSec 2019. That's my, I'm thinking, really hard face. It was a really good weekend. I have only been working for 3 years in the cybersecurity industry, and I feel really lucky to have ended up here. I started off in a payment assurance lab as a security tester. I put that in quotation marks because we were basically hackers. Like we broke into payment terminals, we took them apart, we tried to figure out ways to like get into them essentially, and then we wrote up these massive reports and tested them for compliance purposes. My current role, I am now in network defense, which is really interesting. The networks I work on are proprietary military networks, and they're not connected to the internet. So we have to push out all of our own patches and all of our own updates and all of our own antivirus, DAT file updates. And until you're working on your own network that I didn't build it, but until you're working on a network that was built from the ground up, that isn't necessarily connected to the internet, you realize how much security goes into it, how much cybersecurity has been built into the networks that are kind of automatic on the endpoints that we sit on all the time. So when you have to build it yourself, it takes on a whole new connotation. Whew. I do have to say that while I was in school, I wasn't interested in computers at all. I came across this field by complete luck, coincidence, happenstance, and I'm really glad I ended up here. So let's take a check at who's online. Oh, we have Kelly's, who's a pen tester. That's great. And Gabrielle. Good to hear from you guys. Okay. So let's have fun. This is the last session, so let's just enjoy it. What is cryptography? This is the Wikipedia definition. I cleaned it up a bit, but this is essentially the first couple sentences from the cryptography Wikipedia page. You can read through it. I'll read it to you guys. Cryptography is the practice and study of techniques for secure communication in the presence of third parties called adversaries. More generally, cryptography is about constructing and analyzing protocols that prevent third parties or the public from reading private messages. What does that mean? Well, essentially, the aim of cryptography is to hide the meaning or information of a message through a process known as encryption. Fairly straightforward. I do want to right now differentiate cryptography from steganography. Steganography has popped up a few times, and it is essentially hiding, thanks, Gabrielle, hiding the message in plain sight. If you're reading a newspaper, maybe different letters are bolded, so you can pick out those letters. That's steganography. Cryptography is the message isn't hidden in plain sight. It's encoded or scrambled in such a way that you can't gain the information from the message unless you go through the decryption steps. Now, cryptography initially only provided confidentiality. As we go through the slides, we'll see that modern cryptography also allows us to provide integrity, authenticity, and non-repudiation. The first portion of these slides are kind of going to cover the history of cryptography, which is very fascinating. Very quickly, I'm wondering if anyone can name any of these items on this slide right here. We have an Enigma machine, a Cytail, a Clipper chip, the Vignere square, and a radio. They're not super hard. Process of deduction, you guys probably get all of them. But cryptography is really interesting because it's been around for forever, for centuries, It's not just an advent of cybersecurity or the cyber era. What do we have here? Number one, oh, that's the Enigma machine. If you guys haven't heard of Enigma before, it was, do we have anybody coming up? If you guys haven't heard of the Enigma machine before, it was actually a German World War II encryption machine. It's called a mechanical cipher machine. It was famously broken by Bletchley Park in Bletchley Park during World War II, which allowed the Allies, so the English and everybody, to read German messages. If you want to see more about it, there is a great movie called The Imitation Game, covers all of it. Oh, number two, this is a Cytail. I'm unsure how to pronounce this, so Cytail. It's an ancient form of encryption or encoding, where the long time ago, the Romans or the Greeks, if they wanted to run a message across, they would stamp it into a long leather strip, and the kind of hexagon prism that you see it rolled onto, you needed that tool to be able to understand the order in which the letters needed to be arranged to read the message. So that's just a really ancient form of cryptography right there. Oh, that's the Clipper chip. The Clipper chip, it's kind of a failed NSA attempt at a backdoor in the 90s. The NSA was trying to get telecommunications companies to install this chip into their telecommunications equipment so that the NSA could have it in case they wanted to listen to anyone's conversations. It's a pretty cool little chip. Takes in a lot of asymmetric and symmetric cryptography methods. Eventually was failed. It was defunct after, I think it was introduced in 93 and defunct by 96. It didn't get very far. Interesting little story. There's kind of a history around that. Oh, and this is the Vignere square. It is another ancient form of encryption. It is a form of polyalphabetic cipher. So once we reach Caesar ciphers, this is just multiple Caesar ciphers. So instead of one row of substitution, you have many rows based on a keyword. It's pretty interesting. And last but not least is the radio. Now, why did I put the radio here? Well, it kind of changed the game for cryptography in many ways, because before the radio, you were writing things down or Morse code or all that stuff. But with the advent of the radio, you're now sending signals through the air that anyone can capture. You know, it's kind of like the pre-internet. So now anything that you wanted to keep secret that was sent through radio, you needed to encrypt it somehow or encode it somehow, because anyone could capture those signals and hear what you were saying or listen in on the message. I really like this slide. I had a lot of fun with it. There's an interesting drive in cryptography that really is this constant battle between the cryptographers and the cryptanalysts. Cryptographers being the ones who are encrypting the information, and the cryptanalysts being the ones who are trying to break their codes or their ciphers. If there wasn't this kind of constant battle through the history of cryptography, well, then it wouldn't really get very far, right? If we had a form of encryption that either couldn't be broken or no one was interested in reading the messages, well, that form of encryption would still keep going. It'd still be in use. But because cryptanalysts are kind of constantly trying to find new ways to read the ciphertext of the cryptographers, that's what's driving the advances in cryptography now. Here, I should say that I do not own the rights to Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, or Kill Bill. Here we have, in the cryptographer side, we have the substitution cipher, which was, we will get to, but it lasted for a very long time. It was destroyed by frequency analysis right here. We also have the Enigma here, and the Vignere cipher, and I have this one, targeted cipher attacks. Now, what does that really mean? Each form of encryption kind of has its own patterns, its own ways that you can kind of look at the ciphertext and notice patterns and everything within it, which is how a lot of cryptographic ciphers were broken, even recently. So the Vignere cipher was broken by kind of pattern analysis. So was Enigma. That story is really cool. The Lorenz cipher was another German World War II cipher, which was eventually broken by Colossus. Here we have DES brute force, which was brute forced really recently in 1999. Oof. I don't think I mentioned this, but this is actually my first presentation workshop. So if I'm speaking too fast or just there's a lot coming at you, let me know. And also constructive criticism at the end is always welcome. Thank you. So crypto speak. Before we get into any modern algorithms or anything, I would like to go over just some terms I'll be using. Does anybody know any or all of these terms at all? If you have any questions about them, I'm going to run through all of them, but just specifically if you do. So here we have brute force. That's essentially fairly straightforward. You're just brute forcing keys at this point. You're trying out every possible key in the cryptographic algorithm to try and decrypt the ciphertext. Now, ciphertext bottom right and plain text just above it. Plain text is what we'll be calling the text pre-encryption. Ciphertext is, oops, sorry guys, is what it is after encryption. So plain text, ciphertext, post-encryption, ciphertext. Key space is actually all the possible numbers of keys we can have. Oh, I should probably go over keys first. A key is the information we need to encrypt or decrypt plain text or ciphertext. We have the encryption algorithm, which has a key involved, which allows us to encrypt and then subsequently decrypt the information. Now, I kind of use algorithms and ciphers interchangeably. It's not correct. I've tried to correct that. But algorithms are pretty much any computer science steps. They're used a lot to indicate, the steps you would make in code. Whereas a cipher is a specific cryptographic algorithm. So the ciphers are algorithms. Not all algorithms are ciphers. I will say at times des algorithm, des algorithm. What I really mean is des cipher. So just a slight difference there. We also have block ciphers here and stream ciphers. Block ciphers encrypt the plain text in blocks. So if you have a plain text of, I don't know, so many letters, it will only encrypt, say, it in blocks. So it'll do, say, 2 letters at a time. Take it in 2-letter chunks, and it comes out in 2-letter chunks. That's a block cipher. Stream ciphers are different in the sense that they will encrypt each letter or bit. Hashing. Hashing's an interesting one. It's a non-reversible cryptographic cipher used for integrity checks. We'll get to that pretty soon here. Any questions on that? Nope. We're good. So substitution and transposition. We're still in the era of early algorithms and everything. So what is this? Substitution, exactly as the name implies, each letter is replaced by another. Also, since we're going to be encrypting and decrypting a lot of things, I kind of chose a lot of really, really silly, corny plain text quotes. Nothing is impossible. The world itself says I'm possible. Thanks, Aubrey Hepburn. Made me feel a little bit better. So the algorithm here is a Caesar cipher with a shift of 3. If you encrypt this plain text with this algorithm, you'll end up with this ciphertext. What's the Caesar cipher? Well, you're just taking the alphabet and shifting it to the left 3. So A gets D, B gets E, C gets F. Very simple substitution cipher. Now we'll move to transposition. Letters in the message are rearranged. It's pretty much an anagram. So if we have the plain text, wake up determined, go to bed satisfied by Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, the ciphertext can be anything with the above letters scrambled. Do you guys see kind of an issue with this at all? Well, this substitution cipher is pretty easy to figure out. But this transposition cipher, it becomes pretty impossible to decrypt very quickly. The example I gave here is that there's 32 letters in the above plain text. So you end up with a bunch of possibilities for the ciphertext. Has to be a balance here between, you can have perfect encryption. This is essentially perfect encryption, but then you can't decrypt it. There's not a lot of use in that. So this was just an example of early substitution, early cryptographic methods. The citail that I brought up earlier, that was a form of transposition, right? You're not substituting it, you're transposing all those letters on the leather strip in different orders. I'll bring up substitution and transposition as we go along. So now I want to talk about just general crypto systems. This will help us understand how cryptography works, what goes into it, and it'll bring up another important principle, which I'll get to next. So we have the plain text, oops, believe you can, and you're halfway there. We have the key, WoSec Montreal, quote by Theodore Roosevelt. We're going to use the Caesar cipher with a keyword algorithm. So we just saw the Caesar cipher. What is that? We have our alphabet. You put the keyword, the key right there in front. So A becomes W, B becomes 0, so on, so on. And then the rest of the alphabet right down there. Ciphertext. Boop. So what is involved in a crypto system? This is a very basic symmetric crypto system. We need the plain text, the information we want to encrypt, the key, the algorithm, how we're going to encrypt it, the ciphertext, the fourth one, and last but not least, which I unfortunately didn't include on this slide, but we also need a means to decrypt the information, right? Decrypting in this crypto system is exactly the opposite as encryption. So 5 things right there. General symmetric crypto systems. Plain text, key, algorithm, ciphertext, and decryption, or decryption algorithm, encryption algorithm. Oop. Perfect time to bring up Kirchhoff's principle. A crypto system should be secure even if everything about the system except the key is known. Why? Why would this be the case? Well, it allows us, especially as modern cryptographers, to ensure that the algorithms, the crypto systems we are using are indeed safe, right? All the cryptographic standards, everything we'll touch upon has been vetted by cybersecurity professionals, cryptographers, and our standardized algorithms, meaning that we know every step that the algorithms or ciphers take. It allows us as cybersecurity professionals to ensure that the cipher is indeed secure. There's no secret data leakage or little errors anywhere. Now, if you compare Kirchhoff's principle with security through obscurity, this term here, security through obscurity, anyone who works in the cybersecurity field will tell you it's not really security. It can also be called black boxing. One of the things we like to do as hackers or security professionals is we want to figure out how things work, right? If you're just going to black box something, someone's going to get a hold of that. Someone's going to reverse engineer it. Someone's going to do some analyses on it and figure out weakness that you may not have even encountered, right? One of the reasons why we use Kirchhoff's principle and publish all of our cryptographic standards, and they go through such a rigorous peer review process, is so that we have so many different people looking at it that we know that they're secure. If you're trying security through obscurity, well, it might just be you or your company or you and a few other people who know how it works. And that's just a few sets of eyes on it. You probably don't see other ways in which it's insecure. Whew. So I've kind of divided this up into little games throughout the presentation. Kind of like breaks up the flow and allows us to all kind of work together. So I have some crypto games for us to play. I also uploaded on the Discord some instructions right here. If you go to the top, my crypto exercises V1.0 PDF. Let's open it. Yeah, just go through the introductory crypto games section. It's just 2 pages long. It won't take long at all. We're going to be using CyberChef. And yeah, and then you can look at these like little pattern problems in the meantime. I'll give you guys about 5 minutes to look at it. Yeah, I will be back in 2 to 3 minutes, and we'll go through the answers together. Bloop, bloop, bloop. How do I mute? Whew. Okay. So, and back now, a couple people have responded on the Discord channel. You guys are right. Congrats to Vera and Khalees and Gabrielle. We're going to quickly go through this on here. Oop. Oop. So yeah. Now, scrolling through, I already got this all set up. So that's the ciphertext I asked you guys to put into the input. And then I asked you guys to just scroll through. Did I already miss it? Oh, there we go. Life is like riding a bicycle. To keep your balance, you must keep moving. That's Einstein. Thank you. Why was this so easy? Like, we're essentially brute forcing this right now. I don't know if you guys noticed. You can see if you hover over the rope 13, it's just a Caesar cipher, which we went over before. Now, the Caesar cipher, you're just shifting the alphabet along the alphabet, right? So what's the key space of that? Now remember, key space is a term I brought up in my crypto speak slide. It was the amount of possible keys that a key could have. Did that make sense? I don't know if I conveyed that correctly. It's the amount of possible keys within an allocated keys algorithm. So this was super easy to do. Oh, Bazile. This is super easy to do just because the key space of the Caesar cipher is essentially 25. You only have 25 possible shifts before you get back to the A equals A equals B equals C. So it's really not hard to go through the entire shifts of the Caesar cipher and brute force the encryption. Now, what was the other one I asked you guys to do? The Vignere encode here. So this one we're just going to take, never let the fear of striking out keep you from playing the game. Babe Ruth. Did that. Put this in. Oops. Control V. Vignere encode. So what did I say? We went dog. Oh, that's what's encrypted. Look at the output here. So I just typed in dog. Oh, that's neat. White. Yeah. You guys will see there's a point to the supernova. Now, as the key size increases, did you guys notice anything about the output? Well, it's repeating itself. So here we have, is that 9? I think. Yeah, that's 9 letters in this key. So you can notice even as we decrease it, the output, it repeats itself. So now we have a 2-size key. Actually, let's go back to dog. That was the example I gave. When you're encrypting it, it repeats itself every 3 times, right? You go to a larger key size, supernova, the output repeats itself less. I don't know if you guys can see that, but as you type in larger and larger keys, that is indeed the case. You can just add in extra letters here. You'll notice that the output changes the further you go along. Oh, ha, 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 ha. So why is this interesting? It's just small little patterns that the cryptanalysts would recognize that would allow them an insight into the cipher that would then allow them to break it. This is just a small little insight into the Vignere cipher that did allow cryptanalysts to break the cipher. I'll bring this to the side. We will be using CyberChef again, so keep it up. Crypto games. Math patterns. So upper left, clearly, you're just shifting the blocks down. So the answer is B there. Number 3 below it, which figures the odd one out? It's A. Your arrow in A is pointing to a black box, and your black boxes are in opposite corners than the rest of them. So that's your hint. And last one, bottom right. Well, you're just increasing the sides to each shape. So the answer would be A. Once again, these are just really simple, straightforward pattern recognition games that early cryptanalysts used to break early ciphers. Whew. First one is B. Is B? I'm pretty sure I said that, did I? Yeah. Okay. Good job, guys. Now let's continue. Oh, now we're going to move to modern cryptography. So what happens in modern cryptography? Clearly here in the diagram I have, we have a cell that's going to an Enigma machine. I'm glad I could make you guys laugh. I have to find my notes here. And you have an Enigma machine, which is going down to an HSM. HSMs are pretty intense devices. They are made to protect really super secret keys. I've done some work on them before, really interesting devices, but they're very modern. So just using it to illustrate the advancements in cryptography or the changes in cryptography. So remember I called the Enigma a mechanical cipher machine. Now we're up to computers. What does that mean? Well, there's a huge increase in speed and cipher complexity. And we've moved from encrypting letters into bits. So instead of words and letters, which it's technically called encoding, but I'm not going to get into semantics or anything because semantics can confuse anybody. But for now, we're encrypting bits, which is just ones and zeros. Oop. How does that work? Well, now we just have our ASCII table. So in the car column, we have all of our English characters and some letters and symbols too. We also have their hex conversion, and then this quick table on the right here, which I made myself just super quickly. We have our conversion in decimal, hexadecimal, and binary. So we want to change WoSec Montreal, turn it into binary, because now cryptographic ciphers with the advent of computers will be encrypting ones and zeros. We turn it into hex using our ASCII table. So W, look up the big W there. Where's big W? Yep, right here. So hex 57, little o, or baby o, is right here. Yep, 6F. Big S is right here, 53. So you do that all the way down the line. Then you can go over to your hex to binary table, turn it into binary. 57. Oops, no. 5, look up on your binary table is 0101. First 4 digits are 0101. 7 is 0110. You do that all the way down the line. So that's how you get WoSec Montreal to binary. Boop. Now this is our first slide in modern cryptography. We're going to talk about symmetric cryptography. All the ciphers we've talked about so far are symmetric ciphers. That means you're using the same key to encrypt or decrypt and decrypt the information. This is a really simple symmetric key crypto system right here. Some modern algorithms include DES, Data Encryption Standard, Triple DES, and the Advanced Encryption Standard, AES. So yeah, there's one key to encrypt and decrypt the information. It's super secret. You don't want this key getting out there. That's a security concern. Keep this in the back of your head while we're going through symmetric cryptography. How do you keep the secret key a secret? How do you do things like, say, key distribution, especially over the internet? It's a pretty big concern in the cybersecurity world, especially when you're using symmetric cryptography. So now we're going to talk about DES. I tossed in this XKCD comic because it is DES. This comic, I'm pretty sure, is referring to DES. Well, it has to be. It's talking about the Feistel cipher, which is what the data encryption standard DES is based off of. Oof. So DES is a symmetric block cipher, meaning symmetric, one key, block cipher. It works on blocks of bits. It takes in plain text block size of 64 bits. It takes in 64 bits of the plain text, encrypts that, and moves to the next 64 bits. Key size is also 64 bits. So DES is really interesting, and we're going to take some time looking at DES. But it came around in the 70s, after World War II. But what kind of happened in the 1960s and 1970s? Well, computers started getting more and more widespread. Companies, individuals started using computers. So now encryption was something that wasn't only required by, say, governments in the military. It was required by people using computers. You know, if you wanted to, I don't know, encrypt your plain text and put it on a floppy disk and have it securely brought to someone else so no one else can, say, take that floppy disk and like read what's in there, you now needed a means of encryption. Whereas before, encryption was pretty much a luxury of the government and military. So in 1977, or a few years before, 1973, I do believe, National Bureau of Standards in the States released a competition essentially to be like, okay, what's going to be our first encryption standard? A few years later, DES was adopted, and DES is a long-standing influential algorithm. It's been around, it's still used today. It was brute forced in 1999, so it's not used for super secure stuff anymore, but it is still used today. So we're going to walk through it and figure it out a bit. And it's pretty crazy to know that you'll be able to understand it a bit more. And for some 20, 30 years, it was the go-to encryption standard. So operations in DES, part 1. Now I'm only going through this so that you guys kind of understand that these encryption algorithms are in no way, shape, or form above and beyond you. They're actually very simple, and I maintain that computers are very simple. They just do things really fast, right? And keep in mind that when we're going through these ciphers, or every time we talk about a specific cipher, it's only working on ones and zeros. That's all really computers can do. So the first operation that we'll go through in DES is the exclusive OR addition. I don't know if any of you guys took digital logic courses or anything in university. This is the truth table here. So you have a 0 and a 0. If you XOR them together, you'll get a 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 0, 1, and 1, 1. It gives a 0. What does this look like in terms of operations? Well, here we have 2 binary numbers being XORed together. And this little circle with a plus sign in it, that's the operand. I think that's the word, operand, for XOR. So we're XORing these 2 numbers. Go down, 0, 1 gives us a 1, 0, 0, all the way down. We have this 1, 1 gives us a 0. You can kind of traverse that whole thing, and you'll get this result. So DES does this operation, the XOR operation, very often. Permutation tables are another thing, another operation or means of shifting information in DES. Here's the initial permutation table. It's the first permutation table in DES. Now, what did I say at the very beginning? DES is a symmetric 64-bit block cipher. It takes in a 64-bit key. So this is the first permutation table that's performed on the plain text that comes in. All it does is it takes the 58th bit, and that becomes the first bit. The 50th bit becomes the second bit, 42nd bit becomes the third bit, and all the way down. Now we can have permutation tables that add bits or that take away bits. So this is another permutation table that occurs in the DES cipher, and this one actually add bits. I don't know how to get rid of that. It'll go away. I don't want to click anything because it'll mess up my slides. So you can see in this EBIT selection table, there's actually two ones positions here. So this one's actually increasing the size of the input. Oops, there we go. So what is this permutation table doing, really? If you think back to our substitution and transposition slides, permutation tables are really just another way of form of transposition. Yep. Operations in DES Part 2. There's only 2 slides, so there's only really 4 operations. They're all very simple. Bit shifts. So going with our same result from the last page, bit shifts, you're just shifting the bits. This is technically called a left bit shift with carry. So we're going to shift the bits down, bring the one that was in the leftmost position all the way to the right. This is a bit shift of left bit shift with carry of 1. Here's another one. This is whoop, left shift of 2 with carry. So once again, you're left shifting the bits, bringing the leftmost one to the right. What are S boxes? S boxes. What are S boxes? This was probably honestly the most difficult operation in DES, and it's really not that difficult. It's a form of substitution, right? If you look at our permutation tables, they were transposition. These are substitution. I'm going to give you an illustration of how S boxes work with an example. So they actually take in 6 bits of information, and they give you 4 bits out. So our example here is 110010. You take the first and the last bits, which are 1 and 0. You leave the middle bits together, which are the 4 middle bits, which are 1001. You look that up. What's 10 in decimal? Well, that's 2. So you go to row 2. What's 1001 in decimal? That's 9. So you go to column 9. Row 2, column 9. So your input will eventually becomes 12. So what's 110010 is the decimal number 50. Once it goes through your S box, it becomes 12. Now, there are several S boxes. There's 8 to be precise, but this is how they all work right there. Now, you guys know all the operations there are in DES. How does this all fit together? I have to say right off the bat that I've done a lot of work with DES. I've spent a lot of time sitting down, figuring it out. My last job, I kind of had to learn DES from the ground up. So that's kind of like my child here. The initial round of this presentation was very like we were going through each step, and it quickly became the DES 101 presentation. So I'm trying to avoid that right now. But just as a high level, this is how DES works. Like I said before, it's a 64-bit plaintext. You put it through the initial permutation table, which we already saw in the operation slides. Then you divide it into 2 halves. And then you do 16 rounds of actual encryption using the key, put them back together for a final permutation table, and get out the ciphertext. Now, the interesting thing about DES is that it is based on the Feistel cipher, which I did mention previously, but the Feistel cipher is essentially the rounds of DES. And also DES does create 16 keys. So you get your initial key and you create 16 subkeys from it. This is my subkey generation slide. So to generate the subkeys for each of the 16 rounds of encryption in DES, you pretty much only do a couple permutation tables and some bit shifts. So I'm actually going to bring us to this page here. But how? Did I have more here? Yeah, a couple permutation tables and 16 rounds of bit shifts. We might skip this part just because time. Oh, we got some time. So how does DES work? What were my examples in here? Hard at work. What was my key? WoSec Montreal. Montreal right there. So this is a pretty fun tool. I've linked to it in my reference slides as well, but you can actually go through the DES cipher and it'll change the results as you go through. So we took our input key right here, WoSec Montreal, and it's actually so kind that it turned it into binary for us. After running through the initial permutation table here, which once again, the first bit becomes a 57th bit, second bit becomes a 49th bit. Is that right? It's easy to get confused when you're going through these ciphers. There's a lot to them. So after the permutation table, our key becomes this. Now this actually drops the first permutation table for the keys actually drops every 8th bit. So you're going from a key size of 64 bits to 56 bits. Now, does anybody know why we drop every 8th bit at all? I can give you a few seconds if anybody wants to type anything Discord. But really, we're just dropping the parity bits. Those bits, every 8th bit, it's for error correction. So we can let them go. So now we end up, after the permutation table, with a 56-bit key. Now we divide them into left and right sides. So here's our left side, right side. And then we just shift them according to this table right here. So our first iteration, or C1, we're only going to shift it 1. You can tell that from right here. C2, we also do another left shift of 1. Boop. Oh my gosh, what happens at C3? Oh, we left shift it 2. No way. And you can see that here. We've gone from our 1, being there to our 1, being there. This one only has leading zeros, so you can't see the carry, but right here you can. So from D0 to D1, 1 bit shift. From D1 to D2, also 1 bit shift. Boop. From D2 to D3, 2. So, oh no, wait, from D2 to D3. Yeah, that's why I was confused. So this one goes through 2 bit shifts, and that's how we end up with 1, 0, 0, 1 on the far right side here. So we do that for 16 keys. Keep in mind, these are all 56 bits now. Well, 28-bit halves. We put it through 1 final permutation table. And there we go. We have all of our round keys for DES. All these 16 keys will be used to encrypt the information for each round of DES. Now, let me get the slides back up. I initially was kind of going to take us through the encryption steps of DES. They don't involve any bit shifts. It's only permutation tables, S boxes, and XOR additions. But that was pretty confusing. And like I said before, it ended up becoming the DES Workshop 101. So suffice to say that for the encryption steps, you guys could totally figure it out. I highly recommend sitting down and like working your way through the encryption steps. Like I said, they only consist of permutation tables, S boxes, and XOR addition, and it's iterative. So you're dividing the information into 2, and then you're XORing them together. So this image on the right, this is essentially the Feistel network, where you're taking the right-hand side, making it the left side, and then it kind of XORing them together in an iterative cycle. Hopefully I explained that in a way that wasn't too confusing. You put it through a final permutation table, and then that's your cipher right there. This guy that I was working through that I showed you before, in fact, we can change the key. Well, I guess I'm past that right now. But you can do this for the entire thing. It'll give you all the are nots and what happens after you XOR things. And ooh, here are the S boxes. So you're going to put it through the S boxes. It's quite interesting. Let us continue. Triple DES. Well, what do you think triple DES is? It's DES 3 times over. So you're going to encrypt, you're going to decrypt, and you're going to encrypt again. Triple DES is more recent than DES. I think it's about the 90s. Now, why do you think we need something like triple DES? What, if you're using the same algorithm, what more protection does this provide if you're just doing the same cipher like 3 times over? Well, you're increasing the key size. So originally, the DES cipher, 64 bits, 56 bits after parity of key size. So now if you're using triple DES, you can get 168-bit key size, which increases the brute force time of triple DES significantly. We should definitely differentiate between 2-key and 3-key TDES. 3-key TDES uses unique K1, K2, K3 are all unique. So you're encrypting with a unique 64-bit key, you're decrypting with a unique 64-bit key, and then you're encrypting again with a unique 64-bit key. I should mention at this point that if anybody has any questions at any point throughout this presentation, just pop them up on Discord and we'll get to you. I don't want anyone to feel lost in this or anything. So 2-key TDES, K1, the key you use to encrypt are the same. Quick question here. What is 1-key TDES? Say, what if you had 1-key TDES, K1, K2, K3, were all the same? Well, that's just a waste of processor power because you're using the key to encrypt, using the same key to decrypt it, which effectively makes the first 2 encrypts and decrypts unnecessary, and then you're encrypting it again. So yeah, just wasting CPU power there. Also, it would be the same thing if your 2-key TDES, if K1 and K2 were the same, you had a different K3, that would also be pretty redundant. So yeah, this is TDES. Now we're going to move to AES. It's very different than DES. I mentioned earlier that DES was on the Feistel network, so it had lots of rounds, of iterative rounds. So the right side from the previous round was being XORed with the left side of your current round. That's called the Feistel process or network or cipher. AES is based on a substitution and permutation cipher network, so it is very different. It provides significantly more security. The key size is 128, 192, or 256 bits, depending on which which type of AES you want to use, and the plain text block size is 128 bits. It officially superseded DES in 2002, and it hasn't been brute forced yet. Its current brute force time of, well, 10 to the power 55 years. I'm sure that's several times the age of the universe. AES 256 is now required by standard by a whole bunch of different, top level security, government and military stuff. When I was working in a payment assurance lab, lots of the high level keys had to be encrypted by AES 256. Yeah, this is the images, the FIPS standard that announced Advanced Encryption Standard AES. It can be found right there. Let us continue. Yeah, let's try some symmetric crypto exercises. We're gonna go back to CyberChef again. I'm gonna go on mute here while you guys work through. Give you 5 to 10 minutes to work on the second round of questions here. Let's figure out how to mute myself again. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Whew. So I'm back. It's looking like some of you guys in the Discord already kind of figured out the point of that exercise. I'm deliberately Vero. I'm deliberately keeping these exercises kind of simpler, just so that you guys can notice what's happening and figure it out for yourself. Also, CyberChef is a pretty awesome tool. Just delete all this. So you can even go through all of these ciphers and play around with them and stuff. They do some, there's probably some XOR in there, right there, XOR brute force. Here we go. I won't get into this isn't a CyberChef workshop, so I'll stick to what I said I was going to do. That was our first one, desencrypt. There we go. Ooh, this was a Beyonce quote. Yes, queen. There we go. That was our key. Now, I specifically said to use electronic codebook, ECB mode. ECB is the mode of DES that doesn't have any initialization vectors. Why is this not working? Oh, because I have it in as hex. I put it in as base 64 originally. Oop. Yeah, so there we go. That's the encrypted form of DES. Now the cool thing about CyberChef is that you can just pull things in. Triple DES encrypt. You can pause this. Do the same thing. I'm going to say ECB, electronic codebook. No initialization vectors for this mode of encryption. Oh my gosh, what? I don't have the right key length. Why is that? Seems like most of you already solved that. Our key length for triple DES, and this one specifically, is 192 bits or 24 bytes. I'm just going to Control V a couple times. Oh, well, now it's too long. There you go. We've now encrypted the words from Beyonce's mouth in triple DES. Let's pause this. Do AES. Oh no, where'd it go? Accidentally removed it. Electronic codebook. K64. There we go. So we've encrypted this in 3 different symmetric ciphers, DES, TDES, and AES. We deduced that the key sizes for each one were different. So we had to copy. I don't know how you guys solved that issue, if you just added random characters. I just copied the key a few more times until I got the right key length, and was able to encrypt. One of the things that I didn't touch on before was modes and initialization vectors. The mode for this that we've gone over, especially in terms of DES, it's called electronic codebook, ECB for short. You should probably open that up on the slides. Ah, good job, very straightforward. In ECB, it's one of the first modes of DES. There's no initialization vector. These modes and initialization vectors are more like add-ons to the base cipher. An initialization vector, depending on which mode you're using, there's cipher feedback, chain block coding are 2 common other modes. The IVs will be applied in different ways. They're called initialization vectors, but they're just essentially random numbers that are XORed with the input. Why would that be the case? Why do you think we'd want to perform an XOR addition on the plain text before we encrypted it? I need to bring up my notes again. Well, because if you're encrypting something with the same plain text, especially through DES, you'll get the same ciphertext on the other end. So it kind of is a way for cryptanalysts to view patterns and stuff in the cipher. So we add on initialization vectors and different modes so that the same plain text doesn't necessarily, well, will not give the same ciphertext. It's just an added level of security, you know, so that when you're looking, yeah, essentially, yeah, because if you have a plain text and you encrypt it only using DES, it will give the same ciphertext every time. So imagine you're sending super secret message. Well, it is kind of a hint to the cryptanalysts that there's the same ciphertext. They're like, oh my gosh, you sent the same message twice, you know, or 3 times or however many times. So using an IV does mess it up more. Randomness, good. Yes, I like this back and forth, guys. This is awesome. Look. So I encourage you guys to play around with different IVs, different modes, even different like key data formats and everything. It's all very interesting. CyberChef also has a data format area. So if you're not too sure if it's in hex or if it's in char, or, well, binary is pretty obvious, but that's pretty handy. Oop. So we're going to take a brief interlude from symmetric algorithms. We've covered our symmetric algorithm portion. Time's going pretty good. We're going to talk about hashing algorithms pretty quick. Hashing algorithms, you have a plain text, you input it into the hashing algorithm, and you'll get a string of characters that comes out. You cannot get the plain text from the hash. It's irreversible. One of the main things about hashes is that the input will always provide the same output, and a slightly different input will create a different hash. Now, what does that provide us with? What does that, in terms of security, give us? It's different. I'm going to give you a hint. It's different from what the symmetric algorithms and the algorithms we talked about before provide us, right? Whereas DES, AES, and TDES give us confidentiality. They encrypt our information so that no one else can read it besides the person who has the key. Hashing algorithms don't do that. What they provide is a means of integrity checking, right? So if you send out information, say text, to someone, and you want to make sure that when they get to it, they know that it hasn't been altered en route, you will also send the hash with them. So they can get that information, put it through a hashing algorithm, and then compare the outputs of the hash. And if they're the same, wow, that information wasn't changed at all en route to the receiver. Common algorithms include MD5 and SHA-1 and SHA-2. Let's see some more randoms. Integrity, exactly. Manon. Ooh. This is an example here. If you go to the Kali Linux download page, they'll actually provide you with, and lots more places are doing this now. I actually saw checksum in one of the previous workshops there. So when you download your version of Kali, you can hash it before you even open it and make sure that this SHA-256 sum is the same. And you know you got your version of Kali hasn't been messed up at all. Storing passwords, yes, that is also very true. The pen tester said storing passwords. Yes, passwords are stored in hashing form. Hopefully. You're never going to want to store plain text passwords. Bad idea there. There's also salts too. Thanks. Which allow a form of randomness to be put in. I can talk about hashes for forever. We should get to the exercises. What else do people say here? I agree. So a couple exercises pretty close back to back here. I provided you guys with 2 files in the Discord. Also, the first steps will be just to go through the hashing exercise right there. So I did provide an example of a command line, Windows 10 command line tool that, or well, command that you can use to hash files. If you have your own hashing tool application, that's what I use. You can use that as well. That's right here to the left. I use hash tool 1.2. Whatever means you have, hash, run through the exercises here. I'll give you a couple minutes. They're not long. And I will be back. Boop. Oh, you can also do them in CyberChef as well. The smaller ones at any rate. Hey everybody, I'm back again. That exercise is pretty quick. I am going to show you my screen. I'm going to show you two things. I use the CLI, instead of my hashing tool. Just I provided you those steps, so I figured maybe not. Why not? La, la, la. Yes. Did you take the MD5s with those? Let's see. Chop 256. Yes. Nice. Oops. Ah, what's going on? I just have a really quick sample here, just to show you guys how much everything changes when you hash. Discord is blowing up. Oh, needed more time on Mac. Okay. I will take my time. I'll do the simple ones, okay? Wait for you guys. I want you guys to see, I want you guys to hash the files that I uploaded as well. But I'll show you how different these simple ones can be. So I just saved a quick hash. It just says my name. This is a text file. It just has my name in it. So I'm going to get the file hash using the CLI provided. This is the SHA-256. So my hash using SHA-256 is C3B4F. That. Remember that. Now I'm just going to add a space to the end of my name. Nothing too huge. Save it again. Run the same hashing command. Oh my God, they're so different. Look, this one was C3CB4, blah, blah, blah. This one's 8A06CBC, blah, blah, blah. So even the smallest change in the input that you want to hash will create a very different output. What does the MD5 look like? MD5 SHA-256 is really strong. MD5 is a much shorter hash. I don't think I did that right. Yeah, so you can actually see here, much smaller. Let's see if I can I think it's about half the size of SHA-256. Just going to confirm that. Yeah. MD5 has an output of 32 hex characters right there. SHA-256 is 64 hex characters. Much longer hash. What about SHA-1? Just for fun, oh, well, kind of. No, I can still hash this. It's clearly in between MD5 and SHA-256. Yeah, how many hex characters is that? 40 hex characters. Oop. Anyways, that was the first exercise. See how you guys are doing in Discord. That's funny. Were they the same? Hopefully. Oh. La, la, la. So now let's try hashing those examples I gave you. I'm gonna not use this. Don't need this anymore. Close that just in case. I'm gonna use my hashing tool for this one. How do I get to it without ruining my slides? Sorry, guys. So, what was the next step? We're gonna hash. You guys can still see my screen, right? The right one here? I'm gonna hash both of these. Oh my gosh, this is just a simple hashing tool. It was an example in one of the slides. So you can just input the file you want and select the hashing algorithm right there. Let's see. Okay, thanks, Gabrielle. So that was the first one. I do believe that was a letter of rec order. Oh my gosh, what? What's happening here? They have the same MD5 hash, and yet they're different files. Oh no. What does that mean? Like, why is that the case? Did I ruin the... Yes, you did. Yeah. So now let's take the SHA-256 of those same files. I have a bunch in here. MD5 does suck. Oh, no worries. So what do we call these, essentially? Long story short, MD5, Message Digest 5, has been deprecated. It's no longer considered secure. But if you take the SHA-256 hash of these two files, yeah, collisions, exactly. These are collisions. You now have two different inputs that provide the same hash. That's not really integrity. So that's why MD5 has been deprecated. If we take the SHA-256 hash of the same files, well, they're quite different. So, which means, yeah. So it's recommended to use, I think even SHA-1's deprecated now. That's a recent happening. So yeah, just use SHA-2 for when you're hashing. You won't get any collisions. MD5 collisions are still very unlikely. Those were clearly two very specifically tailored documents to produce the same MD5, to produce an MD5 collision. But it's still unlikely if you're just using it to hash random files and send them people's way. Now let's get back to the slides. That show on the current slide. Good job, guys. Oh. So after that brief interlude with hashing, can you guys think of anything that would be an issue with symmetric algorithms over the internet? Right? Kind of touched on it briefly before, but what's the concern here? If you don't have a means of meeting up in person, or all of your communication happens over the internet, what's the issue here? You guys probably got it. Smart crew. Key exchange. Yeah, exactly. Key distribution. Oh my gosh. Exactly, right? So in the early days before computers and the internet and stuff, in order to exchange keys for symmetric algorithms, they'd have code books. They can even meet in person to determine what the key would be. There's this really cool trick where before the ciphertext, you can send, you guys would, the communicators would decide on their favorite book or of sorts, and they would say that the first 3 words at the top of the page would be the key. So before you, before the ciphertext that you send over, you'll just have the page number, and then because only both of you know which book you're using, you'll just go to the page of that book, and the first 3 words will be your symmetric key. But that can't really happen over the internet, right? If you want to send a key to someone, well, to encrypt your communications, well, you're sending that key over an unsecure channel. Your channel can be sniffed at any point, right? So you might have sent that key to encrypt your information or your communications after that point, but before that point, your channel could have been sniffed, so people can just grab that key, and then you don't really have a secure channel anymore. Hope that I explained that with a modicum of reasonability. Yep. Oh my gosh, what's the answer to this? Asymmetric cryptography. Asymmetric crypto is very different from symmetric crypto. It is far more recent discovery in the realm of cryptography. Came about also at the same time as DES, 1970s-ish or so. You essentially have 2 different keys now. Your asymmetric crypto employs public-private key pairs. Now, asymmetric cryptography is also called public key encryption. Common algorithms include, or more like crypto systems, include Diffie-Hellman, DH, the well-known RSA, Rivest-Shamir-Adelman, and ECC, elliptic curve cryptography. I'm going to quickly, is it good? Oh, certificates are great. Well, that's true. Jackie. It's the most secure way to exchange keys. I agree. Now, how does asymmetric crypto work? You have a key generation algorithm. The key generation algorithm will generate you a secret key. You can probably deduce that that secret key, sometimes called a private key as well, you keep secret. You keep that to yourself. You protect it with all the powers available to you in the cybersecurity realm. You have a public key. It also generates a public key. Your public key, as the name implies, you share to everyone, anyone and everybody. It can be given out willy-nilly. Everyone has access to it. The main thing here, and the best analogy I've heard to describe asymmetric cryptography, is kind of like the padlock analogy. So when we're encrypting something, it's going to be a padlock. When we're decrypting something, it's a key. So both these keys, the secret key and your public key, both have the ability to encrypt information. They can lock it. And they both have the ability to decrypt it. Each have a key. All good so far? Another key thing here is that if you're encrypting with the secret key, you decrypt with the public key. If you're encrypting with the public key, you decrypt with the secret key. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Now we're going to meet Alice, Bob, and Eve. I was hoping to make my own Visio diagrams for this, but I ended up taking them from Richard Goyette. Hopefully he's okay with this. But they were pretty good. So now Alice and Bob want to have secure communications over the internet. Eve wants to eavesdrop on them. You'll run into Alice and Bob and Eve a lot in cryptography. They're used a lot as examples. Pretty much Alice and Bob are trying to talk. Eve is always really simple to remember. She eavesdrops. Now, for asymmetric cryptography, public key cryptography, some really fancy math in there. Alice wants to send a message to Bob. She's going to do that by encrypting the message, like I said before, with Bob's public key. Public keys and private keys can be used to encrypt or decrypt information, meaning they can be used to lock or unlock the information. What's going on in Discord? Alice and Bob will never learn. No, they never will. And also Eve, right? She's still here eavesdropping. Presumably hasn't gotten very much yet, what with this asymmetric thing going on. Don't put keys on FTP servers anonymously. Or do, I don't know. Let's see what happens there. Anyways, yes, so back to the analogy. Alice has encrypted the information that she wants to send to Bob with Bob's public key. Boop. Bob decrypts it, and Bob can only decrypt it with his private key. Well, that works well because only Bob has access to his private key, right? So if you want to send something to someone using asymmetric cryptography and keep it private, well, you can find their public key, which is everywhere. They've released it to the wild. Use their public key to encrypt that information, send it to them, and they can only use their private key to decrypt that information. Eve gets nowhere in this situation, unless she has Bob's private key, which shouldn't be the case. That's why we protect private/secret keys to the best of our abilities. Whew. How are we doing for time here? Half hour, okay. This is as mathy as we'll get in all of this. How does asymmetric crypto work? It's based on one-way math functions. So if we go back to our high school math classes or whatever, a function, you have an input f of x, the function does some stuff to it, and you get an output y. Two-way functions, such as 2x, just simply doubling, or squaring, are easily reversible. You have an you get the output, you can easily determine the input. Most math functions are like that, right? For example, doubling, if your math function is 2x, your answer is y. Well, you just divide your output by 2 and you can determine that x is 2. One-way math functions are very difficult to determine the input. Yes. Whew. We'll have to do like a Alice, Bob, and Eve like 101 workshop, because there's quite stories. There's quite a lot of examples you can use with them. They have quite the history. Anyways, one-way math functions. Given an output, it's very difficult to determine the input. Can anybody think of any one-way math functions? They're not super common, but one of them, modular arithmetic. Does anybody remember what that is? X mod B equals Y. Boop. Example, 15 mod 12 equals 3. So it's essentially the remainder. 15 mod 12 is 3, so you can fit 12 into 15 once, and the remainder there is 3. It's pretty, like, when you're working with smaller numbers, one-way functions, you don't see how they're one-way functions because it's easy to deduce what the input is. So if you had 3 here, you knew Y, the output, you knew the function was mod 12, and you didn't know 15. 15 was just X. You can be like, oh, well, that's 15. It's a fairly small number. You can also, the answer can also be 25, right? 25 mod 12 is also 3. So there's also several inputs too. Now, in cryptography and asymmetric cryptography, these numbers get massive. They get super huge, makes it very, very difficult to work back to discover what the input was. That's about all I'm going to say for one-way math functions. I have a picture of a clock here just to illustrate how we actually do mod 12 all the time. Apparently in French, you guys say 15 heures, I think, if my French's not bad. In English, that would be 3 p.m. So yeah, 15 hours, this is a perfect example. 15 hours mod 12 is 3 p.m. We do clock arithmetic mod 12 all the time. I did want to get more into the math in my original slides, but it gets pretty intense pretty quickly. All you got to know, asymmetric cryptography made possible by one-way math functions. Oop. Common public key crypto systems. Now, I'm not necessarily calling them ciphers or algorithms anymore, because with asymmetric crypto comes a lot of PKI, public key infrastructure. We now need a means of storing public keys, sharing public keys, securing private keys. It's far more complex than symmetric cryptography, where you have text, key, algorithm, and ciphertext. You know, there's so much more to it now. Diffie-Hellman, last names of 2 guys. The method they developed was more of a key exchange method. RSA, Ravish Shamir Adelman. Their one-way functions are very interesting. It relies on factoring prime numbers. So their prime numbers that they use in their algorithms, their public key algorithms are huge. They probably have like 10, 15, 20 digits in them. So those one-way functions are pretty solid. ECC is a relatively new form of public key cryptography. Instead of relying on, say, modular arithmetic or factoring prime numbers, they find points on an elliptic curve, and that's what forms the one-way math function. So ECC stands for elliptic curve cryptography. You can tell right off the bat that the key sizes for ECC are a lot higher than RSA. Right here, for RSA, we're recommended 2048 bits of key size, public key size. Oof. Yeah. This image was pulled from NIST SP 800-57. Just gives us standard key sizes and what you're using them for. Next slide. Now, asymmetric crypto has been a huge game changer, especially in terms of internet security. It's how we create, allow HTTPS to happen. It's how we get certificates. It's the basis for TLS SSL, PGP, which is another form of internet security. And everything here, you can go to howsmyssl.com right now and list all the ciphers, all the hashing algorithms, all the, these are called cipher suites that your computer, your client, allows you to use to securely communicate in the internet, on the internet, right here. That it's very, very interesting, actually. So before we get into certs, I might have to do that as a quick example. We talked about using someone's public key to encrypt the information, and they would have to decrypt it using their person who the information is intended for. That person would have to decrypt it with their private key. But I also said at the beginning that the private key and the public key can both be used to encrypt and decrypt information. So what if, oops, the private key is used to encrypt information? Before public key cryptography, public key was used to encrypt information. Private key is now being used to encrypt the information. Ooh, I didn't get, yes, signing. Nice. Oh, good French, thanks. Right there. Oof. Yes, then we end up with digital signatures. Digital signatures also provide integrity, but because you're using your private key to encrypt the information, it also provides authentication, right? So once again, for digital signatures, you're using your private key to encrypt the information, but everyone has your public key. So if everyone can decrypt that information that only you could have encrypted with your own private key, well, then it must have been you that encrypted that information. Basis for digital signatures right here. Oop, I actually made this digital signature right here. I signed my copy of NIST SP 800-57, you know, just in case. Yeah, okay, so let's take a moment to look at certificates. And then I'm probably going to do a quick demo of digital signatures, because I don't think we'll be able to do that ourselves together. I'm running quickly, low on time. Boop, boop, boop. So let's hit up the exercises page again. This one's very straightforward. Asymmetric crypto exercise part 1, viewing and exporting X509 certificates. X509 certificates, X509, it's a standardized form of certificate for public key cryptography or internet security. A certificate is what allows the distribution of public keys, essentially. And it also provides a bunch of information about the owner of that public key, right? So if you look at the image right here, it has a bunch of information, and it will say, it will actually provide the public key within it. So I'm going to give you guys 1 or 2, 3 minutes to check out the certificates and then hit up badssl.com. Do that together. Actually, how are we doing for time? 1 moment. Boop, boop, boop. Hey guys, I'm back. Running low on time here, so quickly run through this. Oop. Now, in my example, I went to Ring 0 CTF. Great CTF site. I don't know if you guys went there, but so long as any of them have a padlock there, I'm going to bring this over. I prefer doing this in Chrome. I think I mentioned that in the PDF I sent out. The format of the certificate output, it's much more decipherable. I'm changing it up a bit this time. Went to the NSA site. I haven't looked at this yet. Let's see if they use some decent algorithms here. So click on the cipher, click the certificate. This is its certificate. This is SHA-256. That's the hash algorithm. RSA 2048-bit. You know, that's standard. That's decent security. See what else information has here. So, some certificate policies. Most important thing, you can tell that this is a public key. It uses RSA 2048 bits to secure its communication. Let's also check out the certification path. So the NSA is at the end. Its top level root certificate authority is DST root CA. The cool thing about these, this is like a certificate chain here. It kind of allows us to authenticate all over the internet. This is the top level CA. They also use 2048-bit. Sometimes I just like poking around at certificates. They're pretty cool. What was I supposed to do? Oh yes, export this certificate. Certificate export wizard. Next. I just go for the first one. These are just other forms of exporting X509 certificates. I'm going to browse it, put it in crypto. I ran through this a few times, clearly. Right there, I'm going to save that. Next, finish. Export was successful. So now we have the X509 certificate for the NSA website. Bloop. See if I can pull it up here. Yeah, so I just saved it to my Crypto 101 folder that I've been working on. There you go. Now I can open it up with it whenever. I can also install the certificate to my own certificate store. Don't really want to do that. We're going to go through that in a bit. But now you have a local copy of this certificate on your computer. You can go through all the information whenever you want. Most important part, like I said right here, there's your public key. You also have a signature hash algorithm. They're using SHA-256. Not bad. Now let's go to bad SSL. Oh. BadSSL.com. Now, these is a site that provides us with a bunch of not so great certificates, certificates that have expired, some old key exchange methods. Here's some, the ones with the green padlock, they're good. So we can actually go to ECC 384, check out this certificate, go to details, and it will use elliptic curve, 3D4 bits. That's its public key right there. It's using ECC to public key cryptography crypto system to encrypt the information secure the information. It's ECC 384. Bloop, bloop. So these ones, this is Diffie-Hellman. I only briefly touched on it. It's more of a key exchange method as opposed to like a means of encryption. I can't even communicate with this, right? This just says that the cipher, Diffie-Hellman 480, is essentially too insecure that my browser doesn't want to communicate with it. The list of ciphers that my computer will use does not include Diffie-Hellman 480, so I'm being blocked from going to that site. Yeah, so this is a pretty interesting website if you guys want to sit here and check out other things. There's a bunch of other certificates. These are expired. I'll quickly show you these. This one says the connection is not secure because the certificate is expired. We can just click this here and view the certificate. It'll say expired. So they just didn't bother to renew the certificate. It's 2020 now, it expired in 2015. We can even look at it and probably see that it expired. Yeah, it expired April 12th, 2015 right there. It was only good for 4 days. Holy. It did use RSA 2048-bit though. Yeah, so I encourage you guys to poke around through that. Now I have 9 minutes. So went through that. I'm going to do a quick demo of digital signatures and introduce you to the Microsoft Management Console certificate store. More of applications of asymmetric cryptography, like I said. So what's the best way for me to do this? So I go Windows key R. I discovered this really great kind of old school, and the steps are also in the PDF I sent, if you want to walk along with me. This is just a really basic way of creating a private public key pair and a certificate to go along with it. Selfcert.exe, create your own digital certificate. I'm just going to call it Nadine's. So it's going to put it out in X509 format. This is the only information I'm putting into it. So this 509 certificate isn't going to have a heck of a lot in it. Successfully created a new certificate. It's true. Now, where did that certificate go? It went to the Microsoft Management Console. Oops. Here, I'm going to bring that over. So you just go Windows key R, Microsoft Management Console. You're going to want to go add, remove snap-ins, certificates, add. It's going to ask you which account you want to add the certificates from. I'm going to do for my own user account. I'm also going to do it for my computer account, local computer account. Finish. Okay, so now we have these two certificate stores. Look through them. So the certificate that I created will be under current user personal certs. You can see all my test certs that I made here, but this one was the one I made today. We can open it up. Oh my gosh, I have a private key that corresponds to this certificate. Oop. It's because I just made it. Details. Dean cert. Doesn't have a heck of a lot of information in it because I really only added my name, but it does have some basic stuff. Gives it a serial number, gives it some dates. And, well, it's a pretty straightforward executable. Public key is RSA 1024 bits, so not the most secure, but what can you expect? So there, I just made that. If we go to the certification path, well, there isn't really one because I just created it. What are we doing here? Now I'm going to get a bunch of errors because according to my computer, I just created this and the certificate isn't trusted yet because I just made it and it's resting in my personal certificate store. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to go all tasks. I'm going to go export my certificate. Next, do not export the private key. I'm going to stick with .cer, file name. That means cert. I think that was what I called it. Save. Next. Finish. It's exactly what it was like when we were exporting the cert from the NSA or Ring 0 or wherever you got the cert from. Hit OK. Awesome. Now, how do we make this a trusted cert? Well, I go to local computer. Ooh, this will be fun too. You go to trusted root certificate, authorities, certificates. Now, these are all the top level certificates out there. They have, see, there's Microsoft here, root cert authority. This one's an ECC key. Let's check this one out really fast. Yeah, so this is one of Microsoft's X509 certificates. It has the public key information. So when you're getting things from Microsoft, if it's signed with this private key, like you have the public key right here, it uses ECC 384 bits. Signatures right there, SHA-384. So yeah, you can go to your certificate store and check out all the top level certificates you have. I have some by GlobalSign, GoDaddy. Anyways, what was I trying to do? I wanted to import, do this really fast, import my cert. name. What was it? Insert, open, next. Okay. So now the cert that I just created is now a trusted cert. We can go back here, look at it again. It doesn't give the same error. Yeah, because I added it to my trusted root certificate authority store. Bloop. Now signing really quickly. I'm going to sign my copy of the steps I gave you guys for exercises. This can be done in 4 minutes for sure. I like using LibreOffice Writer to do this because they make it super simple. Digital signatures, sign the document. There's all the test certs I had from before. You can even view the certificate again. We've already seen it a few times. Just sign, close. Boop. This document is digitally signed and the signature is valid. Oh, good. Now, add a space to it. Well, the document was signed, but I changed it. Means I'll have to re-sign it. Yeah, that's just a really quick and dirty way of creating some digital signatures for signing your own documents. Showing you Microsoft Management Console, where to get all your PKI public key certificates, how that all works. Yeah. Any questions? We have 3 minutes. I hope you guys enjoyed. Anyone still on? I think certs are really cool, so I focused a lot on this. It's like, how can I show, ooh. Yeah, okay, that's a good question, Gabrielle. A lot of it just comes from experience. Base 64 is essentially all the, yeah. And it's also like you can look at it and notice that there's big letters, little letters, and some numbers in there. It's a quick way to recognize that it's base 64. Hex will always be the letters A through F and the numbers 0 through 9. But a lot of the encoding methods or data formats just come from experience. I'm not gonna lie, when I was going through or trying out these exercises in in CyberChef, I also had to go through and try these out. Base 64 is the most straightforward one, but you can also do Latin 1. I'm not super experienced with Latin 1, but I think it's just car. I was kind of hoping it was just car. And it's clearly not. Oop. Thank you. Yeah. So the best way to get familiar, especially with encoding and data formats, is to just go for it, right? So CyberChef has this data formats column, so you can go base 64, char code, hex. They have some more obscure ones like base 85, which I've never ever seen or used ever. Yeah, that's it. Oop. Oops. Any other final questions before we end? Oh, wait, here, I have a thank you slide, I think. No, I totally do. Went through digital certificates. Thanks. Now it's not going to go to my last slide. Okay. Well, before I close off, I would like to say thank you to, yeah, there we go, to Jackie and Gabrielle and Nancy and Diana for doing a drive-on with me, and Gabrielle for asking me to do this Crypto 101 workshop presentation. It's been fun. Like I said before, this is my first workshop presentation, so if there's any constructive criticism or you have any feedback for me, please let me know. I was really nervous at the beginning. This wasn't nearly as bad as I thought it would be. You guys have been a great audience. Here's some additional resources and a couple slides of references here. Yeah, that's it. Thank you guys so much.
Hold tight. I'll be here with you all night. My mind, getting lost in your eyes. Hold tight. I'll be here with you all night. My mind, getting lost in your eyes. Give it all to you. Hold tight.